with Mary Chase. "Oh, please do. I'm certain your wife would find it most amusing too. Which is the only reason you're safe." Jack suddenly grinned. "Though, if I gave her my reasons, she might just wish me well." "She's that certain of your affections?" "Oh, yeah." "You make me ill, you know that." Jack wagged his thick brows. "Jealous?" "Yes." His oldest friend's mouth fell open. Ordinarily, Will would have relished the fact that he shocked Jack. It was hard to do, but he was too weary to fully appreciate it now. "I want what you have. I want it with Holly." As soon as the words were out, the truth of his predicament crystallized in his mind. He wanted her, and she'd told him to take a piss. Gads, but he was in the thick now. Will sat back with a sigh. But the blasted woman! Hell and damnation, she's a bloody cold fish half of the time. Why couldn't he desire some nice, lusty sanguis female? Never mind that Holly Evernight, in the throes of passion, burned hotter than any bed partner he'd ever had. And I'm quite certain she'd have nothing to do with me were it not for the initial threat of me killing her. Jack choked on his Madeira. "Are you still threatening to kill her?" "Do not be daft." Will waved a heavy hand. "I'm the one bloody keeping her safe, am I not?" Dark green eyes bore into him. "You used to be better than this. You used to charm women with a look." Will pressed his fingers over his aching eyes. "I'm out of practice. Besides, it never meant anything before. I cannot function properly around this damn woman." "Sounds about right," Jack said with a wry salute. On a growl, Will pounded the armrest with his fist. "Bloody hell! You're supposed to give me advice. Why do you think I'm here?" Jack snorted. "Me? Advice? Do you not remember the depths to which I bollocks things up with Mary? You ought to be running from my advice." He tilted his head and peered at Will. "You're hiding out, aren't you?" Will glanced away and picked at a loose thread on his jacket sleeve. "Hardly." "You are." Jack sat up straighter, that bloody irritating smile creeping back over his lips. "I bet my best hat that you stormed out in one of your fits of pique. I'll have you know, I strolled out, and quite peaceably too. Now then, I'll take the black, flat-topped bowler with the silver band that you fancy so much, thank you." Jack did not appear convinced, which was bloody insulting. "I'll wait here," Will said amicably. When Jack did nothing more than stare a hole through his skull, Will sighed and leaned forward to rest his arms upon his bent knees. "I didn't need to storm out. The blasted woman has locked herself in her laboratory and doesn't want to see me." "What did you do to earn the cold shoulder?" Jack appeared both amused and empathetic. "I topped her." Will winced at the admission, and so did Jack. "That badly, eh?" With a snarl, Will launched from his chair and headed for the door. He had more important things to do this night. Jack's laughter followed him. "Oh, come now," Jack called after him. "You walked right into that." His tone turned serious. "Will!" Will halted. "What?" Jack stood, still grinning, but visibly trying to bring his humour to heed. "I'd say you ought to profess your adoration, but in my experience it won't always work. A woman's mind once set is a difficult nut to crack." Will was rather afraid of that. "I'm buggered." Which meant there was only one course of action to take. One either fought against nature or accepted it. For too long, Will had fought against being a crawler, never truly utilizing the power it gave him, until Evernight's life had been in danger. It had been too close, and he'd waited too long to let his shadow go. Never again would he fail her. Will decided to embrace what he was. With acceptance came control. For the first time, his shadow had a mind capable of cold and cunning thought. He called forth skills he'd left unused for long enough, and he hunted. The Necks thought themselves safe from his wrath, that they could control him, harm what was his. They thought wrong. He slid into their den, the safe haven of the elders. They didn't see him coming, didn't have a chance. Will spread his shadow wide, covering the ceiling of their underground lair, and then he descended. Blood, screams, terror. Aldous Necks died first, and then the others. They struggled as he engulfed them in a tornado of fangs and claws. Without a purely physical body, he could not be struck down, and he moved with a speed that ensured they didn't have the chance to try. He left them all dead, shredded beyond recognition. Those who remained in the Necks would see the devastation he'd wrought here, and they'd know. One did not touch Will Thorne's woman and live. When he was done, he returned to her, flowing into her room and under her covers, and though she slept, she turned to him, her body warm and pliant. He held her until his pain ebbed and the sky turned to pale grey. Only then did he leave her, fearful that she would wake and reject him once more. Chapter 16. Tuesday evening found Holly standing in the hall outside of Thorne's door. Dithering. There was no other word for it. It pained her to think of the callous words she'd tossed at Thorne, fear and the sharp need to put a distance between them making her needlessly cruel. She'd mucked things up between them, and now everything felt off kilter and wrong. With all of her being, she wished she could take back what she'd said to him, or simply take back the moment of weakness when she'd kissed him. Deep in the secret corners of her heart, she wanted William Thorne, wanted to again feel his heat, taste his flavour, lose herself in him. But she knew an experiment doomed to failure when she saw one. Holly could not give Thorne her body without eventually giving him her heart as well. He lived for frivolity and pleasure. She lived to work and, well, she didn't precisely like that vein of thought. It made his life appear more enjoyable, while hers was what? Cold. Lonely. But work was all she had. Without the SOS, her work would die. There was no place for a lady scientist in the misogynistic world of normal human society. So she had done what was necessary, and drew a line in the sand between them, assuring that he would neither expect nor want any further intimacies with her again. Holly's fingers curled into a fist, and she rested it upon the glossy black wood door. Her reasoning didn't matter. Logic and emotion were two different beasts. Emotions had been engaged between her and Thorne, and she had bruised his. She needed to apologize. She was better than this. But on the next breath, the door swung open, making her stumble forward. Thorne looked down at her as though she was slightly daft, then glanced about the hall as if checking for possible spies. He was dressed for an outing and far too attractive for her equilibrium. His gaze cut back to her. "Good," he said briskly. "I want to talk to you." Before she could utter a word, he caught hold of her elbow and tugged her into his room. Once inside, he let her go, and Holly, beset with nerves, drifted over to the settee where the Morning Post lay upon the seat. A pot of chocolate sat on the table, the sight so homey that she almost smiled. Thorne glanced at her, and his lips compressed in a defiant gesture. "I killed them." Holly's head snapped up. "Pardon?" He gestured with his chin towards the newspaper. There, in bold black, proclaimed, "Grisly slaughter in Wapping. 9 dead, possibly more." With numb hands, Holly lifted the paper and read about the discovery of several body parts, all that was left, within a wine cellar located at the docks. The bodies had only been found because their blood had seeped under the cellar door to run in a crimson river along the gutters. Thorne's voice cut through the silence. "I found that my response to the Nex's offer was not forceful enough." The paper drifted from her hands, scattering upon the floor in ink-smudged sheets. They were Nex? "Elders," he said crisply. Good God, how had he done it? She realized she didn't want to know. His expression shifted between wariness and reassurance. "At any rate, the Nex, what is left of them, will no longer come after you." His lashes lowered, hiding his eyes. "I told you I'd see to your safety." He'd done this mass murder for her. It was staggering, humbling, and it frightened her more than a little. Holly's breath hitched. "Thorne, I don't know what to—" "Do not say anything," he cut in with a wave of his hand, as if destroying the entire head of an organization that had plagued the SOS for a century was nothing but a slight diversion of his time. "We've far more important things to discuss." She stared at him for a moment, her limbs refusing to move, and her heart a lead weight within her chest. At her silence, he lifted his head. The look in his onyx eyes pleaded with her to let it go. Being a coward, she took the easy way out. "Very well," she said, as though her insides weren't shaking. "Tell me your plan for this evening." Thorne outlined his plan for their trip to Kettle's Cauldron in vague sketches and weighty warnings. Holly needed to do exactly as he said, for they were going into his world now, and there was no margin for error. Master of the obvious was Thorne, and she was to wear a costume of his choosing. Holly complied without kicking up a fuss because, in part, she was sensible and knew he was correct, but mostly because that niggle of guilt for rejecting him had wormed through her, burrowing under her skin and making her twitchy. So she held her tongue and complied with Thorne's directives. That did not mean she had to enjoy the experience, or that she did not want to knock the supercilious expression off his face while he informed her of his plan. But she kept her dignity and went to her rooms to dress. The gown Thorne had sent up was, in short, atrocious. One could see that right off. It was hard not to, since the bloody thing was made of a garish red silk that all but shouted, "Look at me!" from its plain brown box. Holly might have borne a rich crimson or a deep scarlet, but no, this was a bright, vivid red, the colour of new blood. It fit her well enough. Too well, in truth, which was the second part of the problem. Starting with thin strips that clung precariously to her shoulders, the bodice dipped down low, curving like the top of an insipid Valentine's heart over her bosom. Her breasts had no place to hide, but sat like an offering, 2 little mounds that jiggled with every step she took. Her face flamed as she looked down at herself. How very horrid! One deep breath and she would likely pop free and disgrace herself. The skirt was of the same flashy red silk, with an intricately folded train and bustle trimmed in black lace. Holly never truly understood the fad for bustles, but she had once overheard that men viewed them as an enticement. the large, swaying fabric drawing their eye and making them think all sorts of lurid thoughts about that part of a woman's anatomy. Men, she thought, could go hang. One man in particular. Stomping out with as little grace as she could manage, Holly found Thorne waiting for her in the front hall. With each step she took, his smile grew until it was wide and boyish with unfettered glee, his dour mood apparently forgotten like last season's gun model. "There she is," he announced in an almost sing-song manner. "My little devil lass, looking like a vision from hell." Coming from a demon, she supposed that was a compliment. It did not quell the urge to hit him square on his elegant nose. Unlike her, he was perfectly kitted out as a gentleman ought to be, with a silver satin waistcoat and expertly cut black frock coat and trousers. When she stopped before him, his gaze turned obsidian, and he let it travel over her in perusal. "You are transformed, Evernight." His voice was deeper now, rough and tumble. "A visual feast." Well then, far better than a literal feast. Holly fought the urge to step back and cross her arms over her breasts. "You are enjoying this, aren't you?" The smug grin stayed put. "Immensely." When she scowled, he laughed. "Oh, come now, surely the gown isn't so horrible." "Horrible doesn't even begin to describe it." She tugged on her gloves, fingerless black lace ones that women in mourning favoured, but when paired with her red gown they felt like a sin. "I look like a doxy, and not even a well-turned-out courtesan, but a cheap Covent Garden light skirt." His glee merely intensified. "You'd rather be mistaken for a courtesan." "At least they have some air of mystery and aplomb." Holly waved a hand over her figure. "This all but screams threepenny upright for hire." His laugh was booming. "Ah, now, Miss Evernight." He slung an arm over her shoulders as though they were old mates. "I'd say you are vastly underrating your appeal." When she moved to pull away, he merely held her more securely against his side. "Nor are you considering that cheap doxy is precisely how we want you to be perceived." She succeeded in shrugging him off. "You, Mr. Thorne, how you want me to be perceived. Do not pull me down to your level." Unfazed, he led her not to the door, but in the direction of the small, formal parlour to the right of them. "I rather think spending time down on my level would do you a world of good. Come," he said, "before we go, I need to speak to you in private." He glanced yet again at her bodice and ran the tip of his tongue over one fang. Holly gave him a repressive glare. "The sight has not changed in the last few moments, Mr. Thorne." "Which is why I keep looking," he said lightly. "The fit is perfect." As if he were merely being helpful by pointing that out. Holly refrained from rolling her eyes. Given the carnage he was capable of wreaking, she ought to be afraid of him. Yet she was not. She felt utterly safe with him. "Yes, as to the fit, how did you manage to ascertain my measurements?" Fangs flashed in the dim light. "My darling, I've held you in my arms. How could I not?" He broke off with a laugh as she strode away from him. "I was teasing, love. I simply took one of your gowns with me to the dressmaker's." Obviously, his tone implied. "Very clever of you," Holly finally admitted. "There," he said, looking pleased. "Was it so very hard to give me a compliment?" When she was stuck in this costume? Yes. She stopped in the middle of the parlour. The room had been decorated by her grandmother, who favoured delicate furniture gilded and covered in pale pink satin. Cream damask papered the walls, and china shepherdesses stood guard on the pink marble mantel. Her grandfather often said this room gave him gas, for which he'd earn a light cuff on his arm by her annoyed but smiling grandma. It was a known fact that Eamon and Lucinda Evernight were like oil and water when it came to tastes, yet somehow they still managed to get along famously. Holly stood in her grandmother's domain, suddenly missing her grandparents tremendously, and crossed her arms over her swelling bodice. "Well," she said to Thorn, who looked as out of place in this room as her grandfather did, "what is it you need to say?" He did not answer, for he was busy gaping around, his tall black frame a sharp blade amongst the soft colours. "I picked this room because it was the closest," he muttered, "but hell's bells, it's like walking into a pink nightmare." He shuddered and turned to her. "I have the sudden fear that I might be attacked by dozens of French poodles." Holly's lips twitched. "Focus, Mr. Thorne." "I'm trying. It's simply unnerving." He glared over his shoulder. "Are those putti carved upon the lintels?" His lip curled at the cherubic winged babies smiling back. She bit the inside of her mouth. "Yes. What man in his right mind would allow a room such as this in his domain?" He'd said it to himself more than anything, but Holly bristled all the same. A man who understood that this home isn't solely his domain. A man who loved his wife and knew it would please her. When Thorne made a face, a huff of amusement left her. "You scowl at love as though it were a dirty word, Mr. Thorne." He laughed at that, the sound dark and weary. "A foreign word, more like. I have never been loved, and the only being I have ever felt that tender emotion for was my mother, who treated me as though I were an asp waiting to strike. So, no," he said a little sadly. "I do not understand the finer nuances of love, but I know it exists, that it is something to covet and protect, even if it eludes me." Something she could not name punched through her belly. It felt quite a bit like guilt, but worse, like loneliness and empathy. The fine curve of his lips lifted at the corners as he looked her over. "Now who is frowning? You thought I didn't believe in love or wanted anything to do with it, didn't you?" Holly balked, feeling her cheeks burn. He was absolutely correct. She had thought that. Slowly, Thorne shook his head, as if amused at her reaction. Then he caught sight of the room once more, and the thin blade of his nose wrinkled. With a mutter about losing one's appetite, he strode forward, stopping just before her. He looked her over, and an emotion that appeared to be apprehension clouded his expression. Her heart started to beat faster. She'd never known Thorne to be hesitant. Thorne licked his lips, a quick, nervous action. "This place we are going, Kettle's Cauldron. The dodgy bit is that only supernaturals may enter." "I am a supernatural." His lips quirked. "In my world, love, elementals are far too human to be considered true supernaturals. They do not possess the potential for true immortality. Thus they do not signify." "Lovely." She placed her hands upon her hips. "Well then, what do you suggest?" For she knew Thorne would have a plan. He licked his lips again, his features drawing taut. "You may, however, enter as my esculent." "Your what?" Outrage had her voice rising. The curved line of his mouth flattened. "It is merely a term. It means—" "I know what it means, Mr. Thorne." That she was edible. Food. His lush mouth flattened. "It isn't simply about providing me with blood. An esculent is a treasured companion. Like a courtesan," he added, as though this were somehow helpful. Now she understood the garish gown. "Well, I am much relieved to hear it," she said with false levity. "Here I was merely worried about giving you blood." Oh, but she'd given herself to him already, hadn't she? For a heady moment, the memory of him pushing into her assailed her. He'd been so hard, filled her so perfectly. She glared, forcing the memory away. Thorne's dark brows snapped together. "All right, we know you aren't pleased. Loath to touch me again, what have you, but it will be an act." He shifted his weight as he stared down at her, and the muscle along his jaw began to twitch. "Out with it," she said. "Holding the truth in won't ease the telling." With a sigh, he ran his fingers through his hair. "The dress is not enough. There needs to be physical proof that I'm feeding from you." She recoiled, her hand flying to her throat. Thorne's scowl intensified, but his tone grew softer, apologetic. "It is simply an impossibility for an esculent to be free of bite marks, love." Her cold fingers wrapped about the base of her neck. "Then I won't go." He held her gaze. "You have to. I cannot risk leaving you alone. Certainly not tonight, when I will be out and distracted for hours." When she didn't answer, his lips curled bitterly. "It isn't as though I want to do this." The sneer grew. "I loathe the thought, in truth." "How kind of you to say." Holly hated that hurt lodged against her breastbone at the confession. Was she so distasteful? What was she thinking? She didn't want to be considered edible, for pity's sake. Unfortunately, her tender feeling must have shone, for Thorne leaned close, his white hair swinging over the tops of his shoulders. "You don't understand. I'm afraid of losing control. I don't want to hurt you." It was then she truly took note of his appearance. Perspiration beaded his brow, and his fists were clenched tight. "You realize your worry makes this worse, not better," she said through dry lips. "I know," he snapped. "Shite!" Thorne pinched the bridge of his nose. "May we get this over with?" The sound of Thorne's clockwork heart whirring and ticking away filled the space between them. Then Holly swallowed. "What if you lose control?" "You are the one person in the world who can control me. Hit me with everything you've got." He stepped close enough that his legs brushed her skirts, and his warmth washed over her. "It won't hurt when I bite you. That I promise." The trepidation ebbed from his eyes, replaced by a gleam, hungry and intent. "I will only take enough to make it look convincing." Fangs descended, needle sharp and brilliant white against his lips. Holly's heart skipped a beat. His voice grew darker, altered. "I swear it." She knew he'd try. Determination tightened his shoulders and creased the corners of his eyes. She knew this, and yet her heart raced, her breath growing short and making her breasts heave against the tight confines of her bodice. As if called, his gaze moved to them, and his eyes went black as pitch. Heat bolted down her centre. Dear God, she was in trouble, because she was going to let him drink from her. Perhaps she'd spoken the fact aloud, or perhaps he'd seen the capitulation in her eyes, for his warm, strong hands wrapped about her bare shoulders, hard enough to feel his intent, but not to bruise, and he was drawing her in. Her palms hissed up his silk lapels as his head dipped. Gently, he wrapped an arm about her waist, then cupped the top of her neck with his free hand, tilting her head to the side to give him access. Holly's pulse leapt wildly. This was too intimate. She wanted... Warm breath buffeted her skin, and then the brush of his lips. Her sex clenched, her fingers convulsed on his shoulders. When he spoke, it was low, rough, his mouth tickling her sensitized flesh. "I won't harm you. I won't." Then he struck. She expected a bite. He kissed her neck instead, a soft, warm press that made her belly flip. With a little noise that might have been a moan, he angled his head further. The tip of his tongue flickered over her skin just before he suckled her, and she let out a strangled cry, clinging to his lapels for fear of falling. "Easy." It was a murmur, hot and moist against her neck. "Easy, I'm preparing you." She tried to ease, but he licked her again, and everything within her grew tight and achy. Her head fell back, allowing him more. Thorn took a shuddering breath, and then, without warning, needle-sharp fangs broke through her skin with an audible snap. It ought to have hurt. It didn't. She felt penetrated. Holly rose up on her toes, pressing her aching breasts against his chest, and his fangs sunk in deeper, and they both moaned. Gods! But she could hear him swallowing her life's blood, feel the possessive grip of his hands upon the small of her back and the base of her skull. Her fingers tangled in his silky hair, bringing him closer. Each lap of his tongue, each drawing suck, felt as if it were against the swollen bud of her sex. To her horror, her hips undulated, rocking in time to every pull. Thorn gave a soft grunt, an acknowledgement of her need. The world seemed to dip and sway as he pushed her back against the wall, his thick, hard thigh inserting itself between hers. Relief. And not enough. Holly trembled. More. She needed more. His fingers dug into her hip, his breath coming faster, sucking harder. She grew dizzy. Her head light. Fear tinged the edges of her perception with hot licks. Thorn! She could barely speak, barely think. The little carved putti grinned down at her from their perch in the ceiling. "William!" In a burst of movement she was free. Thorn staggered back. His eyes were ice blue and wide, so wide, as if he'd seen a ghost. Or perhaps he was one, with his phantom's hair flowing about his face like a shroud. Holly sank, her knees too weak to hold her upright, and then he was back, drawing her into his arms. "Easy," he said again. A shiver ran through him and into her, and he tucked her head into the crook of his shoulder. "Easy for a moment. One is often overcome when giving blood." As if her intense reaction was something mundane. "It will pass." He did not sound so sure. Neither was she. It took all her strength, but she pushed at his chest. "Please," she said, when he wouldn't budge. "I need air." Only then did he step away, frowning as he did. Holly leaned against the wall and took deep, cleansing breaths. Silently he watched her. Not a drop of blood marred his lips. A fastidious eater? She snorted inwardly at her macabre little joke. "I need water." She couldn't phrase it nicely. She was too weak. With a curt nod, Thorn burst into action, doing as bided. He left the room, and lovely silence surrounded her. She staggered to the settee and gratefully sank into its silken embrace. No sooner had she settled than Thorn rushed back into the room, glass in hand, his gaze darting about until he found her. When he did, he headed directly over. His expression was so like Nan's when she was of a mind to mother that Holly bristled. She'd been in danger of reaching an orgasm, still felt the effects in the form of a delicate throbbing between her legs, and he was fretting about, not stimulated in the least. "Your water." He placed it in her hand as though she were an invalid. Holly bristled further. "You took too much blood." Without waiting for his answer, Holly took a long gulp of cold water. Thorn stood straight. his expression as smooth as fine porcelain. "I took the proper amount. It only feels like too much because it was your first time," she snorted inelegantly. "Virgin no longer." To her shock, Thorn blushed at that, a swathe of rosy colour that ran across his high-cut cheekbones. She lifted her glass in cheers and finished her drink. The empty glass made a little clink when she set it on the table. "Well, are we off then?" "You're well enough." Another heavy, sticky-hot wave of embarrassment washed through her. She'd moaned, writhed in his arms, and he might as well have been having a midnight snack. "I am fine." Thorn's lips thinned. When a woman says she's fine, an intelligent man runs in the opposite direction. Too bad for you that we are stuck in this together. Chapter 17. Walking beside Evernight on the way to the Tower subway, Will felt anxious, an emotion he loathed. He was bringing Evernight into a world of danger. She was brave, he'd give her that. It was a quiet sort of courage that she possessed, slow and steady, methodical, and she'd given him her blood to warm his body and give him strength. From the time Will turned 13, and his voice began to drop, he had imbibed blood to survive. The first taste of it had made him weak at the knees and shiver with pleasure, such as he'd never before known. Here, he'd thought in that moment, was the nectar of life. The taste of blood varied from species to species. In general, however, the flavour did not vary much more than, say, different types of wine, and every sanguis had a blood preference. Sanguis blood tasted of watered-down wine, and rarely satisfied, which was likely due to some innate repulsion for feeding off one's own kind. Lichen had a rather gamey flavour. Raptor's blood was unpalatable, like bitter coals mixed with mud. Shifter blood was rich and full, like the darkest chocolate and the finest wine. And Angel's blood was fruity, delectable, and as addicting as opium. Human blood, however, was Will's favourite because of the variety offered. He was convinced there were a few set types of human blood, for he'd encountered certain but varied base notes over and over again. However, diet and health could alter the richness and flavour within those set types. Wouldn't it figure that Holly Evernight's blood was utterly divine, a cosmic joke upon him? Her flavour was subtle, elusive in the beginning, before growing savoury and exciting the taste buds at the back of his tongue as he swallowed. Hell's bells, nothing since his first taste of blood had given him such pleasure as drinking Holly Evernight. If it were a matter of simply craving her blood, Will would not be the shaking, distracted mess he currently was. It was the act of taking it that had turned his insides to suet and his cock to granite. It was the scent of her surrounding him. It was holding her slim body against his, the long, white column of her neck so willingly tilted to the side so that he could plunge his fangs in deep. It had taken far too much control. All of it, not to sink down to his knees and lift her skirts, not to run his tongue along her rosy bud before sucking it to plumpness. And when it had swollen in his mouth, when she was crying out for release, he would have punctured her with his fang and drunk her blood to completion. Will's step stuttered, his cock thickening all over again. Damn it all. "What is amiss?" Evernight asked immediately. Damn her observant hide. He had to say something. She'd not let the thing go. "I hunger." No need to say for what. Her pert nose wrinkled. "How can you possibly be hungry? You just ate." She blushed. Will had the sinking suspicion that he'd always hunger for her. He gave a negligent shrug that belied his inner turmoil. "I've always had a voracious appetite." Her blush intensified. Now that he had part of her very essence inside of him, his connection to her was that much greater. Her scent bloomed stronger, and he could identify a buttery-rich note of sexual agitation that had his metal heart churning fast. Patience. He needed it in spades. Either she eventually wanted him for the demon he was, or she would not, and he'd find a way to work through the disappointment. Until then, he'd keep his cock in his damned trousers and wait. Will took a breath and simply let himself look at her. Against the bleary backdrop of grey sky and coal-black buildings, her profile was a pristine alabaster. Next to them loomed the Tower of London, the great old fortress a dark and hulking shape in the shadows. At his other side, whitecaps peaked on the greenish waters of the Thames. There, rising up like broken teeth in a dark moor, were the beginnings of two great piers that stretched out to a cluster of barges that held mountains of steel framing. Work had begun on the Tower Bridge. Expected to take years, the project promised a bascule bridge that would give testament to Britain's industrial might and glory, which, in Will's experience, usually meant it would be big and ugly and gaudy, but he'd wait to bear judgment. The wind shifted as they rounded a bend, and Evernight scent surrounded him with fragrant coolness. How was he going to play the part of her master and keep his fangs and hands off of her? His cock wouldn't survive the experience. A growl rumbled in his throat. Mistaking the sound for hunger, Evernight rolled her eyes. "Here." Briskly, she reached into her inner cloak pocket and then handed him a wide brass flask. "That should hold you." He didn't want vodka, or whiskey, or any other alcohol it might contain. However, not wanting to reveal the true source of his agitation, he unscrewed the cap. It's rather large, roughly the size of his hand, outstretched fingers and all. The container was bulky and unrefined, and ugly. Evernight's mouth pursed, her fine nostrils flaring in that way that told him she was about to blow like a geyser. "There's gratitude for you." Her response was clipped, controlled. Of course. No matter how much she wanted to explode, she wouldn't. What would it take? He fancied she'd be magnificent in a temper. "I was simply making an observation. It wasn't—" Will stopped short, almost choking as the liquid he'd been tipping into his mouth made contact with his tongue. "It's hot!" Rich, gloriously hot chocolate. He glanced at the flask. The brass surface was cool to his touch. Evernight's smile was smug, a trifle too smug. "All right," he said, before taking another long pull at the chocolate. "Delicious. Tell me how you did it. Have you a secret gift for heat conductivity?" "Hardly." Then she glanced at him, her twilight eyes sparkling. "It is a simple matter of form and function. There is a smaller inner flask made of glass. A vacuum is created between the sealed space between the brass flask and the glass container, creating a void which prevents the conductivity of the—" "Yes, all right," he said hastily. "You are a genius. Understood. Acknowledged." He took another drink, and then smiled at her. "A bloody brilliant genius. I recant any dark thoughts or murderous impulses I've had about you this day." Imagine! Hot beverages that one could carry about without fear of rapid cooling. He wondered if blood could be conveyed in it with the same results. No matter. Chocolate was better than nothing. He drank deeper, loving the feel of warmth filling his gut. "I suggest," she said in measured tones, "that you resist glutting yourself on the chocolate. It is meant to be sipped, and your devotion to that flask has become unseemly." Ignoring her, Will imbibed until only a drop remained, elusively hanging upon the rim on the flask. I've discovered a design flaw. He tucked the empty flask into his pocket. It is too small. I suggest a larger size. Unperturbed, Evernight walked along in her even strides. I have created a picnic-sized insulated flask, but it would not fit in your pocket. Laughing, Will just resisted slinging his arm over her shoulder. My clever Miss Evernight, you let me sort out the inconvenience. Holly had heard of the Tower subway. Officially opening in 1874, it had operated as a shuttle service running beneath the Thames. A long, narrow tube fitted with an omnibus-style car was propelled by cables. Holly had been a young girl at the time, but was desperate to have a ride, wanting to see for herself the mechanics of the process. Her father never got around to taking her, and the business proved a failure in the same year. Now it operated as a pedestrian tunnel, where persons could pay a halfpenny fare and travel between Tower Hill on the north side to Vine Lane on London's south side. Being close to midnight, the subway was closed. That didn't stop Thorn, who simply shoved the tip of his claw into the locked door at the station entrance. The door popped open, and he slipped inside, fiddling about until a dull yellow light glowed from the space. Thorn reappeared and held out a hand. All set. It soon became apparent that Holly had not properly thought out this particular task. Inside, the air was dank and cold, smelling of river water and earth, like a grave. She shivered. A gloomy pit of darkness, visible just over the edge of a rail, seemed to drop to endless depths. They descended a wooden spiral staircase, so narrow and steep that the ends of her skirts battered the back of Thorn's neck. With each step, the rises creaked and groaned, the whole structure vibrating with the movement. Perspiration broke out on Holly's brow, and she swallowed down the discomfort that swelled up her throat. How far does this go down? Her voice sounded thin and hollow. About 18 feet, I believe. Unlike her, Thorn appeared unaffected. The rotter. Down, down, down they went, and the air grew heavier, colder, the stench seeping into her skin. A slow, deep shake built within Holly's lower belly, and the back of her neck tensed to near pain. On all sides, rough-hewn walls oozing with condensation closed in on her. When she thought she might scream, the staircase ended. There now, Thorn said happily. We are in. In? Holly licked her upper lip, tasting the sweat pebbling there. Gad, but they still had to traverse the actual tunnel. It was a horrid space, a little over 6 feet in diameter, so low, in fact, that Thorn had to remove his hat and duck his head a bit. The iron tube stretched out towards the blackness with lines of evenly spaced gaslights fading from sight. Holly let Thorn take her hand, and they walked on. She was going to be ill. The pavers rocked beneath their steps, and every noise was amplified, echoing back at them in this eerie bowel beneath the Thames. She tried not to think of the many meters of earth and water that lay just above her head, or the crushing weight of it. She was a scientist, for God's sake. She understood the principles that kept them safe. It did not matter here. Water dripped somewhere. Drip, drip, drip. The floor pitched, and the tunnel stretched on. Her breathing grew strained, her corset too tight. Blindly she put out a hand, but the walls curved in and she fell off balance. Hold on there, love. Thorn caught her arm and tugged her to him. Take a moment. She couldn't see him. Everything grew fuzzy. A loud ringing filled her ears. Her heart would burst. It raced too fast, too hard. Evernight? Thorn's voice came as if from a great distance. Warm hands touched her face. Breathe, love, breathe. Another soft touch. It's all right. You're all right. I'm not, she blurted out through lips thick with panic. I want to go. She pulled at the hand that held her. Let me go! Shh. The hand upon her arm slipped to her palm. I've got you. You are safe with me. Despite her need to flee, she grasped it tightly, crushing the long fingers. I can't. Ask me a question. Holly blinked, trying to concentrate. A question? Why? He laughed, a soft, husky sound that drew her attention closer to the surface. Ask me a better question than why, Evernight. Holly blinked again, and Thorn came into focus. He nudged her chin with his knuckle, reminding her of how Sin used to tease her. Ask me anything. Come now, a good question will put you to rights. She took a shaky breath. Her pulse slowed. Damn it, her mind was a blank. Rubbing a trembling hand over her sweating brow, Holly searched for one. Panic threatened. Surely there is something that must rouse your curiosity, Thorn persisted. About tonight, perhaps? Come along, Evernight. Don't let me down now. Holly scowled up at him. He grinned in that lewd manner of his. It called to mind the last time he'd been lewd, just before she'd lost her senses and kissed him. Your fangs, she blurted out. They weren't long. Holly cleared her throat. That is to say, they weren't there when we were kissing. There were times when she truly hated her curiosity, such as now. How was this helping? She'd expire of mortification at this rate. Thorn's eyes narrowed with a cat-like smugness. My dear Miss Evernight, you haven't been replaying that lovely moment in your head now, have you? Her face burned. Forget it! Not on your life. He took a few steps, dragging her through the horrid tunnel. What is the true question you are bumbling into? Holly took a deep, bracing breath. I don't understand how you can... Well, they're quite sharp, and... They retract. Really? I did not realize they could fully retract. He made a sound of amusement through his nose. See? Ever the scientist. I knew you had it in you. Well, my dear, I shall explain. He stopped and rounded on her. My fangs can both retract and extend. It is the equivalent of flexing a muscle, although he lifted a finger like a professor at a lectern. When I am angered or threatened, my fangs will extend on their own. Thorn paused and gave her a small patronizing smile. As for the reason why my fangs were retracted when I kissed you... His voice was low, intimate, and entirely annoying. They would have shredded both your mouth and mine. His smile grew into something warmer, disturbing, and we wouldn't want that. Holly ignored the flush washing over her skin. No, she said somewhat thickly. That would have been painful. She glanced away from his too steady gaze. So you don't like to... Cease. Do not ask it. Drink blood when you... She couldn't finish. Mortification had swollen her tongue. Thorn grinned wide, appearing almost boyish. Miss Evernight, if I did not know you were ceaselessly analytical, I'd believe you had a naughty mind. Shut up! She tromped along, no longer caring about the dank dark, but he caught her hand and held it fast. Oh no, darling, we cannot leave it at that. He laughed lightly, and she jerked her arm, succeeding only in drawing him closer. He was wholly unrepentant. You asked the question, now let me answer. Fine, she snapped, wanting to kill him. Chortling, the smarmy bastard wrapped an arm around her shoulders and held her against him. Holly was too annoyed to do anything other than glare up at him. "Do you usually eat while you top, Miss Evernight?" he murmured. "Well, no. Neither do I." His hand slid up her back, and it felt so lovely that she shivered. "However, I have been known to eat what I top." He glanced up at the low ceiling overhead, his brow furrowed, and nibbled on his bottom lip in contemplation. "Or is that I top what I eat?" "William Thorne!" Holly slapped his chest in irritation. "You are an utter beast!" When he laughed, it was with his whole body, the gleeful sound of it echoing through the darkness, obliterating the gloomy atmosphere. She gaped at him, drawn to the sight of his taut neck muscles, straining with his laughter. He grinned down at her, appearing more a young, handsome man than an outright fiend. "I am," he admitted happily. "I can't help it, Holly." His gaze darted over her face, and the tension in his body shifted to something darker, languid, as both of them realized he held her still. His smile slipped, his lids lowering as he looked at her mouth. "I just can't help myself around you." It was a husky whisper in the silence. Somehow she was closer, her lips feeling fuller, parting for him. God help her, but if he kissed her, she'd let him. Here in the dark it wouldn't really count, would it? Thorne dipped his head. The scuff of a shoe echoed loudly in the tunnel, and Thorne snapped to attention, rounding and putting himself in front of Holly. Like an apparition, the little man moved out of the shadows and into the light. They watched him shuffle closer. Dressed in a grimy and billowing sack suit that made it appear as though he'd shrunken within it, he was a bony thing, small and hunched. Tufts of white hair stuck out from beneath a battered bowler of an indeterminate colour that sat precariously on top of his large ears. And though thoughts of trolls who lived under bridges to collect their dues ran riot through Holly's head, Thorne seemed to relax and slapped his hat back on his head as he stood tall. The man came to a stop before them and blinked up at Thorne with wide eyes that glowed milk-white in the weak electric lights. "Invitation?" came a voice like rust, followed by a long wheeze through his beak of a nose. "Matilda gives her salutations," Thorne replied amiably. The little man grunted. Still mumbling, he patted about his suit as though looking for something. He found it in his jacket pocket and pulled out a thick silver disc. With a flick of his wrist and a little click, the disc unfolded to form a silver cup composed of 3 collapsible rings. The man cocked his head to the side as he held the cup out to Thorne. "Dues?" Far from being lost in this odd interplay, Thorne stretched out his arm, exposing the delicate blue veins of his wrist. As with all demons, his nails could shift into claws with a thought. He grew one on his index finger and promptly speared his extended wrist. Holly winced, but Thorne did not, as thick, deep crimson blood poured from his vein into the cup. After a moment, Thorne pressed a thumb over the wound and held it, as the little man lifted the cup to his dry lips and drank down Thorne's blood. Finished with his gruesome drink, the man licked the blood off his lips and grunted again. "Right. House rules apply." He glanced at Holly, and she fought a shiver as that milky gaze travelled over her. It settled on her neck, where the puncture wounds from Thorne's fangs seemed to pulse. "Esculents," the man added with a sneer, "are the responsibility of their master." Thorne touched the brim of his hat in acknowledgement, earning him yet another grunt. The man said no more, but turned. "This way." "What other way would there be?" Holly murmured close to Thorne's clean-shaven cheek. It only goes but one direction. Thorn's lips twitched. Quiet, you'll upset Freddie. His name is Freddie. How positively cheerful. Though he fought a smile, Thorn shushed her again. All right, she murmured. What was the point of the blood drinking? It's a blood vow of sorts. In giving mine, I am promising not to harm Kettle or attack any of his workers during the duration of the fights. He shrugged. It's a simple matter of security. That this Kettle felt the need for safety measures did not ease Holly's anxiety. They followed Freddie further into the bowels of the tunnel. Just when Holly thought she might scream with the need to get out of the subterranean hell, Freddie stopped at a spot and pushed at what seemed to be just another wall panel. A door slid open, bringing with it the sounds of laughter, shouts, and cursing. Thorn smiled at her. Welcome to Kettle's Cauldron, love. Chapter 18. At first sight, Kettle's Cauldron was nothing more than yet another dreary tunnel, save for the bright light that glowed at the end of it. Holly headed towards that light, holding Thorn's hand as if it were an anchor. The scent of brimstone and blood thickened the air. Demons. Holly would soon be surrounded by them, exposed. She wanted to turn and run, but she could not. One did not let oneself be fed from like a liquid buffet, just to flee at the first sign of danger. It took all of her considerable restraint to refrain from touching the spots where Thorn's teeth had sunk in deep. Those two little points throbbed in time with the beat of her heart. Memories of Thorn's mouth upon her neck, his tongue sliding over her with little flicks, heightened her awareness. Her entire body was sensitized, her skin too thin and her flesh swollen and heavy. Beneath her fine cashmere cloak, the satin lining slipped and slid over the exposed tops of her breasts, and she repressed a shudder of tactile pleasure. As if Thorn felt her response, which likely he did, the rotter, he tightened his grip on her hand and tugged her closer to his side. Touch it, he whispered thickly against her temple. Her nipples peaked at the command. Caress my mark like you crave another bite. His tongue flickered over her skin, a crude lick that had her step bobbling. Holly wrenched her head away as much as she could without drawing notice, and his dark chuckle was a warm breath over her now damp skin. They'll expect these things, love. Expect you to be in my total thrall. Heat suffused her, and she could not bear to meet his eyes, but she managed a short nod. Touch it now, he murmured, impatient, demanding. Unable to resist, Holly pressed 2 fingers against that throbbing spot. A bolt of luscious, aching pleasure and heat shot down her centre. She nearly moaned. Thorn's grip became a crushing thing, his breath rough and urgent. Wild thoughts swam in her head, of Thorn pressing her back against the damp stones with the force of his hard body, and simply taking. Perhaps Thorn felt similarly, for he mumbled something under his breath, and doggedly kept them moving forward, their hips touching, their cloaks tangling with each step they took down the miserable corridor. The path took a sharp turn to the left, and the space grew close, the air hot. Sounds of shouting and laughter echoed. Thorn let her hand go in favour of slipping his beneath her cloak to curve around her waist. The sharp scent of fresh blood mingled with that of stale sweat. Holly's throat closed on a wave of disgust. It was nothing compared to the sight that greeted her. The space opened up into a massive underground arena, awash with torchlight and writhing with hundreds of demons. Sweat glistened on skin. Teeth flashed on a grin or feral grimace. Most maintained their human appearance, but plenty of beings with grey skin and pointed ears were throughout the crowd. Attention centred on a small oval fighting pit at the centre of the room. There, what appeared to be a female raptor fought with fang and claw against a tall, pale female sanguis, whose black hair fell to her thighs in a tight queue. "Mistake that," Thorn said in Holly's ear, his voice now smooth and normal. He nodded towards the sanguis female. "Keeping her hair long. Easy target." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the raptor flipped over the sanguis to land on steady feet just behind her. In a blink, the raptor grabbed that hanging strip of hair and spun the poor sanguis through the air, smashing her down onto the high iron railing that ringed the pit. Impaled, the sanguis screamed. Holly gagged and did not notice Thorn opening her cloak until the damp air hit her skin. She frowned at him as he folded the edges back over her shoulders, exposing her further. He gave her a slight, reproving look. Right, she was his ornament. Grinding her teeth together, she straightened her spine and thrust her breasts forward. Thorn's hitched breath and flared nostrils were only slightly gratifying. The instant attention she garnered from the males around her, however, had her skin crawling. Being exposed set her nerves on edge. Noises sounded overloud to her ears, and despite Thorn's earlier cheek, she wanted to cling to his arm like a limpet. Tucking her hand in the crook of his arm, Thorn headed off, his walk peacock-proud, his top hat tilted at a jaunty angle as if to say, "Why, yes, I am a pretty piece, and top of the morning to you for noticing." Though she was loath to admit it, her Irish blood appreciated his showmanship. The crowd seemed to part for him. Some nodded at Thorn, giving a quick hello or a simple acknowledgement of him. Others slid their gazes away as if they were fearful. But all seemed to know him. This was his world, and he belonged, unequivocally. And because he did, not a soul seemed to question her presence here. They did, however, look her over, until she felt covered in a sticky film of attention. Thorn made his way towards a box seat that overlooked the fighting ring at dead centre. The box was bigger than those around it, and swathed in black silk. Though there were about 10 seats within the box, one held an obvious place of honour. Like a king holding court, there a man sat on a gilded red velvet chair. He was rather large on all counts, and scruffy for all the airs he put on. A battered stovepipe hat sat on greasy black hair that reached his wide shoulders, and a black and white checked waistcoat stretched over his well-fed gut. Perched as he was, all long-limbed and fat of belly, he reminded her of a great spider waiting to draw innocent and guilty alike into his great web. He watched them approach, his beady eyes narrowing, and he licked his lips. Holly repressed the urge to draw her cloak back together. 2 overly large bruisers guarded the entrance, but they didn't so much as blink when Thorn moved past them. "Well, Thorn," the man said as they entered his box. "It has been a while, me boy." "Well, you know, Kettle," replied Thorn with his easy smile. "One cannot stay away from your entertainments forever." Kettle glanced at the 2 men who were lounging in the seats next to his. That was all it took from them to depart with haste. As soon as they did, Kettle gestured broadly to the vacated chairs. "Join me." Though Thorn behaved the perfect gentleman, handling her into her seat, he put himself between Holly and Kettle, a move not lost on the man, for he made a small sound of amusement. "Wouldn't mind a taste of that. That lass is the jammiest bit of jam I've seen in an age, to be sure." He leaned in, his fat nostrils round and porcine as he inhaled. "She smells off, though. A bit like metal and oil." Thorn crossed one of his long legs over the other, a seemingly careless shift of position, but one that blocked Holly slightly from view.
She's an acquired taste.
Of all the nerve! Kettle, however, grinned, exposing the needle-sharp fangs of a sanguis. Holly had never seen such a plumped-up demon. The unfortunate image of a tick bloated on blood came to mind, and she fought another urge to gag. Down in the ring, they were hauling off what remained of the female sanguis demon. The crowd, now denied its bout, turned to each other, chatting, shouting, calling in bets. A fug of blue smoke hung in the air, crackling about the hum of electric lights.
"Let me have a taste and find out then," Kettle was saying.
"Charming." Thorn's smile was bland. "Now you know I do not like to share my esculents." Kettle, not so easily dissuaded, leaned forward, his beady eyes on Holly's breasts.
"Always thought that was uncharitable of you, Thorn, not sharing."
Thorn gave an exaggerated sigh as he pulled a slender cigarillo and a cache of matches from his inner pocket. "Ah, well, you know how it is." With a flick of a wrist, he lit the match, and fire flared right in Kettle's line of sight, depriving him yet again of staring at Holly. A taste here, a taste there, and suddenly there's nothing left for me. Thorn dropped the match and drew on his cigarette before blowing a cloud of smoke into the air between him and Kettle. The smoke did not seem to bother Kettle. No, he simply inhaled, visibly drawing it into his wide nostrils. Still staring at Holly, he licked his thick lips.
"Perhaps you ought to rethink that, especially with a morsel such as this. Put me in a charitable mood, like."
As if he anticipated Holly's need to strike out, Thorn set his hand over hers and pressed it into his thigh. "Have I brought the Callihan twins round before?" he asked Kettle idly. Twins? Holly refused to react. Thorn eased his thumb under her hand and ran it in a slow circle around her palm.
"You have not,"
Kettle said, still sounding sullen.
"Ah, gods, but they are a pair.
Plump with sweet blood." Thorn sighed expansively. "They have the most exquisitely sensitive breasts and thighs." Holly twitched. Vile pigs, the both of them. She told Thorn as much by flicking his thumb away from her palm, but his thumb merely returned and pressed hard against the centre of her palm. "Hold your fire," the gesture seemed to say. For only so long, she squeezed back.
"That's so?"
Interest flickered in Kettle's beady eyes. "Quite." Thorn flashed his fangs. "They love being suckled." A snort of irritation left Holly's lips before she could stop herself. The blunt tip of Thorn's thumb tapped her. "Now, love, I'm working here." Holly dug a nail into the fleshy pad at the base of his thumb. "End this nonsense now, or I will." He gave her hand a quick, minute squeeze. "Fine." "I'll bring them round next visit," he assured Kettle. "As for now, I have something else that ought to interest you." Thorn pulled a slim box from his outer pocket. She recognized that box. Why, that ruddy, sticky-fingered bastard! Holly stiffened in outrage. Thorn's warning squeeze a distant thing in the face of it, but she held her tongue as Kettle grabbed the box and opened it with greedy haste.
"Spectacles!"
Kettle blinked in confusion.
"What need do I have for a bleeding set of glass papers, and right thick ones at that?"
As if he deserved to even look upon her exquisitely wrought creation. Thorn lifted a finger. "You have yet to try them on." Inwardly, Holly howled when Kettle's grubby fingers smudged the finely polished glass as he fumbled to put them on. As soon as they were on, he gave a start of surprise. His mouth hung open as he peered about the room.
"Why, every man is all aflame,"
Holly grumbled. Thorn glared at her while answering in a smooth voice. "It is the spirit glow of demons. The spectacles make it visible. Quite handy for telling friend from foe."
"Quite so, laddie."
As Kettle gaped about like a lack-witted ape, Thorn leaned in close to her until his breath tickled her neck. "Neck stole an earlier model from the SOS last year. I find these a vast improvement, love." Holly kept her expression serene as she pinched his side hard. Unfortunately, he was too lean to get a good grasp of any flesh. Even so, he gave a little grunt and wisely moved away.
"So then,"
Kettle said as he took off the spectrometers,
"what will this cost me?"
Thorn pulled a small paper from his pocket of delights and handed it to him. There, drawn with great skill, was a rendering of the dagger that the assassin had dropped, and of the tattoo that graced Thorn's forearm. Upon seeing the blade, Kettle's expression froze for one icy moment, and it was a look of terror. Then he blinked it away and hastily shoved the paper back at Thorn.
"'Twill take more than this for that sort of tell."
Thorn did not appear surprised by the news. "Price?" Kettle's eyes went to the ring.
"About. And the spectacles."
Thorn gave a negligent shrug that had his hair sliding like white satin over his shoulders. "Very well." He moved to rise when Kettle shook his head.
"'Fraid it's ladies' night."
His oily gaze slithered over to Holly. Thorn growled, a low sort of rumble a dog would give when guarding his food. "I'll come back another night."
"Don't think so, mate."
Kettle crossed his arms over his ample belly.
"You know the rules. Favours only granted at the time of request."
Seemed like a made-up rule to Holly, but Thorn's mouth tightened, so perhaps it wasn't. "Then we leave." Thorn stood, his chair scraping against the slatboard floor. Leave? He motioned for Holly to rise, but she stayed put. She'd let him drink her blood. She'd trawled down the bloody tunnel to hell for this, and he was going to leave when they could have the information they needed tonight.
"Hold on."
Kettle raised a placating hand.
"You need not be so hasty. Your female can fight."
"Absolutely not," snarled Thorn. Holly stood then, and Thorn grabbed her elbow, ready to usher her out. She held firm, and then threw herself into the thick. "I'll do it." "You will not," shouted Thorn, just as Kettle slapped a hand on his thigh and cried,
"Jill!"
He appeared far too pleased. Thorn, on the other hand, bared his full fangs and hissed, "No!" Holly met his glower without flinching. "You do not get to decide." "Oh, yes, I do." He wrenched her closer. "You are my esculent, mine." She leaned around him. "When do I fight?" she asked, a beaming Kettle. Thorn uttered a ribald curse. "No, no, no!" With each no, Thorn shook her arm. "You are not fighting." "Do stop," Holly said, pulling free. "You're going to give me a migraine. Besides, I need my strength." Thorn let go and rammed a hand through his hair instead, knocking his top hat off in the process. He appeared ready to scream. Kettle rose.
"Go to the back. Harlan will get you sorted."
When Thorn rounded on Kettle with a snarl, he tutted.
"Now, Thorn, you know the rules. You can't be hurting me here, and the lady has taken up me offer. No backing out of it now without bloodshed."
His expression turned ruthless.
"And not just yours either."
Calmly, Holly pulled Thorn to the side of the box. Around wild tangles of his long hair, his expression was mulish, his black eyes turning silver. "You cannot go into that ring and fight, Holly," he said without preamble. "You will die." "Well, that's a fine thing to say," she snapped back. "How about a little support?" He leaned closer until they were nose to nose and his hair hid them from view. "In case it has slipped your notice, you are human, who," he added when she meant to speak, "would not leave her house until a few days ago." She did not blink. "I am not merely human. I am SOS. You are an inventor for the SOS, not a regulator, and your contraptions won't save you in the ring. You won't be allowed any mechanical devices for defense." "I am trained in combat. Every SOS member is." Before she'd hidden herself away, she'd trained with Mary, the both of them quite enjoying the exercise. True, her skills might be a little rusty, but she was hardly a civilian. "And I won't need any devices." She could hear Thorne's teeth grinding. "Holly!" The sound of her given name on his lips, the pleading tone of it, softened her response. "We need this information, do we not?" She did not want to fight. Only a madwoman would. But she was no coward either. "We'll find it another way." "How?" She searched his face and saw the frustration there. She empathized. As if it could hide the truth, he avoided her gaze. "I don't know," he finally ground out. Holly took a deep breath, then nodded. "Then there is nothing for it. I will fight, and we will get the information we need." Because they were a we. Somehow they'd become so the very moment Amorose had wheeled Will Thorne into her laboratory and given him her heart. Helplessness was an emotion Will detested. He'd only felt it a few times, and each had been during the worst moments of his life. Now it gripped him again. His teeth snapped together, his fangs growing so long they pressed over his bottom lip. Harlan led them into a back room. "Pick 2 weapons on the table. 2 only. You've 20 minutes before the next bout." He stopped, as if remembering some pertinent information. "You'll be fighting a raptor." Will's innards pitched. A sodding raptor! Oh, fuck no! Evernight, so very small before the hulking guard, nodded briskly, then moved to a quiet corner as if seeking some privacy. Will followed. "You cannot do this," he growled, his words garbled by fangs and fear. How many times must he repeat this before she heeded the blasted woman? Evernight did not look up from her task. "Your lack of confidence in me is certainly not helping with morale." She reached under her voluminous skirts and began to wriggle about, distracting him with the amount of shapely legs she revealed. His attention stayed on her searching hand. What on this dark, hateful earth? Gritting his teeth, he tried not to shout, "You are human!" It was a shout, anyway, and it came out far too fearful. The cage of her bustle rattled to the floor, deflating her skirts. "I am aware. And yet you intend to fight a raptor." Had she lost all sense? A raptor would tear her open in a heartbeat. Evernight drew a switchblade from her reticule and flicked it open. The blade was shockingly large and lethal. "Must we go over this yet again? It is becoming tedious." "When you insist on ignoring common sense, then yes," he said, torn between wanting to strangle her and watching as she proceeded to hack away at her skirts, cutting them off at her knees. Red satin pooled at her feet. Hell's bells, but her legs were lovely. He wanted to memorize the exact shape of them with his tongue. "I am not merely a human, Thorne. I am an elemental. Do not underestimate me." An elemental who cannot heal as a demon can. Satan's balls, woman. One good slice of a raptor's claws and you'll be dead. Bile rushed up his throat as he said the words, and he swallowed with difficulty. Dainty as a society miss, she stepped out of the remnants of her ruined gown. Only then did she deign to look his way. You know as well as I that we cannot back out now, so cease berating me and give me your waistcoat. His mouth hung open for a moment. Insufferable woman. He hated that she was in the right. Hated that this might very well be the last moment he saw her whole and unharmed. Since he could not give in to that particular fear, he addressed the next most pressing question. My waistcoat? Why? He was already shrugging off his jacket and going at his buttons. Evernight pulled a few hairpins out of her coiffure and re-secured them, tucking in wayward, inky strands until every hair was severely secured. At least she'd taken note of what a good target free-hanging hair made. I do not want to worry about my bosom popping free on top of everything else. In the act of handing her his waistcoat, he nearly dropped it. His fist clenched. Good point, was all he got out. For now he had that image in his head to contend with as well, thank you, Miss Evernight. She took it from him, and finished dressing with brusque efficiency. Hell, she ought to look ridiculous, with her hacked-off skirts hanging limply around her knees, exposing her black striped silk stockings and little boots, and wearing a man's waistcoat. The garment did not fit her perfectly. It hung too loose at her waist and strained over her breasts, but it covered the sweet swells of them admirably. Yes, she ought to look a fright. Instead, she stirred his blood. With the determined tilt of her head, her steeled spine, she was a warrior. And she was a human. Right then, she said crisply. Weapons! Weary, Will leaned against the wall and simply watched her. His heart was a leaden weight against his ribs as she marched over to the table that held a selection of gruesome weaponry. Lips pursed as if she were shopping at Harrods, Evernight scanned the selection. She picked up a pair of metal gauntlets first. They were huge, meant for a large man and crafted of steel. He was about to protest the inane choice when she slipped them on. As if alive, the metal suddenly undulated, gliding over her hands and forearms, shrinking and stretching, fitting itself to her shape. When the gauntlets had reached her upper arms, they suddenly shimmered and then hardened once more. A perfect fit. Evernight peered at him from over her slim shoulder, and a quiet smile danced around her lips. Then she made a fist. Instantly 4 blades shot out from her knuckles. Claws. Will thought he might be in love. And your next choice? His voice was dry, rough as sand. She only had one more. 2 weapons. 2 bloody weapons to defend herself against an immortal. The room seemed to sway. Evernight's thin, pale hand hovered over the rows of battle-axes, maces, swords, and blades. She stopped above a Scottish broadsword that had to be over 4 feet long and weighed at least 5 pounds. She hefted it high, her slim arms straining against the weight, then glanced at him. Will raised one brow. Truly? Her black brow lifted in turn. Truly? And then, still watching him, she took hold of the sword and snapped it in half as if it was nothing more than a dry twig. Like the gauntlets, the halves appeared to come alive. Writhing like snakes, they coiled around her arms and settled in. With that done, she turned and faced the thug looming at the door. I'm ready. She was going, leaving him. Will stirred out of his self-imposed pout and leapt forward, catching her by the shoulders. She gaped up at him as he spun her around.
"What now?"
Her tone was short. He couldn't speak. Emotion, a strange mix of panic and something odd that squeezed his chest with icy hands, rooted him to the spot. He could only grip her fragile shoulders far too tightly and stare. Even in the dank light, her skin was luminous, the bones beneath it delicately wrought and fine. Wide eyes of the deepest blue gazed up at him expectantly, and he could not say a bloody thing. His chest heaved, his fingers turning cold. Now was not the time to lose his sanity. But he could not stave off the dark tendrils of dread that bled into his sight. "Thorn?" Her voice came at him as though through thick cotton. "I have to go now." Go. She had to go. He took a shuddering breath. "Calm. Be calm. Don't show fear." Slowly the buzzing in his ears quieted, and his vision cleared. Evernight was still before him. So lovely. Her lips were petal pink. She smelled of mechanical things and fresh blood and the essence of her, a scent that would never be replicated. Were it gone, it would stay gone. "This fight has to end before it begins," he barked out. "Make every hit count." "Yes, I know." Raptors love blood almost as much as sanguis do. Expect her to make you bleed. Hell. Fucking hell. She'll want to draw the fight out. You, he gave her an abortive shake, don't. I know, Thorn. Her exasperation was clear. His mouth worked. Words caught in his throat. She was in danger because of him, and he had to let her go. So he said the only thing he could think of. "Don't die." Chapter 19. Don't die. What sort of help would that drivel be to Evernight, Will thought, as he slumped in his seat next to the bastard kettle. Jolly good, go and state the bloody obvious, mate. His guts churned, and he suppressed a growl. Around him the crowd was chanting, baying for blood. Stomping feet had the floors bouncing. His fault. All his fault. Oh, tops, just tops. Grinning around his pipe, Kettle sat back and rubbed his belly in contentment.
Never had an elemental in the ring. Novelty of it should be amusing. Just hope your lass holds out long enough for a good show.
It took all that Will had not to launch himself out of the chair and tear Kettle's head from his neck. His claws bit into his palms. "If she dies," he said to him, "you will be next." Kettle's beady eyes widened. Will did not blink. He'd make it hurt, and then hunt down everyone who had watched. The crowd roared. Holly and the female raptor had stepped into the ring. Will sat up straight. Even though his was the finest seat in the room and centre stage, he craned forward. Gods, but she appeared so small. She looked a mere girl with her skirts hanging about her knees and her slim shoulders squared and tense. The raptor before her was a large bitch, as far as raptors went, nearly a foot taller than Evernight. The raptor hadn't bothered with a human appearance, but kept her dark grey skin and yellow eyes. Thick fangs, designed to tear flesh, peeked out from her black lips as she smiled. She carried no weapons. She didn't need to. Fangs, claws, and superior strength were on her side. "What sweet treat is this?" the raptor shouted to the crowd, and they cheered with glee.
"That is Callie,"
Kettle murmured. Beads of sweat now dotted his brow, and he mopped at them with a grimy handkerchief.
She, likes to employ a bit of showmanship.
Callie lifted her arms wide, riling up the crowd.
Shall I gobble her up in one bite?
Half the crowd swelled with approval.
Or take small tastes and enjoy her?
The room vibrated with raucous agreement, and the rank scent of sweat and violence thickened the air. Fucking hell. Will fairly twitched. He could not stop this.
Look at the little elemental,
Callie went on, laughing.
Wearing naught but gauntlets.
She turned her yellow eyes upon Holly.
Shall you slap me with one when I forget my manners, human?
Holly merely stood watching the bitch. Deep within himself, Will started to shake, metal working outward from his heart, turning everything ice-cold. He sucked down a breath, fighting against the inevitable tide. He had to witness this. He owed her that much. The chair beside him creaked as Kettle stood and, in a booming voice, spoke.
"All right, ladies and gents,"
he said, though the crowd wasn't anything of the sort.
"You know the rules. Fight dirty, double points for first blood, 5 minutes maximum."
5 minutes. She merely needed to remain undamaged for 5 minutes, and it would be over. A bloody eternity. Kettle's fangs flashed.
"But sudden death wins."
"What?" Will lurched from his seat, his mind screaming no even as the crowd roared in anticipation. He made to swipe at Kettle's fat belly, but the blood voucher kicked in, and invisible hands seemed to slam into his chest. He crashed back into his seat, his throat swollen shut, keeping him from shouting his protest. Kettle glanced his way.
"You know very well you can't kill me."
He'd see about that. In the pit, the raptor crouched, grinning wide and extending her yellowed claws. Holly widened her stance and kept her eyes upon her opponent. Holly. Terror arced through Will as the bell rang. Instantly Callie leapt, her claws swinging down in a vicious strike. Holly lifted her arm at a 45-degree angle, protecting her face, and the claws scraped along her metal gauntlet in a shower of sparks. Before the raptor could move, Holly kicked out, connecting with a knee. Bone crunched. Callie screeched as her leg bent back at an unnatural angle. Like the rest of the crowd, Will surged to his feet, his fists clenched at his sides as he shouted an incoherent cry. Holly's body was a blur of red and black as she spun round and caught Callie's jaw with her booted heel. The raptor slammed to the dusty boards.
"Ha-hoo!"
Kettle laughed. "Elemental! Elemental!" the crowd chanted. As for Will, he wanted to sob, shout, laugh, strangle, or kiss Holly senseless. He gripped the rough railing of the box tight enough to splinter the wood. Holly stepped back, alert and ready as a snarling Callie jumped up, graceless and hobbled in one leg. Black blood trickled from her lips.
"Bitch!"
Spittle flew.
"I'll rip your intestines out and wear them as a necklace!"
Without warning, her tongue lashed out like a long black whip akin to a frog's. It caught Holly around the ankles and tugged. Holly fell back, bashing into the floor, her palms slapping against the boards. Will's metal heart lodged in his throat. The railing came off in his hand. Before Holly could protect herself, Callie yanked her forward, slashing out with her claws. But at the same instant, Holly gave a war cry, sitting upright with the force of it. Silver whips of liquid metal shot out from her gauntlets. With a snap of her wrists, the whips hissed through the air, catching Callie on either side of her neck. The raptor's eyes went wide, her mouth opening on a cry that never came, for, at the last moment, the whips solidified into razor-sharp swords that cleaved through her neck as though it were soft pudding. The room froze, every breath held as the raptor swayed on her feet. And then, without a sound, the body toppled to one side, and the head landed with a dull thud on the other. Black blood sprayed the crowd, and the room erupted into pandemonium. She'd done it! She'd won! Holly's heart pounded so hard and fast that she barely heard the roar of the crowd, the shouts for her. At her feet, the raptor's body began to shrivel, black blood spreading in an ever-widening pool. The raptor's head lay at an angle, mouth agape, eyes wide and blank. Chest heaving, Holly retracted the metal swords back into the gauntlets and clambered to her feet. The ground seemed to sway. Cold sweat ran down her back, and black raptor blood dripped from the ends of her skirt. From the corner of her eye, a blurred form of a figure hurtled towards her. She tensed, half raising her arms, but stopped when she recognized Thorn's familiar face. He didn't give her a chance to say a word, but snatched her up and wrapped her so tightly in his arms that her ribs creaked. Holly didn't protest. For the first time in what seemed like hours, she felt safe. Unashamed, she burrowed into him, holding on to his lean waist, her nose lost in the sweat-damp folds of his linen shirt. He smelled wonderful. Dark heat and safe harbours. She'd never been so afraid in her life as she'd been when facing that raptor. One wrong move and she would have died. It had taken all she had not to break down, but to focus, to formulate a plan. Take the raptor out immediately, don't get hit. Now that it was done and over, she found she could barely stand. That was all right. Thorn would hold her up now. "My girl," he whispered into her hair. "My girl." Kisses to her head punctuated his words. "So very well done. My girl." A shudder rent through her at the thought of what she'd just done, and he held her tighter. They stood as one, a quiet cocoon in the midst of a shouting crowd, and for once, Holly soaked up Thorn's power, letting it bolster her. When she could stand without trembling, she eased back. He protested only for a moment, then loosened his grip. Their gazes clashed, and for one bright instant they grinned at each other like mad fools. Excitement and victory fizzed through her like champagne. "I told you I had the situation under control." Her voice was breathless, buoyant. Thorn barked out a laugh, but his lower lip wobbled before he grinned down at her. "I may have lost a decade of my life watching you, but yes, you managed that quite nicely, love." Quick as a cat, he slung his arm about her shoulders and hauled her back to his side. His lips pressed hard against her crown, and his warm breath gusted through her hair. "But you are never doing that again." She wasn't going to argue. Nor did she get a chance. Kettle waddled up, beaming. "Well now, Les, you certainly took the egg. Course, you lost me my best fighter." Thorn growled, his fangs elongating with an audible snap. Kettle held up a placating hand and chuckled. "Hold your fire. It was worth it. Best bout we've had in ages." He glanced at Holly. "Would have been better if it had gone on a bit longer, but the upset was unparalleled." "The contact," Thorn bit out. Kettle paled. "Alamut." The name did something to Thorn. He flinched, recoiling as if slapped. Then his expression went blank. All but his eyes. They darted about as if seeing some other time and place. Silently, his lips formed the word again as if saying a prayer. and then he broke out of the trance. Thorn lashed out, grabbing Kettle by the neck, then wrenching him close. Since Holly was still securely held by Thorn's other hand, she was treated to Kettle's stench as he floundered about, trying to break free. Thorn gave him a rough shake. "Blood vows have passed," Thorn snarled. "You cross me on this, and your stones are the first thing I rip off."
"It's square,"
Kettle insisted on a choked breath.
I swear it."
Thorn let him go so abruptly that Kettle tottered. Thorn wheeled Holly around and marched them out of the arena. The crowd parted for them like the proverbial Red Sea, and quickly, for Thorn's stride was brisk and unwavering. Though it was a struggle, Holly matched his pace. Her heart was still racing, the knowledge that she'd fought a supernatural and lived coursing through her with increasing strength. For nearly a year she'd been terrified of every shadow, every sudden noise that occurred outside of her purview. That fear, the helpless feeling, started to dissipate like London fog against a hot sun. Her cheeks grew warm. "All in all, a productive day's work," Thorn said as they entered the long, narrow corridor that led the way out. As if he'd never been afraid, as if she'd never been in danger, as if he'd bloody planned the entire thing. Oh yes, that reminded her. Her spectrometers, the ones currently in that rat Kettle's possession. Holly stopped short, grabbed hold of Thorn's lapels, and hauled him close, setting him off balance. They both stumbled back, her shoulders meeting the cold wall of the tunnel. "Touch another one of my inventions without my express permission again, Mr. Thorn, and I'll cut off your cods and feed them to the dogs." Heat flared in his eyes as his lips curled into a smile. Irritating man. He leaned into her, caging her smaller frame by bracing his arms against the wall on either side of her head. He watched her, not at all cowed, but as if he'd soon gobble her up for his dinner. "We don't own dogs, love." She gave him a little shake, wanting to push him away, yet somehow bringing those smiling lips closer. "I'll bloody purchase some, then." She let him go before she did something irrational, like kiss him. It was only when they'd climbed into a coach and the last vestiges of the agitated energy gained from the fight had waned that she felt the pain and the blood trickling down her side. Chapter 20. Report. Adam cut into the thick slab of steak in front of him. Juice pooled around the tines of his fork. "Mab is in London." Lucian Stone, his right-hand man and leader of the London Gym, answered. Dressed as a man out of the 18th century, with a shimmering blue satin frock coat and lime-green waistcoat and breeches, he appeared more ghost than Ghost in the Machine. "Tell me something that I do not know, Lucian," Adam said before taking a bite of beef. Delicious. "I gather she's searching all and sundry for me." Lucian's gaze flicked to Eliza May, and then away. "Not for you." Predictably, Eliza stirred from her slump against the wall on which she'd been leaning. Adam and Lucian sat, tucked in a corner of a packed pub, while Eliza stood as far away from them as the chain would permit. Around them, humans supped and caroused with abandon, which was really quite perfect. Adam remembered being human, and though centuries had passed, he had frequented similar pubs. "She can try to find her," Adam said, "but she shall fail." Adam had a natural ability to cloak himself from any form of supernatural. He only allowed the humans to see him now, and the Gim who served him. "Mon commandant," Lucian leaned in, and the rings on his fingers glinted in the gaslight. "Will you not tell me why the fee is so important as to tangle with Mab?" Adam paused, his fork halfway to his mouth. Lucian's expression was not only imploring, it was worried. Hell. You believe that is what this is about? That Mab simply wants her kin returned? Adam knew better. Mab could not care less about Eliza May. She was a pawn to Mab, nothing more. Eliza took a step closer to them. Though she made not a sound, Adam could feel her do it. Damn, she ought not to be listening to this. I know Faye too well to believe anything they do is altruistic. Lucian's jade-green eyes glowed with unearthly gimlight. However, I cannot know what to believe until you tell me the truth. Adam set his fork down, his meal now leaden in his stomach. As much as it pains me, my old friend, there are things in which I cannot confide to anyone. Bloody fucking curses. Lucian stared at him for what felt like an eternity, but was closer to a second. Then he shrugged and took a sip of his wine. Guilt slid over Adam. Lucian had done much for him and was loyal to his core. Now the man thought Adam did not trust him. It was far from the truth. Bloody rules, binding him. Adam nearly robbed his wrist, around which the golden chain attached him to Eliza May. He wanted to howl. If only she'd look at him, let him in. This could all end. His voice was a ghost between them, so low that Eliza could not hear. She is the most important thing in my world. She was his existence, literally. But Adam could not say that. Even so, Lucian's eyes widened. Slowly he blinked, as if to say, understood. Then his expression reverted back to its usual insouciance. Well then, Lucian drawled, as if not having heard Adam's confession, I would pay particular attention to William Thorne, the one man who could bring about Adam's downfall, and the bloody curse forbade him from causing the bloody sanguis crawler mutt any harm. Damn it all! He kept the anger and frustration out of his voice. I have it under control. Darby would hold Evernight and Thorne, and Adam would discuss the matter with them. Maddening, but it was all he could do. Lucian did not appear assured. Adam grunted in annoyance. You think Mab can force Holly Evernight or William Thorne's hand? She's done so to stronger beings. Faye cannot attack humans on this plane of existence. It is forbidden. Nor, Adam added, would she ever harm one of her own blood. That was the ultimate dishonor. You put too much faith in what people ought to do, master. Adam could not help but look over his shoulder at the one soul he needed to put his faith in more than any other. Yes, he said, turning back to Lucian. Unfortunately, I do. Thorne kept a running commentary on Holly's bout the entire way home, as if she hadn't a first-hand account of the proceedings. What shocked her the most was how proud he appeared, which annoyed and pleased her in equal parts. He hadn't been so confident of her prowess before the fight. Then again, most men underestimated women. Now he wouldn't, which was good. The use of the claymore to create metal whips was most inspired Evernight, he went on, his eyes alight with demon glee. I swear, watching that bit got me hard as a rock. Lovely, Holly murmured. She leaned into the side of the coach, letting the window pane cool her heated skin as she surreptitiously pressed the folds of Thorne's overcoat hard against her wound. She'd left her cloak behind when they'd abruptly quit the arena. They were nearly home. There she could tend to her injury, in peace. Do you not have an inner censor, Mr. Thorne, or are you merely attempting to provoke? He grinned, the swaying coach lamp moving his sharp, handsome features in and out of shadow. Miss Evernight, you know perfectly well that I live to provoke you. That it also happens to be the truth merely makes it more fun for me. She made an inelegant snort, and he peered at her, a thoughtful expression gracing his strong face. You were still cross about the spectacles. How astute you are, Mr. Thorne. Ah, now, Petal, you know I had to offer a proper inducement. I know nothing of the sort. If she thought too long on her lost spectrometers, she'd haul off and hit him on his elegant nose. And you might have asked, and you would have refused. Precisely. He must have read her silent retort, for he chuckled. Would this facilitate a step in renewing our accord? With a lightning-quick move, he flicked his wrist, and the light caught on his hand. And her spectrometers. Holly's pain ebbed with a surge of joy. She plucked her precious invention from his outstretched hand and held them carefully against her breast. How? Fangs flashing in the lamplight, he chuckled again. Easy pickings for a former fine wirer. His warm gaze was a caress. Come now, Petal mine. Did you honestly believe I'd let that sluggard have your clever little device? Yes. Yes, she had. Holly refused to thank him, not when he'd deliberately teased her, drawing out her suffering over the loss of her invention. She tucked the spectrometers away, then pinned him with a look. You needled me on purpose. His inane grin returned. Of course, I've such fun doing so. He leaned in closer. When he spoke, his voice was low, intimate. Someday you'll learn to trust me, Evernight. Who is Alamat? He winced, looking for all the world like a youth caught out. Then his expression turned inward. Not who, but what. Alamat was a citadel, and the place where the world's first known assassins lived and trained. In the dim coachlight, Thorne's eyes shone like stars of platinum and onyx. For our purposes, however, the Alamat refers to a band of assassins, named in the Citadel's honour. They started out as Nex assassins, but the Nex could not control them. Now they are mercenaries, and work for the Nex, or those sympathetic to their cause. Holly glanced at his arm, which rested so benignly against his thigh now. Your tattoo? Slowly he nodded. I am Alamat. You? His attention darted to her face. What? You don't believe I am capable? Of murder? Yes. But a cold and calculating assassin? A hunter needs patience, something you have yet to display. An ironic smile flitted over his mouth, but he was pale with sweat blooming at his temple. I recall having far better patience before I ran afoul of you, love. She resisted the urge to pinch him, only just, and, because he was an arse, she couldn't help her retort. You are also rather flamboyant, both in appearance and in nature, hardly the sort to blend in with a crowd. Oh, I see, he drawled. You imagine an assassin as some silent, brooding bloke who slips about like shadows in the dark. His upper lip curled, revealing a bit of fang. Upon entering a public room, who do the wary most focus on first? Who do they instantly fear? It is the dour wallflower hiding back in some corner, not the jolly gent making merry with a flock of doves. Well, all right, he had a point. From under slanting brows, his dark gaze bore into her. A word of advice, Miss Evernight. The devil wears many hats. Believing in appearances, whether pretty ones or ugly ones, could find you skewered. Chapter 21. It was fortunate the coach ride was short, for Holly could no longer pretend that she was well. She did not wait for Thorn or the driver, but opened the door and hopped down. That she managed not to wince was but a small victory. Unfortunately, she only took a few steps before Thorn's hand wrapped about her upper arm, and he whipped her around. The move was quick, but he handled her as if she were blown glass. Frowning, his gaze darted over her. "I smell blood. Fresh blood." Without pause, he flipped open the overcoat she wore. A sharp hiss shot through his teeth as he spotted the widening bloodstain upon her side. "Why didn't you tell me?" Holly winced at the sharp tone. She was not feeling her best and wanted to lie down. "What good would it have done? You couldn't have helped me in the coach." "Stubborn, insensible woman." Thorn bent down and swung her into his arms. Holly bit back a whimper. His scowl was ferocious as he marched them up the stairs and through the door held open by Felix. "She's hurt." Thorn did not pause as he headed for the main stair. "Raptor claw wounds." Thorn's tone stated emphatically that he expected Felix to know what he needed and to provide it immediately, which, of course, Felix did and would. Holly, however, held up a hand. "Wait!" "What?" Nostrils flaring, brows drawn together, Thorn appeared capable of mayhem. She let her head rest upon his shoulder. "Go to the glasshouse laboratory. I have supplies and ointments there." And it would be warm there, so much warmer than she currently felt. Thorn all but ran them to the glasshouse. Humid heat surrounded her like a soothing fog as they entered. He set her down on the large wrought-iron chaise she liked to use for contemplation. Giant palms swayed overhead, and the air smelled of soil and greenery. Thorn's pinched expression came into view as he hunched over her and began slicing her bodice with his claws. Though quick, his care was evident. He wouldn't cut her. Even so, when he sliced away her corset with a flick of his wrist, Holly swatted out to stop him. "Get your blasted hand out of the way, Evernight!" His brows snapped together, and he grabbed her hand and gently held it down. "Do you want me to accidentally cut you?" Holly struggled, ignoring the pain shooting up her side. "You're not leaving me unclothed and laying here!" As if smacked, his head reared back, and he blinked down at her as though she'd gone daft. "I need to see your wound to clean and dress it, you balmy bird." Holly scowled. "Then cut away the material at my side, you oaf, and keep your hands off my chemise." Bad enough that was all that covered her torso now. She needn't look to know the fine linen was nearly transparent. Thorn, however, kept his gaze upon her face. Storm clouds gathered on his. "My dear, I can well understand how you might have the impression that I care for nothing more than fucking and feeding, but you must have cracked your nut if you think that I'd take advantage of you now." Holly winced and looked away. All right, so she was a bit sensitive. Perhaps she wasn't thinking very clearly at all. She started to tremble, her eyes smarting, when the soft folds of a blanket settled over her shoulders and right side. It felt lovely, and her eyes closed as she heard her chemise rip and felt small tugs as he pulled the ruined garment free. "Satan's balls," he ground out, as his fingers lightly touched her battered flesh. "At least she raked you over the ribs," which was a blessing. Had the demon hit her softer flesh, she might have been eviscerated, and they both knew as much. Felix bustled in with hot water and clothes. He frowned down at Holly. "Been playing with demons, miss?" Holly's snort turned into a groan as Thorn pressed a hot cloth to her side. "I don't believe she appreciated my definition of play, Felix," she said. At her side, Thorn was bent over, his face close to her skin as he cleaned the wounds. "Sod it all, you are shredded." He pressed a hand on her belly, holding her in place, and such was her awareness that each of his fingertips seemed to burn into her skin. It will need stitching, which I am abysmal at doing with any neatness. Holly almost smiled at his put-out tone, save she was feeling rather foul. Felix went to the long counter running down the centre of the room. Several workstations were set up along it, each with a different purpose and experiment. Felix extracted a black glass bottle with white wings etched upon it.
This will help.
Felix tried to hand him the bottle, but Thorn eyed it as if it were poison.
What is it?
Before receiving an answer, Thorn snatched it up and pulled out the stopper. His nostrils flared as he sniffed.
This is Jack's blood.
She huffed out a small laugh and immediately regretted it as pain lanced her side. You can recognize the scent of Jack's blood, but not the fact that I was bleeding all over the coach. I drank from you. The scent of your blood has been haunting me ever since. The set of his mouth turned mulish.
I thought I was imagining things.
Oh.
She would not flush.
Never mind the fact that you're covered in rotten-smelling raptor blood. He studied the bottle one moment more, then black eyes glared down at her in accusation.
How did you get this?
Oh, that's rich. Accusations coming from the likes of you. Despite this truth, Thorn did not flinch, and her ire grew. You needn't look at me as though I'm a thief. One of Thorn's brows rose eloquently, and she rolled her eyes.
He gave it to me.
The brow did not lower.
Gave it to you?
Jack Tallant was notoriously reticent about letting anyone near his blood, for good reason. Demons had captured and tortured him for it, as it had incredible powers. The one that interested her was its ability to heal. He felt he owed it to me. For Amoros had been after Jack when he'd taken Holly. I refused, but Jack wanted me to use some for research as well.
Why the bloody hell would he desire that?
Thorn appeared incredulous, but he'd reached for a rag and poured a bit of the bottle's contents upon it. The liquid was reddish-black and viscous. It may not occur to you, Mr. Thorn, but Jack would gladly sacrifice a bit of his blood if the result helps his fellow regulators who have been wounded in the field. He wanted me to see if there isn't a way to replicate the healing properties for use in a healing balm. Thorn frowned as he dabbed at her wounds. Instantly her flesh began to heat and tingle. He made a noise of wonder and poured a bit more blood directly onto her skin.
You won't even need bindings in a few moments.
Then he glanced at her.
You believe that Nex agents do not look out for each other?
Do they? The Nex had abandoned him to Amoros, and yet Thorn had come after her, as if she was somehow accountable where they were not. Wiping her as clean as he could, Thorn then dropped the rag and sat back on his haunches. His expression was inscrutable, his eyes dark and striking against the white of his flowing hair.
I betrayed them,
he said, answering her unspoken accusation. You helped an old friend in need. Thorn blinked.
Aye, he said slowly. I did.
Do you regret helping Jack? Thorn's head bent as if he'd lost the strength to hold it up.
No.
Holly rested her hand on top of his. Tell me more about the Alamut.
We don't speak of us.
Most never hear our name, and if they see us,
it is their last sight.
You never let anyone live, Holly said dully.
How could they,
when they were the ghosts of the underworld? The SOS hadn't even heard of them. Thorn nodded, then pinched the thin bridge of his nose.
We certainly don't vow to protect our target, nor take up residence in their houses, unless the ultimate goal is disposal.
He laughed darkly.
Though, what is one more broken rule?
Holly blanched. and he caught the sight. His mouth canted on a smile. "Still doubt your safety with me, love?" "No," she said with feeling. "Only, what shall happen to you once this—" she waved a hand between them— "is over and done with?" Thorn's expression went cold and tight. "Worried? Over me? I can't quite believe it." "Stop it!" Holly frowned. "Answer the question." He sighed. "The pertinent point of discussion is that the Alamut has no set number or leader. They rule by consensus vote. To fight them is like slashing at the heads of a hydra. Cut one down, dozens more take its place. Once hired out, the Alamut stop at nothing." "How heartening." Holly traced the pattern on the throw before meeting his eyes again. "What shall we do?" "Just as we've always planned. Convince them that you are no longer a desirable target." When she scowled, he gave her a half-hearted smile. It did not help. The base of Holly's spine went cold. "It does not sound as though they'll agree to your way of thinking." "Ah, Petal, both of us are fighting an uphill battle, are we not?" The hopelessness that deepened his voice was new, frightening, but then he glanced over his shoulder, preventing her from saying anything further. In a fluid move, he rose to his feet just as Nan bustled in, tutting and cooing under her breath, and holding out a thick flannel nightgown.
"There now, lass," she said, coming close. "You're home, safe and sound."
Holly could have sworn she heard Thorn snort, but did not meet his gaze. Nan sat on the edge of the settee and touched Holly's rapidly healing skin with careful fingertips.
"A bit pink and puffy, but you'll do. Here then, let's get you into this and settled down for the night."
Thorn pivoted on his heel and gave them his back, making it equally clear that he would not simply leave. Nan frowned at him, but then quickly eased the soft gown over Holly's head. As Holly slipped her arms through the sleeves, Nan took off her muddy skirt and boots and put thick woolen stockings on her feet.
"There now," Nan announced. "A good cup of tea and some hot cross buns, and you'll be right as rain."
At that, Thorn turned back around and, without asking, bent down and scooped Holly up. She hadn't been carried around in such a manner since she'd been in pinafores. The desire to snuggle against Thorn's hard chest was alarming, and unwise. "I can walk, you realize," she found herself snapping. He didn't even look at her. "If only you'd lost use of your mouth." "Touché, Mr. Thorn." Holly stayed his movements with the touch of a hand upon his chest. "Don't take me up to bed." An unfortunate choice of words that had her grimacing. "I'm too wound up to sleep." He frowned. "You need rest." "Then I will take it here." With her chin, she pointed towards the shadowed end of the glasshouse, where clusters of potted orange trees bore their summer fruit. "There's a little salon arrangement over there." She gave his dubious visage a ghost of a smile. "My parents love the scent of growing things, and spend an admittedly inordinate amount of time out here when in residence." "All right," he answered slowly before his jaw firmed up again. "But if you think I'm leaving you alone, you had better have your head examined." Holly found the idea of Thorn staying by her side far too comforting. The far end of the glass house boasted a small area set up with 2 long davenports made of carved teak and padded with linen-covered pillows. Holly's parents had imported the set from the Polynesian islands, and they weathered the humid environment just fine. After Thorn deposited her on one couch, he settled down in the couch catty-cornered to hers. A maid brought in tea and sweet buns for Holly, and a pot of chocolate for Thorn. And there they stayed, their heads close together due to the placement of the couches, while drinking their tea and chocolate and talking of nothing in particular. At some point it began to rain, filling the cavernous space with the rhythmic sound of tapping and making the thousands of glass panes fog over. You had a happy childhood, didn't you, Evernight? Holly stirred from her lethargy and stared up at the painted white iron lattice that divided the windows. Yes, she said. Yes, I did. Only... She paused and worried her lip, not wanting to continue. Only what? Thorn prompted quietly. Well, it sounds rather petulant when I think to give voice to it now. If you believe one thing about me, Evernight, Thorn said with a dry laugh, it's that I will not judge you for petulance, either real or perceived. Her lips twitched with a repressed smile. All right. I was raised with love, surrounded by it, supported and nurtured, and yet, despite the fact that I am not the only inventor in my family, nor the only scientist, I've always felt rather apart from everyone, which is utterly nonsensical. Evernight, Thorn cut in. You think too much. That is your problem. Whereas you think too little, Mr. Thorn. Why, yes, actually. Far from sounding put out, it was almost as if he were pleased with her observation. Not thinking too deeply about anything is precisely what I do. The past, the future, those are dark places full of possible hurts. Stick to the moment is what I say. Concentrate on the here and now and everything's safe as houses. Holly did not miss the slight sarcasm in his tone, as if he knew it was an illusion, but one best kept. Surprisingly, she understood the sentiment. Hadn't she done much the same this past year, focusing on the present and literally cosseting herself up behind brick and mortar so that a dangerous world could not get in? Thorn? Holly cleared her throat. I want to... That is, I apologize for how I spoke to you. Before, after we... It was hard, getting the words out, but she'd delayed in saying them for far too long. I don't find you disgusting, not remotely. I admire you a great deal. The silence from Thorn's corner took on a tangible substance. Holly could feel it, feel him listening to her. Your joy for life, the way you look at the world, those things do have meaning. She cleared her throat again, her skin growing too tight for comfort. You are brave and loyal. He made a low sound, half pained, half protesting. Holly spoke over it. If she didn't say this now, she might lose her courage. You are, William. You risked your life for Jack, and suffered greatly for it, yet I've never heard you speak ill of him. You risk your life for me now, even though I've done nothing to deserve that loyalty. For she hadn't found him a cure. She was beginning to think that she couldn't, and the very thought terrified her. Thorn's deep voice seemed to touch at her ear. You know that is not true. When I am nothing but shadow, you are the light that guides me back. The Davenport creaked as Thorn adjusted his position, as though he were as uncomfortable as she was with showing finer feelings. No one has cared for me, looked out for my well-being and comfort, until you. He made an abortive attempt at a laugh. Hell, Evernight, you know quite well that if it weren't for you, I'd be a raving beast right now. A flush of frustration swelled within her breast. That is little more than me being self-serving. And I could say the same. His usually smooth voice turned rough. But I think we both know that our motives are no longer what they were. No, they weren't. She cared about him, to a frightening degree. But she needed him to understand, and did not know how to explain herself. I can take a dirigible apart, down to its gears and screws, but when it comes to interacting with others, Face burning, she shut her mouth. I know, Petal. Thorn said, and even though you possess, slightly maladroit social skills, that does not negate your kinder actions. Holly snorted at maladroit, but then sighed. Well, I've mocked up this apology to be sure. She worried the corner of her lip with her teeth before blurting out, Will you accept it? Believe that I think highly of you. Though he made not a sound, she could almost feel his amusement. His tone certainly conveyed it, husky as it was. Yes, love, I accept. He paused before adding softly, Thank you. Holly nodded, feeling a weight lift off her even though she still felt awkward about the entire exchange. Then Thorn, who never could stay put for very long, rolled to his side to spy at her from his spot on the other couch. Though she could only see him in the periphery of her vision, she could feel his study of her like a caress upon her cheek. Finally, when she could take it no longer, she turned to her side as well. What is it? She wondered if he'd been worrying yet again about her wound. She'd insisted several times now that it was completely healed. Such was the power of Jack Tallant's blood. She'd even revived enough to give Thorn a punch of power to stave off the ever-encroaching platinum upon his flesh, though he'd protested vehemently about saving her strength before she'd simply reached out and grabbed his hand and done the deed. How old are you, Evernight? Thorn's expression was relaxed, almost happy, as though he enjoyed lounging about with her on these old Davenports beneath the glass ceiling. 23. A babe. She refrained from rolling her eyes. And you? Don't tell me your white hair is a sign of advanced age, for I won't believe you. Amusement lit his eyes. 27. This time she both rolled her eyes and snorted. So very ancient, I bow to your advanced age and experience. Now, Evernight. He flicked the tip of her nose lightly with his finger. I might not be much older, but my experience is by far superior. In that you can trust. No, she would not laugh. She pressed her lips together. Why did you ask about my age? He began to grin, a slow, impish smile that broke like the dawn over his features. Well, he reached out to her. It's simply that... His fingers threaded through her tumbled locks, sending a shiver down her spine. Then he plucked a hair and she yelped. I do believe I've found a grey hair. He looked positively gleeful about it. You have not, she exclaimed. Give it here and let me see. She reached for the strand, but he held his hand aloft. I will not. It's mine. I found it. How positively infantile. Found it, my Aunt Frances. She attempted to grab it again, only to have him leap from the couch and dance away, keeping it high above his head. Holly got up as well, coming after him. You plucked it from my head. That is theft at best. Thorn burst out laughing, tilting his head back with it. Theft. I like that. Very well, then. He crammed the strand in his trouser pocket, still laughing. I am a thief, but you aren't getting it back. You don't believe I will take it from there? In a blink, Thorn's gaze turned molten. Oh, please do, he said thickly. I beg of you, go digging around in my trousers. Snake! She wanted to hit his head or dig about in his trousers. Each was equally tempting. His grin returned. Trouser snake, you mean? Holly did not want to know what he meant, but she did, and heat invaded her face. You really are the most coarse, vile... Handsome, he supplied with a wag of his brows. Charming. Annoying, she said with emphasis. The most annoying man I've ever met. In a flash, he wrapped an arm about her waist and pulled her against him. Ah, but you like me all the same. Pressed as she was to his body, she felt the rising bulge of his cock and the increased rate of his breathing as they stared at each other. Beneath her open palm, his heart whirred and clicked. Yes, she did like him. Heaven help her, she liked him too well. The air grew too close, too humid, and she found it hard to breathe. This was Thorne, the man who viewed relations as a quick release. Did he really? Did it matter? She'd not test the theory, not when she had to live with him for the foreseeable future. With effort, she pulled back, but he tightened his hold with a low, complaining growl rumbling deep within his throat. They paused again, Holly gaping up at him, his dark brows knitted. He seemed almost confused by his reaction, and hers. "I am tired," she said, past her tongue that felt too thick. "I want to turn in." Holly pushed at the solid strength of his chest. "Let me go, Thorne." For a moment, she wondered if he'd heard her, for his scowl did not alter. Then his arms fell to his sides, and he took a deliberate step back. He said not a word, but simply watched her go. Alone in her dressing room, Holly thought not of Thorne as she peered into the mirror, running a careful hand through her hair. Just behind her left ear, she found another shining strand gleaming against the black locks. Holly's heart pounded as she reached up and plucked it free. Wincing, she kept hold of the strand and went to her room, where her microscope waited on her desk. But she did not need the scope to know. She could feel the truth clutching her heart with cold hands. Setting the strand of hair beneath the lens, Holly confirmed her suspicions, and a tendril of fear snaked down her spine. It was not a grey hair at all. It was pure platinum. Chapter 22. Will's blood was still up as he went to his rooms. He'd teased Holly too far tonight, and not far enough, for she hadn't cracked the way he yearned for her to do. Perhaps he should have simply kissed her, but he wanted her capitulation. He wanted her to want him, yet she remained steadfast in her determination to keep him at a distance. But that was not what truly bothered him now. No, it was her grey hair, the one resting heavy as a ballast stone in his pocket. Will caught sight of himself in the mirror above the mantel, and winced at the smear of blood on his shirt. It wasn't Holly's, but the tainted, foul blood of the raptor that had tried to kill her. It upset him down to his marrow. Women had flitted through his life, bright and brilliant as butterflies. Here one moment, gone the next. He'd loved them, enjoyed their company, but breathed a sigh of contentment when they'd gone. One could only interact with another for so long before it became tedium. A hard tup, a good laugh, a warm body to hang onto his arm when he went to the theatre. That was what a woman meant to him. Holly was none of those things. Oh, he wanted to tup her, and she made him laugh, and he'd love to take her to the theatre, if only to hear her opinions. But she did not flit, and he did not want her to go. She was weightier than anyone he'd known before. Her being had a substance that stuck to him, which made him all the more irritable. Apparently he had nothing, not even the novelty of sex to offer her, only his protection, and once that ended, they'd part ways. Hell's bells, but she'd made that perfectly clear. Will turned away from his reflection and took the long skein of silvery hair out of his pocket. 2 feet long, if an inch. The lone hair danced and glimmered like a gossamer thread. But it was not fragile. He pulled on it just to test. No, it was strong as steel. Or platinum. Will's heart began to churn out a hard pace. Reaching up, he found a similar shining thread hiding out with his natural white hairs. He plucked the platinum strand free and held the two hairs side by side. Identical to Holly's. The heaviness in his chest grew as he entwined the threads, his and hers, together. Will wound the hairs around his ring finger, over and over, until they made a band. He tied it off in an unbreakable knot, and then curled his fingers into a fist. The ring of platinum bit into his skin. Dread filled him. He could not think of a single harmless or natural reason for Holly to be growing platinum hair. Worse, Will had no clue in hell as to how he could protect her from the Alamet, a group that never went back on a contract, a group whose very honour rode upon finishing the job properly. When morning came, Will could barely wait to see Evernight. He found her in her room, perched upon her settee. A tea tray, holding 2 pots, was on the table before her. Will knew one pot contained his chocolate. The sight of her pouring him a cup as he strode towards her filled him with an almost rabid sense of satisfaction. His chest swelled with it. He wanted to swoop down, claim her mouth, devour it before he drank his cup of chocolate in one gulp, then crawl on top of her and shove himself into her, like a brute. So great was his distraction that he almost missed the dagger peeking out from the folds of her gown. She surely hadn't seen it, or she wouldn't have sat almost on top of it. Not wanting to startle her, he came close and touched her shoulder before pointing out the dagger. "Careful now," he murmured when she stiffened upon seeing it. "Don't jostle it any more than you have. Ease to the side." Eyeing the thing as if it were a snake, she did as he requested, and slid to the very edge of the seat, pressing against the bolsters. The blade, though razor-sharp, had no sheen, but was nearly black. Etched in the blade was a tangle of thorns. It was a perfect replica of the dagger Darby had dropped. There was no message attached to it, not any that was visible, but with a sudden and cutting tightness in his gut, Will understood what was needed. He picked up the blade. It fit his palm, felt at home there. A shiver of pleasure ran down his spine. He forced his expression to neutral. "I don't suppose you'd agree to give a length of your petticoats up to the cause, would you?" She blinked at his odd request, her nose wrinkling in a way that spoke of a forthcoming interrogation. But then she promptly lifted up her skirt, revealing a pristine white petticoat of fine-spun cotton. That capitulation, the way she'd willingly exposed herself, was like a fist around his cock. He smothered a grunt of surprise and managed to keep his composure as she lifted a brow and looked at him to proceed. Being as careful as he could, Will cut a square of petticoat free with the knife. The section was as large as a piece of stationery. When he was done, he set it upon his thigh, and she leaned in. "What now?" she whispered, her ubiquitous curiosity high. He gave her a small smile. "Now the fun part." Before she could ask more, he sliced through his palm, quick and deep enough that blood welled up and dripped down in crimson splotches on the snowy white. Evernight made a noise of protest, reaching out to grab his hand, but her gaze strayed to the linen. There, where the blood pooled, a dark ruby glow began to emanate. Before their eyes the blood moved, wriggling and shaping itself, much like metal did for Evernight, but here it formed words. "William Halver Thorne and Hollis Penelope Evernight, your presence is required. Abbott Theatre, Box 12, at the dawn of the coming day." "Hollis?" he asked. Her smooth brow wrinkled. "After my grandfather, Eamon Hollis Evernight." "I suppose it could be worse," Will offered with a smile. "I could be calling you Eamon." The corners of her lips twitched. "Do you always deflect with jests?" Come now, love. Don't ask questions to which you know the answer. She made a noise that might have been a snort. The dawn of the coming day? She asked him, all business once more. Midnight. When she frowned, clearly dubious, he smiled faintly. To most of the underworld, the dawn of each day is midnight. Slowly she nodded, her attention on the words written in blood. We shall meet the Alamet. He nodded once. Unease sat heavy in his gut. Is it a trap, do you suppose? Worry creased the corners of her eyes. No. In this, Will was certain. Someone placed this dagger in your room. A cold shiver touched his metal heart. Had they wanted you dead now, you'd be so. And he'd be seeking vengeance this moment. One thing was for certain. He was never leaving her to sleep alone again. Evernight balked, but swallowed quickly. Why refrain from killing me now? That, Will said, is but one of the questions we'll seek an answer to tonight. Chapter 23. Holly dressed for the theatre with the slowness of one heading for the gallows. She did not want to face this. Old fear had her wanting to do nothing more than hide away in her laboratory. With a small curse, Holly tied a black satin ribbon around her neck, a necessary adornment as the 2 puncture marks from Thorn's fangs had yet to fade. Then she left the safety of her rooms. With his hair tied back in a low queue, Thorn looked younger, the handsome lines of his face striking, but he appeared no happier about the outing. They were silent as they headed to the theatre. At some point, he'd taken her hand in his, holding it with the casualness of long familiarity. Had he not touched her, she'd feel bereft. 23 years she'd gone through life without the need to hold on to another, and now the touch of this sanguis demon was essential to her. She was still frowning when they stopped a block away from the Abbot. Long lines of coaches and cabs clogged the street in an effort to pull up before the theatre. Thorn knocked upon the hack's ceiling, and it pulled over. We'll walk from here, he said, helping her down from the cab. Fine by her. Holly breathed in the acrid air of congested London, tasting the rot and coal on her tongue, and tried to relax. Around them people chatted, their heels clicking on the pavement as they bustled to and fro. Hawkers were calling out their wares, and the warm scent of roasted chestnuts drifted on a crisp breeze. Holly burrowed further into her thick velvet cloak and glanced up at Thorn, who stood unmoving and stiff. In the grey light of the evening, he appeared paler than usual, a platinum sheen glimmering along the surface of his skin, metal swarming through his blood. You're in pain? She cupped his cheek and found it cold, even through the barrier of her white silk evening gloves. Why did you not tell me? He flinched. What difference would it make? Because I want to know. Leave off with it, will you? Silence rang out in the aftermath of his harsh reply. Not meeting her eyes, he looked off in the direction they were headed, where men in top hats and women with intricate coiffures smiled as they walked through the Abbot's enormous front doors. I apologize, Holly. That was not... Clasping her elbow with care, he moved them out of the never-ending flood of people flowing past before speaking again. A silky white strand of his hair escaped its cue and brushed his collar as he shook his head. An aggrieved look tightened his features. Tonight, I must let you go. Keep my distance, for these men cannot see what you mean to me. Any weakness is assessed and preyed upon in an instant. I am your weakness. Guilt swamped her anew. And my strength. He took a step closer, and his warmth enveloped her in the cold night. I cannot know that either. Heart in her throat, she swallowed hard. I see.
Do you?
His thumbs slid over her knuckles, and she fought a shiver.
Do you understand how hard it is for me to let you go? His voice lowered. To even consider it.
Thorn's brows knitted as he peered down at her.
I need my wits about me, and though I am growing more adept at controlling myself, I fear that if I become too agitated, I shall fail tonight. Tell me, Miss Evernight, what shall we do?
We prepare you properly. She drew him into a shadowed corner and then opened her arms. Come here. He held back for just a breath, then he tugged her close until they were connected from breast to thigh. On a shudder, he rested his forehead against her crown. She cupped the nape of his neck and slid her other hand beneath his overcoat and under his suit jacket. The mad churning of his heart vibrated against her palm. Holly closed her eyes, trying to ignore the soft caress of his fingers along the small of her back, and let all of her power free. A groan of pleasure rumbled through him as he sagged against her, pressing them into the rough brick wall of the small nook. Warmth, light, calm. She felt it go through her and into him. But it wasn't enough. She knew it instinctively. He needed more than what her power could give him. Her mind flicked through possible solutions until it screeched to a halt on one. Blood. Holly eased back to tug down the ribbon upon her neck. When Thorn lifted his head and frowned, she arched her neck. Drink! Instantly he stiffened.
No, not from you.
Why? Her breasts lifted and fell against his chest with each agitated breath she took. He almost snarled, looming over her like a vexed angel.
I don't need it.
Stubborn, petulant. You are sanguis. Blood is nourishment, and you've been ignoring your basic nature. His mouth tightened, but his gaze lowered to her neck, and again his grip upon her flexed.
What if I take too much?
Holly caressed his chest, wanting so badly to soothe him. Did you not once tell me that to withdraw out of fear is to die by degrees? You are sanguis, she insisted, fully grown. You know how to do this without harm. So take it. Take what you need to give yourself strength. She huffed out a breath when he simply stared. Do so now, or I'll cut myself open and pour the damn blood down your throat. He chuckled, but when she moved to pull free the knife tucked into her boot, he growled and grabbed hold of her nape. With blinding speed he struck, sinking his fangs in deep and clean. Sweet, sharp pain lanced down her neck, then turned to base heat as he started to suck. Each pull sent a stroke of sensation over her sex. Holly pressed her thighs together and tried to breathe through the lust coursing through her veins. She needn't have bothered. On the next breath he had set her free, backing off with a gasp. His colour was high and flush with health. That alone gave her satisfaction. Weakly she smiled at him. Very good. You have a few hours now, at the very least. The ground beneath her tilted drunkenly, and she leaned into the building. Thorn hadn't taken very much blood, she could tell. No, this weakness, this strange, heavy pain that seemed to push its way through her veins with cold hands, was something different. Metal. She could feel it invading her from the inside. Most worrisome. Holly shivered convulsively. He grabbed her upper arms and drew her closer. You are too pale. I should not have done this. Holly managed a deep breath. It is not the blood. I told you before. Using my power so quickly takes its toll. His expression turned pained. Holly, save your regrets. They won't help us here. She allowed herself a moment to rest against the wall before pushing away and wrenching free of his grip. Do not make my efforts for naught. Will used to love the theatre, loved drinking up the laughter, heat, and vibrancy of humans who attended it. The SOS bastards thought that because the Necks wanted to live out in the open, that they hated humans. Maybe some did, but not the Sanguis. Other supernaturals never truly understood how much the Sanguis loved humans. They were so wonderfully reactionary. Emotions ruled them. Logic only came upon them in hindsight, a convenient little fallback on which they tried to talk their way out of their actions. As emotions were, in essence, energy, a Sanguis could walk beside a human and simply soak it up. And a crowd of humans? Divine. Which was why Sanguis tended to haunt public houses, brothels, gaming hells, and the like. Anywhere one could find a guaranteed mass of emotionally charged humans. Theatres were his favourite haunt. The bawdier the better. Now, however, even the buzz of the humans gathering en masse did little to elevate his mood. Dread held on to Will with icy hands. No matter how he inwardly scolded himself, he could not shake free from the feeling. He hadn't lied when he'd told Holly that tonight's meeting with the Alamet wasn't a trap. He was Alamet, and though he'd forgotten the truth for a time, they certainly hadn't. An invitation to meet with them was expected. He could guess that they'd want to know why one of their own was protecting their mark. But to invite Holly? That was troubling. The whole situation bothered him. Why couldn't he remember the particulars? He was convinced his memory had been wiped clean, but he was starting to believe that it would be revealed tonight. The thought had his head aching, as though the lost memories were trying desperately to return. Grimly, he guided Holly to their box. The abbot, though not as flash as some others, was fine enough, with gilt touches, massive crystal chandeliers that hung from the high-domed ceiling. It rose 3 stories, with public balconies and private boxes ringing the stage. Their box was a small space with only 4 chairs available. It was empty when they arrived, and as Holly moved to the rail to peer out at the spectacle of patrons finding their places, Will thrust a chair under the door handle. It wouldn't hold any real threat out, but it would give him a bit of a warning. That done, he moved close to Holly. Cocooned inside the small box with its red damask walls and heavy velvet drapes framing their view of the stage, he felt a measure of calm. Unable to help himself, he placed his palm against the small of her back where indigo satin lay smooth and tight. She turned and looked up at him. Still too pale for his liking, she appeared to have calmed as well. All will be well. The words tasted like a lie on his tongue, and when the lights dimmed and the curtains lifted, Will sat close to Evernight and tried again to put away his dread. By his side she sat, enthralled by the bubbly musical that played out on the stage. But Will couldn't watch it. Holly had weakened herself for him, and though he understood her motives and agreed with them, it sickened him all the same. It was his duty to protect her, from all things, even from himself. Will rubbed at the cold spot of platinum that ran down his sternum. It ached, going in deep. He glanced at Holly. He had to leave her. When this was done, he had to get as far away from her as possible. She wouldn't protest, at any rate. The blasted woman couldn't have made that fact more clear. Anger, futile and pained, rolled within him. Sod all, he was finished with her. He'd had a life before this, one that he'd returned to with relish. She'd soon be a faint memory, one he'd look back on with the sort of wry fondness reserved for those awkward moments in one's life that eased with the passage of time. She'd be an anecdote he'd tell on some distant day, and his friends would have a chuckle over it with him. Will grimaced, pressing a hand to his chest again. Hell's bells, but he hurt there. No, He would not fall to melancholy. Holly Evernight had no hold on him, no longer. Then something extraordinary happened. She laughed. She'd done so before, when he'd first come into her house, a lifetime ago it seemed. He'd forgotten how utterly beautiful she was when she laughed, how utterly freely she did so. Her cheeks pinked with it, plumping up into soft curves. The corners of her fine blue eyes crinkled merrily. She was utterly without guile. It took his breath. His chest hitched, sweet, tight pain holding him captive. On the next breath, warmth invaded his body, and his heart, that cold metal contraption that he'd hated for so very long, heated. She'd made that heart, with her clever mind and quiet courage. He lived because of her. In that instant he knew. She was his heart. When life threatened to sweep him up in a tide of meaningless encounters, she grounded him, made him think about something other than his own selfish needs. What was he to do without her? Emotion rose up, clogging his throat, stinging the backs of his eyes. It was all he could do not to reach out and grab hold of her. His fists clenched so hard that his palms stung with the prick of his claws. Awareness stole over her that he was watching her instead of the show, making her shoulders tense, and she turned, the elegant wings of her black brows lifting in question. She leaned towards him, just a touch, and her intoxicating scent enveloped him. What is it? Searching for his voice, he could only shake his head, and her expression turned to concern. Lightly she touched the back of his hand. Thorn? Close. She was so very close, vivid and alive. She was colour and life, the glossy ink-black of her hair, the white velvet of her skin so stark against the blue of her gown, her pink lips parted in curious concern. At her throat, the black satin ribbon hid his mark. Will frowned at it, then up at her. When he spoke, his voice came out dry as sand. I cannot do this any more. Chapter 24. Thorn's confession rang clear as a bell in the small, dark space of their box. Pain lanced Holly through the belly. Did he wish to leave her? Cease his protection of her? Oddly, it was not the notion of being left unprotected that sent a bolt of ribald fear and sharp pain through her. Death she could face, could fight with wit and resolve. Being alone? Without him? Holly knew with the utter surety of finally solving a puzzle that the loss of him would devastate her. He'd become the brightest part of her. In a world of chaos, science gave her life meaning and focus. But William Thorn brought her joy, hope, the promise that each day would show something new and unexpected. How could she have missed it? Despite the laughter and music all around, silence thickened between them. He peered at her, his expression more intent and serious than she'd ever seen it, and she could only stare back, her eyes surely glazed. Do you understand? He whispered finally. They were sitting close enough that the smooth tenor of his voice rolled over her skin, and she shivered. No, she blurted out. Do you... Her breath caught, and she tried again. Do you mean to leave me? Tears prickled behind her lids, turning her vision watery. His gaze darted over her face, and then his stern countenance shifted to one of shocking tenderness. Never. It was a fierce declaration in the darkness. Slowly, with immeasurable care, he reached out and took hold of the end of the ribbon about her neck and pulled. The satin slipped free, and a shiver of pleasure licked over her skin as it slid down her breast and onto her lap. Thorn's dark gaze burned. I want you, Hollis Penelope Evernight. I can no longer pretend otherwise. His chair creaked as he leaned forward, closing the distance between them. The gentle press of his lips upon her neck had her eyes fluttering closed. On the very spot he'd taken her blood, he kissed her, as though she were fragile and something to be savoured. I would show you the world if you let me, he said against her skin. I would do anything just to see joy and wonder light up your lovely face. And she nearly sobbed. Again he kissed her, opening his mouth and sliding his tongue, oh so gently, along that tender spot. A strangled sound rose in her throat as heat licked down her body. Eyes watched them, censorious, curious, peering into their box as the show below went on. She ought to pull away, tell him to stop. Instead, her fingers threaded through his silken hair, pulling the strands free from their tight queue. A tremor rent through him, and he sighed, his heated breath warming her. If only you'd let me. Soft, seeking kisses made their way up her neck. Tell me. His lips grazed her jaw. Tell me you'll let me in. Her grasp tightened on his hair as she curled into him and rested her heated cheek against the cool crown of his head. William. The tips of his fingers cradled her cheek as he lifted his head and turned her face towards his. Beyond them, the crowd roared with laughter. A woman sang shrilly. Will's hand found the curve of her lower back, drawing her into him. His lips moved to the corner of her eye. A bundle of nerves must reside there, for she felt that gentle touch like a stamp pressing into her flesh. Happiness. It was a sigh in the dark, his voice softer than she'd ever heard it. Happiness? Holly tilted her head, trying to see him in the dusky light. What do you mean? Only his eyes, silver and gleaming with an internal glow, were visible. His words were a slow-moving tide. You thought I was smirking at you that day we topped. I was smiling, because you'd made me happy. Happiness. The SOS's disapproval, her fears, their troubles, what did any of it matter if she was without joy, without him? Moving as though through cotton wool, she reached out and tucked a lock of his hair back from his brow. Make me happy now, she whispered. His nostrils flared in a sharp, indrawn breath, and then he kissed her, an open, melting glide of his lips against hers. The world around her faded, and Holly shivered, a small whimper of want escaping her as she leaned into him, licked inside his mouth where he was hot and wet. Instantly, he canted his head and explored her with a quiet ferocity. And it felt so good, so bloody good, that her body went tight with heat. Against the fine linen of her chemise, her nipples grew hard, aching, and she pressed her breasts to his chest to relieve the pressure. He groaned, a low rumble of a sound, and slid his tongue in deeper. Her fingers trailed to his throat, where his pulse beat hard and fast. She wanted to sink to the floor, let him press into her, take her. A thunderous applause had her jumping, and Will jerking back. In a daze she stared at him. He stared back, his eyes wide and heated. Then he took a breath and laughed softly, as if at his own folly. But his smile slipped as his gaze turned distant. His light grip upon her turned hard. When he looked back to her, his expression was cold, controlled. They are here. Will had lost his head when he needed most to keep his wits. A mistake, and one harder to bear when his cock throbbed and strained against his trousers. Silently he cursed, and when he let Holly go, he tucked himself into what he hoped was a discreet appearance. Someone was coming for them. He could feel the presence walking up the theatre stairs, heading this way. That the man was being obvious about his arrival was a courtesy. Will took one last look at Holly, touched her cool cheek, the temptation of her kiss-puffed lips calling to him, and then stood and closed the box drapes. Once done, he pulled Holly up to him. She tucked her hand into his, where it belonged, and he gave her what he hoped was a reassuring squeeze before letting go. It felt like he'd lost his own limb. A moment later, a dark shadow moved through the door and reformed before them. Golden eyes shone in the near darkness. Will knew this man. They were colleagues, after all. Memories of short exchanges, a brusque word or two between them, returned with clarity. The man had been a shifter when last they'd met, and now he was a shadow crawler just as Will was, only made of gold. Will wanted to ask him about his alteration. He too had been taken by Amoros, had a clockwork heart forced into him. Did he suffer? Could he control the pain, the madness? It must be so, for the man was completely calm and in control. What had he done differently that Will had failed to understand? Was it the gold heart as opposed to platinum? But gold would have instantly killed Will's demon body. Lord Darby! Holly's voice, though low, cut through Will's musings and tugged him back to attention. Darby's stern gaze moved to her, and Will fought the impulse to pull Holly behind him. "Miss Evernight," Darby clipped out. "I did not expect you to recognize me." The accusation laden in that statement was not lost on Will, nor Holly. Her brow furrowed. "I remember everything." Darby blinked, his frame going utterly stiff. "Unfortunately, so do I." Only then did he look at Will. "They're waiting." Darby turned to go, but Will stayed put. When the man noticed, he paused, frowning at him over his shoulder. "I'll have blood passage for Miss Evernight." It was not a request. Darby's aristocratic brow lifted. Will had perfected that look when he was in short pants, and returned it with measure. Abruptly, Darby turned and held out his wrist, while looking at Holly. "Your hand, Miss Evernight," he said shortly. Holly glanced at Will, and he gave her a nod of encouragement. "It's all right." Though in truth, a part of him hated seeing her extend her vulnerable and fragile arm towards Darby. But it had to be done. When Darby clasped her forearm, placing their wrists side by side, Will stepped forward and, using the tip of his claw, quickly punctured their skin. Holly flinched, but Darby simply kept his eyes on her. Blood welled and mixed. Will punctured his wrist then, and let his blood drip into theirs. "Miss Evernight," Darby stated, "you are under my protection and that of William Thorne's until our meeting is concluded." A sizzle rent the air as their combined blood bubbled and dissipated upon the pact. With that, Darby let Holly go as though she were diseased. Will understood his resentment. Hell, he had lived with the same, but he did not like it. Not when they were going to the Alamet. Darby took them to the theatre's basement. There, amongst the sewage pipes and building supports, a door lay hidden in the brick wall. Another memory surged, and Will knew precisely what brick Darby needed to push to open it. Through the door lay a tunnel to one of their meeting rooms. "More tunnels," Holly murmured under her breath. Fighting a smile, Will touched the small of her back to urge her forward. The tips of his fingers burned with the need to hold on to her, but he let his hand fall. Standing in a semicircle within the barren stone chamber deep beneath London, 10 men waited for them. Torchlight flickered over their still forms. They wore hooded cloaks to hide their faces, but Will felt their stares. With the inclusion of he and Darby, there were 12 men. always 12. Never more when having a formal meeting, which meant they hadn't yet excommunicated Will. Though he did not know the outcome of this meeting, and though he'd sacrifice himself to protect Holly, the sight of the men eased something within him. This was his world. Thorn. They spoke as one. Will extended his arm and then brought it up to his face as though he held a sword before him. With practised ease he bowed. Alamut. At his side, Holly stood rigid and watchful, and Will sensed the attention of the room shifting to her. He brought it back to him. I request that the contract upon Holly Evernight be voided. I am willing to pay both for it and for reparations. Darby's stone expression did not alter. We do not go back on our word. Yes, Will had rather feared that answer, for their word was their bond. However, a small, evil smile formed on Darby's lips. There are no rules against the contractor withdrawing his request, with, Darby added, reparations for our trouble. Trepidation lay heavy in Will's gut. Right then, give me a name. A grumble went through the room. Names were never revealed. A member was contacted, and that member would be in charge of disposal or, if it was his wish, assigning another man onto the job. As Darby spoke for the group now, he must be the one responsible for Holly's contract, and yet he'd obviously sent Will to do the deed. After all the others had failed, Will did not feel an ounce of regret for his fallen comrades. Their world held no room for tender emotions. What I do not understand, Darby said, is why you seek to protect Miss Evernight. That is my business. Is it? Darby glanced about as if gauging the other's level of disbelief. A futile exercise as the group did not display emotion. Golden eyes met Will's. Darby shrugged. I suppose it is, though I cannot say I understand. A name. Darby's gaze bore into his. William Thorn. Silence was a slap. Will flinched, not understanding, yet filled with a sick, twisted dread. Given that you started this, Darby went on, wasted our time, men, and resources, reparations will be high. A high-pitched ringing sounded in Will's ears. He'd requested the contract on Holly. His skin grew too tight. He couldn't turn to the woman at his side. He'd be ill if he looked upon her face just now. You are remembering now, aren't you? Darby said softly. How you escaped Jack Tallant's house to find me, to demand that Holly Evernight be destroyed for what she'd done to you. Darby's gaze flicked up to Holly, who stood just behind Will. And to me. He'd killed a woman then as well. A blood whore provided for him, drank her dry before putting down the blunt to end Evernight. He'd been so angry then, full of rage and revenge. He'd sought the only recourse he could, to have them kill her, his brothers in death. You did not send me to kill Evernight, Will said to Darby, his heart chugging painfully, nor alter my memories. The man's golden brows wrinkled. Why would I? You'd paid your fellow animate to do the job. He gave Will a reproachful look. And what do you do in exchange for our help? Defend the bloody woman. He shook his head as if disgusted. You must know you are no longer fit to be one of us. Yes. Will knew what was coming. He had regrets. Things that he still wished to do, but it did not matter in the greater scheme of things. Holly would be safe, and his pain would end. There was that. Jack Tallant has access to my funds. Tell him I went to visit Nicky, and he'll give you what you need." Nicky had been Jack and Will's childhood friend, dead 11 years now. Would Jack mourn Will? Will hated that he hoped so, that he wanted someone to remember him. Though Holly had not moved nor said a word in this time, she sucked in an audible breath then, as if she realized what Will was saying and what would soon occur. As much as Will wanted to turn to her, tell her what she meant to him, he would not endanger her by showing tender sentiment here. Darby stepped forward, his expression smooth as paper. "You're ready, then?" Will tugged his collar, exposing his neck. "Aye, let it be done." "Stop!" Holly grabbed hold of his elbow, and her dark eyes were wild with panic. "Do you mean to let them kill you? Is that what all this double talk is about?" "Holly," Will began. "Your interference is not appreciated, Miss Evernight," Darby cut in. "Neither is yours," Holly snapped back, before looking up at Will. "Tell me that is not what I am hearing." Gently he touched her arm. If he held her closer, he feared he wouldn't be able to let go. "I cannot." Darby's bored tone cut between them again. "Let us proceed." "Do not try my patience," Holly growled at him. Darby laughed. "My dear woman, you take on a room full of trained assassins just so that you can uselessly plead for your lover. How very foolish of you." "I've killed enough of your lot before," Holly said. "I don't see how this would differ." Will inwardly cursed, and another ripple of discontent went through the men in the room. Darby's eyes were cold when he spoke. "Yes, but you do not have your little gadgets to save you now." Holly's stubborn chin lifted a touch. "It is a mistake to assume I need them." "Enough." Will pushed past her. "Stop bickering with the woman, Darby, and do your duty." "Will!" Holly moved to grab him, but two men stepped in and held her back. That they were firm but not rough was the only thing stopping Will from attacking. As it was, his heart ached. "Leave off, Evernight," he forced himself to say before turning his back on her. "This is utterly ridiculous, bloody stupid male posturing." "Your jacket," Darby said, above Holly's ribald protests. Will removed it. His knees only shook a little as he knelt before Darby. "You cannot do this," Holly shouted. "I won't be held responsible." Her protests cut off as someone put a hand over her mouth. Will's body shook. He wanted to go to her, comfort her, but stayed the course. A member grabbed hold of a torch and brought it over. Darby grabbed hold of Will's arm and wrenched his sleeve back, exposing the tattoo of the Alamet dagger. Stoic and calm, Darby thrust his own hand into the torch fire. It glowed molten gold. When his nostrils flared and his hand glowed a brilliant yellow, he removed it from the flames and grasped Will's arm. Agony exploded at the point of contact. Will ground his teeth, his fangs dropping low and drawing blood. The heated gold of Darby's hand, poisonous to Will, ate at his flesh, burning it up in a way simple fire could not. The foul stench of burning demon flesh invaded his nostrils and had him gagging. A sweat broke over him as he panted and hissed through the pain. And then Darby's hand was gone. But the pain remained. Trembling, Will swallowed hard and found his voice. "The other one." His next tattoo. "Take it as well." He'd go to his creator without the taint of that mark upon him. Darby did not blink. "Very well." Again he heated his hand in the flame. The second burn was worse. Will shivered, pain a pickaxe to his skin, a scrape over his bones. He fell forward as Darby released him. Head bent and neck exposed, Will cradled his ruined arms to his chest and waited for the death blow. Cool air caressed his skin. "Get up," Darby said, "and get out." Chapter 25. Agony flared from Will's arms to the point where he actively pleaded with his body to turn them from weak flesh to hard metal. Even so, it was a shock when his body obeyed, and the intense burn altered to the heavy weight of platinum. It took shockingly little effort to change back to flesh, healed now, his skin as smooth as a lad's. If only all things could be solved so quickly. He cupped Holly's elbow and hurried her along the darkened street, wanting, needing to have her safely indoors. Home. They needed to be home. "That seemed too easy," Holly murmured, breaking the silence. "Well, aside from what they did to you, that was... I'm not pleased with you, I'll have you know. You scared the devil out of me." Will ought not be amused. Even so, his brisk stride broke measure and he fought a small smile. "Noted." He frowned. "We were let go for a reason, but damned if I know what." Despite the urge to get to relative safety, he stopped and pressed a hand to his aching eyes. Holly stopped as well, standing by his side with quiet patience. It lanced his heart anew. "You haven't said a word about it," he said in a low voice, unable to look at her. She remained quiet, but her touch upon his arm was gentle, warm. He wanted to shrug her off or pull her closer. Will took a breath, self-disgust making the task difficult. "Will you not rail at me?" he asked into the silence. "Put me out of my misery at the very least." "William." Her voice, so clean and smooth, soothed his frazzled nerves. No one called him William, not since his mother. He hated the sound of his full name, snarled at anyone who dared use it. Save her. She made it something special, something just between them. He knew she wanted him to acknowledge her. How could he, when he'd done this thing to her? "Look at me," she commanded softly. It hurt, lifting his head to face her. He wanted to sink to his knees, wrap his arms about her narrow waist and beg her to never let him go. Instead, he merely held himself steady, waiting for the lash of her tongue. By the light of the moon, she was a study of pale cream and blue-grey. Her features were not tight with censure, but drawn with concern. "Do you expect me to be cross with you?" Though he did not deserve to touch her, he couldn't stop himself from clasping her upper arms and drawing her closer. "I am responsible for you being in danger. I asked for them to kill you." "Yes, and then you came to do the job yourself." She stared up at him, her expression bland as porridge. "Or do you not recall how we reconnected?" "Reconnected?" he repeated with a weak, humourless laugh. "Bloody hell, woman, how simple you make it all sound." "Because it is simple." "It is nothing of the sort," he ground out. "It makes me ill down to my marrow to think that my selfish ravings could have been responsible for your death." Her slim hands wrapped about his forearms, warming him even though he naturally burned hotter. "You had a valid reason for desiring it at the time. There is no valid reason for ordering the death of another." Only now, after all these years, did he believe it. He was utterly exhausted by death, wanted no part in dealing in it. He simply wanted to be with her. Her hand came up to cup his jaw, and the tip of her gloved thumb stroked his bottom lip. "Yesterday and tomorrow do not matter. Isn't that what you said?" Still frozen, he searched her face, wanting to answer but not finding the words. Her smile was wry. You see, I've been listening to you all along. The rest of the world can go to the devil. I will not regret a thing because I have you with me here and now. He hauled her against him and kissed her, hard, desperately. With both hands he gripped her hair and held her in place, his chest heaving as he kissed her again and again. When she simply opened her mouth to his, letting him in, his frantic need tempered, and he slowed, exploring her with greater care. Have you any idea? His mouth brushed over hers, his tongue slipping in between her lips to lick her depths, once, twice. How much I crave you. She stretched up to meet him, wrapping her arms about his neck, her fingers slipping into his hair. Tell me, she murmured before suckling his upper lip. Will cursed and held her tighter. Through the layers of fabric and bustle, he found the plump curve of her arse and grasped, lifting her high and pressing her back against the rough brick wall of a nearby building with his hips. I go to sleep to thoughts of your cunny. I want to lick those sweet lips, learn the taste of you with my tongue. She shuddered delicately, and it inflamed him. He canted his head, opened her mouth wider, thrusting his tongue deeper, in and out, as he ground his cock between her spread legs. He shuddered too, heat and need licking up his back. I ache to suckle the tender tips of your breasts, he whispered into her mouth, the heat of her panting breath and the slick warmth of her tongue inflaming him further. Just the tips, gently, oh so gently, tease and lick them until you're out of your head with wanting, until you're begging for me to fill you up. Well, Holly moaned, her fingers digging into the bunched muscles along his shoulders. A surge of lust hit him so hard that his knees went weak, and he ground himself against her, his cock throbbing with impatience. Bloody hell, how I want to come into you. With trembling fingers, he traced the edges of her mouth even as he kissed her. I remember, he said, with every waking breath. I remember how hot and tight you were around my cock, the way your quim milked me with sweet, firm tugs when you came. She whimpered, moving her hips as if begging for the same. Do you remember, Holly? He canted his hips, thrusting his cock up along her sex, the layers of clothing between them a maddening barrier. Does it haunt you the way it haunts me? Yes. She shivered, and her fingers plunged into his hair as if to keep him from leaving. Never. Yes. Close, so close. She would come in his arms, and then he'd take her home and start all over again. He didn't hear the threat, wasn't even aware of it until a hard hand grabbed the back of his neck and flung him into the opposite wall. Will's body slammed into it, sending bits of mortar and old brick flying. His brains sloshed in his skull, his fangs slicing into his bottom lip. Blood filled his mouth as red took over his vision. He struggled to rise, but the ground shook as though the very earth were breaking up beneath him. A shadowed figure loomed. You dare touch her, the man said, as if he had the right that Will had not. In an instant, Will launched himself at the man, his now metal fist smashing into a flesh-and-bone face. The man grunted, staggering. Not enough. Will fell upon the man, even as Holly screamed, shouting something. A blow caught him on the head, hard and far too strong. Will lashed out with his claws, only to be engulfed in flames. Brilliant orange and red, they surrounded him, eating at his clothes with fiery teeth. A violent wind blew over him, giving strength to the flames. He grabbed hold of the man beneath him, hauling him up by his lapels. Pale eyes glared in fury as the flames burned hotter. I'm a demon, Will pointed out. I bloody love the fire." He smashed his forehead into the bastard's nose. The man didn't flinch, nor lose his grip, but grinned, an evil gesture full of blood and menace. "Thanks for pointing that out." Before Will could throw another punch or tear the man's throat out with his fangs, a wall of ice engulfed him. Frozen, he fell to the side, 1,000 shards of agony spiking through him as he clattered upon the pavers and lay there, helpless and silent. "Thorn! Sin!" Now that flames weren't shooting up in the air, threatening to burn down the entire area, Holly picked her way over the broken pavement to the men upon the ground and promptly smacked the victor in the back of his thick head. "You bloody idiot!" "Ow!" Sin groused, rubbing the abused spot before he turned and stood. "And you're welcome." Holly put her hands upon her hips. "For what? Attacking an innocent man? Bloody hell and damnation! Unfreeze him!" She crouched beside Thorn, who lay encased in a thick layer of ice. His eyes were frozen open, wide and pained and enraged. "Now!" Sin's eyes narrowed as he shifted from one foot to the other. Around him, an irate wind swirled, picking up the flame-red ends of his hair. "He was going to tear my throat out." "Because you were trying to turn him into kindling. Now hurry up." Her hand settled on Thorn's ice-encrusted shoulder, not letting go even though the contact burned. "You're hurting him." Muttering, Sin took a breath and let his power surge. The air about Thorn misted as Sin melted the ice. The moment his face was free, Thorn let out a gurgling growl. Chunks of ice fell and splattered to the ground as slush as he tried to rise, staggering and falling back when he could not. Holly wrapped an arm about his shoulder. "Who is he?" Thorn and Sin spoke as one, then each glared at the other. "Will," Holly said, holding on to him harder than necessary, for she could feel his renewed attempts to attack. "This is my cousin, St. John Evernight. Sin, this is Mr. William Thorn, my friend." "Friend," Sin scoffed. "He had his hands all over you." "Some women," Thorn cut in snidely, "welcome that sort of thing." Tiny flames flickered in Sin's green eyes. He took a small step forward, his hands clenching. "Fancy another cool-down, Thorn?" Beneath Holly's hand, Thorn's body tensed, his fangs dropped down. "You only get one cheap shot, and yours is past. Next time, I'll take your head." "Oh, hush!" Holly snapped. "Both of you!" She caught Sin's gaze and held it. "Apologize to Mr. Thorn." Sin's nostrils flared. He appeared both younger than he really was, and capable of setting the entire alleyway to blazes, or destroying it in an earthquake. The ground gave an ominous rumble. "I realize you were trying to protect me, dearest," she said in a gentle tone, "but the fact remains that you attacked Mr. Thorn in error." At her side, Thorn began to shiver. He tried quite admirably to hide it, but she was close enough to notice. His clothes were soaking wet and falling off in burnt black tatters. She moved to pull off her cloak, intent on covering him, when his hand found her hip and gave it a warning squeeze. He would not show a weakness, even if it made him ill. Bloody stubborn man. Sin took another sharp breath, reluctance outlining his body and making his jaw clench. "I apologize." "No." He shook his head. "I cannot. You expect me to act politely when I hear my cousin crying out, when I see her being shoved against a wall." He pointed at her in accusation. You think I should wait? What if he'd had a knife? A bloody good point, Thorn said mildly. I would not have hesitated either. Sin's black brows rose in surprise, but a small smile curled over his lips. There, you see, he said to her. I see that you're both barbarians.
Bosh,
Sin said.
You do the same.
I'd have the sense, Holly retorted, to discern between a true attack and a... She trailed off with a flush. A bloody good kiss, Thorn supplied with cheek. Shoving away from him, Holly rose and wiped her hands upon her grimy skirts. I ought to have left you on ice. Thorn grunted and jumped to his feet. A graceful move, likely designed to convey that he was unaffected, but Holly did not miss the pinched corners of his mouth. You her man, then? Sin asked, his gaze raking over Thorn in assessment. Yes, Thorn said. No, Holly said. They eyed each other warily. He bloody better well be. Sin's brows rose in outrage. After the display I just witnessed. Holly took a step in his direction. You, sir, she poked his chest, are not my father, so kindly keep your own counsel on matters that are not your business.
Ah, said Thorn with a soft smile. There's the Evernight I know and love.
Chapter 26. St. John Evernight was an odd duck. Will settled back into the warmth of the massive davenport in Evernight House's library and let his arm brush against Holly's. After his having been turned into a demon ice block, she was far warmer than he, and his body eased in a dozen different ways. But he kept his focus on St. John, or Sin. With coal-black hair that ended, strangely enough, in red tips, and frost-green eyes, he was certainly striking, almost pretty in his handsomeness. Will recalled that his sisters were all beautiful in their own right, most especially the youngest, Miranda. A celebrated beauty, Lady Archer's portraits hung from shop windows. If one was so inclined, one could buy a postcard of her for a bob. But St. John hardly appeared capable of any real sin. The boy, and Will hated to acknowledge that he'd been felled by a boy, was no more than 19 or 20, tall and lanky, with the tenderness of youth softening his cheeks. Power radiated from him, almost unstable in its vibrations. Will had never encountered an elemental capable of controlling all the elements. More troubling, however, was the darkness that oozed out of the boy. He was no mere elemental. One blow from Will would have killed him otherwise. No, Sin was something heretofore unclassified. He would, Will concluded, make a most excellent jewel in the Nex's crown. The notion sat heavily within him. Before he'd have found an excuse to leave, go directly to headquarters, and make plans to arrange a meeting between Mr. Evernight and the council. But Will was free now, utterly and completely free from any and all obligation. Part of him felt buoyant, ready to laugh and dance about just for the fun of it. But the greater part of him worried. Alamut had let him go for a reason, and he knew very well that it had nothing to do with him. He didn't know for certain, but it almost felt as though they'd been paid to retreat. He simply could not come up with another scenario that explained their odd actions. But if that was so, then who'd paid them, and why? Beside him, Holly stirred. Again he fought the urge to gather her close and hide her away from everything. "Are you here to stay?" she asked. Will nearly shouted, "Yes, forever, always." But then he realized she was speaking to her cousin. The lad cleared his throat. No. I mean, I'll stay the night. It's late enough." He scratched at a spot just behind his ear. I came to find you because I have something to discuss with you, Hall. Green eyes turned to Will.
Alone?
Holly suppressed a sigh as the tension in the room expanded. Really, Sin's tact needed smoothing. I'm rather weary tonight, Holly said to Sin. So please dispense of the theatrics and say what you need to say. Sin shot to his feet and began to pace. Am I no longer granted a private audience with my own family? The hurt and irritation in Sin's voice was clear.
I'll go,
Thorne offered. It was kind of him. Right of him. No, she said. I need you here. She was unhinged in ways she couldn't yet analyse, but that much was true. She needed him close to her tonight or she'd go mad. Thorne's gaze went soft, then hot.
Then you shall have me.
Sin scoffed. Bloody perfect. Holly turned her attention back to him. I'm sorry, darling. If you'd rather speak to me alone tomorrow, we can do that. Sin paused, his mouth turning down at the corners. Were you hurt tonight? Are you well? I'm fine, only tired. And she was. Everyday exhaustion built within her, and that strange, pained weight grew within her flesh. Thorne squeezed her hand, but kept silent. With an awkward nod, Sin opened his mouth, but then closed it before sitting back upon the chair. It's about Eliza May. Holly went very still. She hadn't forgotten her lost cousin, but she had not told Sin about what had happened to her either. What do you know of Eliza? His green eyes narrowed, cat-like and glowing celadon green in the firelight. More than you, to be sure. Who, Thorne cut in, is Eliza May? A distant cousin, Holly answered. Came over from America last year. She met a bad end of sorts with a bunch of roughs. Aye, added Sin. And now she's with that sod Adam. Holly's brows lifted in surprise. And just how do you know this? Sin grew very interested in the damask pattern covering the chair. There are things I cannot say. Not, he hurried on, because I don't want to, but because I literally cannot. Sin. Holly grabbed his hand and squeezed it tight. Are you in trouble? Danger? I cannot think anything less when you say such things. Tell me that at the very least. He gave her a squeeze in return.
No, Hollyberry,
I'm not in danger, but Eliza is, and I need to help her. Thorne held up a hand as he leaned forward, his gaze cutting between Holly and Sin. Let me see if I have this straight. Adam, the creator of all the Gim, an immortal of unknown origin and unknown weaknesses, has absconded with your cousin, and you want to hunt him down and take her back? That is the short of it, Sin said tightly. Thorne snorted, running a hand through his flowing hair. Oh, well, that's bloody good. Good luck to you, lad. Holly shot him a quelling look before turning to Sin. How do you intend to help her? We need to... No, you, with your great big brain box, must figure out a way to contact Adam, to demand to see Eliza. Oh, bloody hell, Thorne bit out in exasperation. You want to draw her into this? Are you bamming me? The room heated at an alarming rate. Hush! Holly snapped, before sitting back with a huff. Why haven't you asked Daisy for help? She is your sister, and a Gim. Even if she wanted to, she'd be unable to call him. The Gim literally cannot call Adam forth unless it is to his benefit. Considering that I intend to take away his new prize, I don't think he'd come. Sin sighed. You, however, are an elemental, and I'm only asking for your help to call him forth. You think I can contact one of the most powerful known demons who just so happens to live in another plane of bloody existence? Holly laughed, but there was little humour in it. I'm inventive, not a miracle worker. Sin's mouth flattened to a thin line. But I was told that only you could. You have to, Holly. You simply do. Why must I? She rose to her feet, the fear in Sin's voice making her chest tighten. What aren't you telling me, Sinjin? He seemed to deflate. I made a blood vow to see her returned home. A blood vow. Which meant should he fail, he'd be the property of whoever he made the vow to. Thorn muttered under his breath, and Holly rather wanted to join him. Look, all I know is that it has to be you. Don't ask me for details, Sin said, because I can't tell you. No, I don't suppose you can. If the blood vow forbade him, he'd literally be unable to say a word. Who in the bloody hell had he made this vow to? And why? Holly had no way of knowing. It's for a good cause, isn't it? His expression was mulish, defiant, the little idiot. At what cost? Holly snapped, then sighed. All right, yes. I want to see Eliza home too. Sin's entire body seemed to sigh with relief. Thank you, Holly. Thorn, on the other hand, sat up straight. You are both balmy. You cannot make an enemy of Adam, who will never let you live. Thorn turned on her, his fangs extended and his eyes burning. After all we went through to keep you safe, you cannot do this. I won't let you. Holly had a great deal to say about what William Thorn could do with his grand edicts. He'd soon learn that he would not be ordering her about. But he'd suffered for her this night. He'd suffered due to her sins for a year. So she held her tongue for now and simply rested a hand upon his arm. I'm not doing anything at the moment, and we'll sort this out in the morning, she added when Sin voiced a protest. When this is through, Sinjin, we're going to have words, you and I. He glared back. Fine. Sin winced. There's more. Here we go. Thorn tossed up a hand in exasperation, and they both glared at him. Sin recovered first. Thorn's involved. Somehow. Thorn snapped to attention. The bloody hell! I don't know how, Sin explained. But that is... He grimaced, clearly fighting to find a way around the blasted blood vow. They know about him, and seem to find his presence here very... Shit! They approve. They've been pushing you two together. He'd broken out into a sweat and swayed until he braced himself against the arm of the chair. With a shaking hand, he wiped his brow. Oh, Sin. Holly ached that he'd bound himself for whatever reason, and that he could only feed her crumbs. Holly. His voice sounded weak and rough. They believe you and Thorn are the key. Chapter 27. I don't like it. Thorn strode into Holly's bedroom moments after her and slapped a hand upon the bedpost. The steel supports clanged at the hit. Nor I. Bone-tired, Holly pulled the pins from her hair. Her head ached and sat heavily upon her tender neck. Undeterred, Thorn raised an imperious brow. Times such as these, she could see the aristocrat he might have been. It is the height of insanity to antagonize Adam. More pins slipped from her hair. I agree. Then you'll refuse to help your cousin. Her hair ambled free of its bun in a curtain of relief. I didn't say that. Damn it, Holly! Thorn slapped the bedpost again. I cannot. Do you wonder? Holly said softly, for her head throbbed. Who talked Sin into a blood vow? Deflating a bit, Thorn glanced off towards the fire crackling in the grate. Yes, and I wonder. He looked at her with dark eyes. Nan tells me your family is related to the Fae. Nan and her tales, Holly muttered, annoyed, for she knew the cagey housekeeper would love nothing more than to scare Thorn off. If the Fae had any interaction with my family, it was hundreds of years ago, for I've never seen them. Back when the earth was flat, eh? The corners of Thorn's eyes crinkled. Just so, Holly said with a smile of her own. It isn't easy for the Fae to travel into our world. They must pass through as spirit and then create a corporeal body once here. It takes a great deal of power, not to mention that those crossroads are well protected, as the reality of Fae coming en masse into our world would be catastrophic. Fae were powerful and would subjugate all those weaker than they were, which included not only humans, but also a great deal of demons and elementals. Old superstitions had Holly wanting to shudder, but she pushed that back by remembering cool logic. Luckily, only a catastrophic magical event, far more rare than the Fae themselves, can open the crossroads long enough to let them in. Amoros came here because of a catastrophic event, Thorn reminded her. Does it not stand to reason that the Fae might have taken similar advantage? Damn! I suppose you have the right of it. Holly sat and removed her shoes. The satin heels landed with a thud on the carpet. If you are related to the Fae, Thorn continued, then by logic, Eliza May is also their kin. It made sense, and it made Holly's heart grow cold. Fae were mercurial beings. For them, everything had a price, and they often requested favours, usually to the extreme detriment of those with whom they bargained. The sane avoided contact with them at all costs. So, here we have Nan insisting the Fae wanted me to be your champion. The long lines of Thorn's body were taut. Then, someone either paid or bargained with the Alamet to let me go tonight. His eyes met hers. And now your cousin shows up asking for help to release Eliza May. The corners of his eyes wrinkled as he gave a small shake of his head. It is too much of a coincidence for me. And me, Holly agreed. Gads, but her body ached. She ran a hand through her hair. We'll have to talk to Sin. Thorn was suddenly at her side, kneeling in front of her and taking her hand. What is this? Horror lit his expression. What is what? This. He lifted her arm. Your bloody arm is platinum. Holly's vision wavered as she spied the thick swathe of platinum running from her elbow to her underarm. Cold fear and an odd sense of finality pressed upon her insides. She let her arm fall to her lap. Well? Well! Thorn jumped to his feet. That is all you have to say. What ought I say? The truth was, she didn't want to talk or to think. I don't know. Thorn raked his hands through his hair, but something other than well. How irritating that Thorn had suddenly become the logical one, wanting to suss out every problem. Holly bit her lip and refused to answer, which made Thorn growl. Do not dare try to sweep this under the rug, Holly, not when we both know what is happening. Past patience, Thorn lifted his hand, displaying a thin band of shining platinum wrapped around his ring finger. Is that? Holly began. Your hair, and mine. Thorn stomped over to the fire, sneered at it, and stomped back towards her. Like a fool, I held on to some wild hope that this one hair was an anomaly. Yet I am stabilizing, while you're growing worse. I had a suspicion that might be the case. She tried to say this calmly, but it didn't ease him. Thorn reached her in a step and clasped her upper arms in a tight grip. The heat of his hands made her skin prickle. Why is it happening? Holly searched his face, hating the pain and fear she saw in his eyes, hating that she could not fix this. I do not know. They stared at each other for a long moment. Thorn's throat worked on a swallow, and then he let her go with a snarl. He paced away, his boot heels clicking on the floorboards. Bloody fucking hell! He glared down at his hands, spreading his fingers wide as if they held the answers. Holly sagged against the chair. A thought occurred to her, one she did not favour. I think... She took a deep, pained breath. I think that perhaps we are bonding. His head jerked up, and he looked at her with sharp eyes of silver and onyx. Bonding? It was a quiet query, but there was something almost hopeful in his voice. With cold fingers, Holly clutched the arm of the chair. Symbiosis. In biological terms, it means simply the living together of unlike organisms. In this case... God, she didn't want to say it, but the concept was the most logical conclusion she could formulate. In this case, Thorn prompted, peering at her warily. A spasm of pain shot through her heart. In this case, she said, forcing herself to hold his gaze, it is a parasitic connection. Thorn reared back as if she'd struck him. Parasitic? His voice was thin, cold, and she recalled how sanguis were often accused of being parasites, feeding off the life force of others to survive. It was one of the greatest insults one could use on them. In a fashion, she managed, though her throat constricted. One organism benefits at the cost of the other. Your mind gains control through the use of my power, thus it demands it more and more. He went utterly white, the rivers of platinum upon his neck standing out in sharp, shining contrast. His mouth moved to speak, but the words were slow to follow. I am a parasite to you. Oh, William. Her vision wavered before she quickly blinked. It is merely a term, not how I think of you. There was no way to foresee this result. He knelt before her, his thighs moving between her knees as far as her skirts would allow. But the fact remains, I am draining your power, your strength, to gain mine. Like an asp, he struck, grasping a wavering tendril of her unbound hair. His jaw worked as he held it up between them. Pure, gleaming strands of platinum glinted within the dark locks, as if they were winking. You are turning into me. Unwilling to see the self-disgust and pain in his eyes, she lowered her lids, her throat sore and her heart unbearably heavy. She wrapped her fingers around his. All is not lost. It was something her parents often said, taught to them by theirs. Evernights did not give up. Ever. I will find a solution. A strangled sound left Thorn's lips, and his arms wrapped around her waist as he burrowed his head into her lap. Holly, he whispered, his breath warm against the fabric of her skirts. He gripped her tighter, his touch almost that of a frightened boy, and she instinctively leaned over him, her fingers threading through his silken hair as her free arm wrapped about his shoulders. They sat in silence, holding on to each other, both shivering despite the warmth in the room. After a long, heavy moment he stirred, turning his head to rest his cheek upon her thigh. Holly's fingers trembled only a little as she traced the line of his temple, brushing back errant strands of his hair. He merely blinked slowly, as if stuck in a fog, and toyed with the dark fringe on her overskirt with the tip of one finger. She felt the touch, his power, all the way to her bones. When he spoke, his voice swept over her like a caress. I am your creature. No! She could not bear it if she had to think of him in that manner. A small smile curled his mouth, but he did not move from his place on her lap. I am. Wholly. The tip of his finger moved to her waist, where she was slightly ticklish. Her skin prickled as he traced along her side. I am yours to command, yours to do with what you will. William. She gripped his hair, harder than she meant to, but he wouldn't budge. You are not a creature, nor are you my slave. His strange smile only grew. But what if I want to be? He lifted his head and his eyes were ice blue. What if I want to be claimed by you? Her heart stopped. She still held him, her hand against his throat where his pulse thrummed. Only she could not find the power to speak. Thorn rose to his knees, bringing them eye to eye. Do you not understand? He whispered. I have never belonged to anyone, not since I was a child. It is a lonely thing to be unclaimed by another. The idea that I could be yours seduces me more than you can know. His lips tilted in a dry smile. And if the only way I could belong to you is by this strange bond, then I would gladly accept that. His expression dimmed. Only now that I know what it does to you, I cannot let it go on. I will not see you hurt. Her grip on him tightened, and somehow she was pulling him closer until they shared the same air. I'd rather you belong to me in another way. It shouldn't be one-sided, this ownership. Thorn drew in a sharp breath and seemed to hold it as he studied her through narrowed eyes. When he spoke, his voice was rough, cracked. What do you mean? Her mouth went arid. What if I belong to you as well? His arms slid around her waist, hauling her against him as she continued to speak. What if you had my heart? As you have mine. His lips brushed her cheek, his breath unsteady. Do I, Holly? Do I have your heart? Her smile was tremulous. You've had it all along. Thorn moved to release her, but Holly wrapped her hand around his wrist. Don't go. His expression was soft, his voice a warm whisper. I did not plan to. Let me put you to bed. You are tired. She was, but she did not want to rest. Holly ran her thumb over the pulse point at his wrist. William, kiss me. Understanding lit his features, and she knew he realized she needed the comfort he and his body could give her. Slowly he grinned. Where? She found herself slowly grinning too. Wherever you want. This discussion of your health isn't over, Thorn said just before he kissed her mouth. His lids lowered as he gave her another lazy, melting kiss, and then another. Noted, Holly murmured against his lips. Languid warmth stole over her. Good. Thorn nibbled on her earlobe, before returning to her mouth. A low, male growl of contentment vibrated in his chest. He learned the contours of her mouth, exploring it from different angles, never rushing, as though they had all the time in the world. The silk of her skirts rustled in the silence as his free hand eased them up. Cool air hit her shins, then her knees. Holly let him ease his body further between her thighs. His breath brushed over her cheek as his palm ran up her thigh. Her belly tightened in anticipation, her sex heating as he came closer. At the moment of contact, they both made a strangled, breathless noise. He cupped her, his fingers making a slow circuit through her wetness, and he groaned low and rough. Here. The blunt tip of his finger breached her, sliding in deep before pulling out slowly. In. Out. Here, he said again as he kissed her, is where my dreams begin. Holly squirmed, spreading her legs wider as she slumped upon the chair, her aching breasts and heated skin confined by her heavy satin gown. Here is where I want to be, he whispered. Always. He added another finger, plunging in deep, invading, retreating, and kissing her, always kissing her. Holly shivered, followed his lips with hers, trying to make the kiss harder, needing some sort of release. He wouldn't give it to her, but continued his steady plunder. The pad of his thumb found the swollen bud of her sex, and he stroked her there. The shivers grew within her, moving outward towards her sensitized skin. He drank down her little cry of distress, and then he curled his fingers, stroking a spot inside of her. Her orgasm rushed over her with such force that she arched back, her lips slipping from his. A keening wail left her as she gripped the sides of the chair. Still he stroked, his mouth at her ear, whispering dark things, promises of more. On and on it went until, spent, Holly lurched forward and clutched his shoulders. For a moment she could only hold on to him and pant. He pressed kisses along her temple as he withdrew his hand from between her legs. "You, sir," she said between gasps, "are a wicked beast." He chuckled darkly, and then lifted her up, cradling her in his arms. The bed dipped as he set her down. In a daze, she let him undo the buttons of her gown, peeling it from her body. A welcome rush of cool air soothed her damp and heated skin. Off came her petticoats and bustle, her silk stockings and drawers, the crumpled corset cover. But when he moved to free her corset, she swatted him away with weak hands. "Oh, no, you don't." She eased herself up on her elbows and scowled at his grinning face. "Not when you are fully dressed. Take off your clothes." His grin widened. "Demanding, miss, aren't you?" She merely raised a brow. The speed with which he disrobed truly was impressive, as was the sight of him standing before her, utterly unabashed by his nakedness. And why shouldn't he be? She'd seen him before, revealed in parts. She'd touched nearly every inch of him at some point or other. But Will Thorne, viewed all at once, took her breath away. Long and lean, his was not a body of brute strength, but of feral grace. Beneath smooth skin his muscles were so finely wrought, so perfectly delineated, that it would take hours to fully explore every crest and dip, and she knew she wanted to try. The proud jut of his cock drew her attention, and her thighs clenched with delicious heat. "You must know," she murmured, still looking, "the effect you have on the female sex." He moved then, prowling towards the bed, to crawl over her. Before they even touched, the heat coming off his body enveloped her. She lay back, and he hovered over her, his dark gaze meeting hers. "The only female I want to affect," he nipped her lower lip, "is you." Holly nipped him back. "Then let me show what you do to me." "Anything you desire, love." He let her ease him back onto the bed. "Rest against the headboard," she told him. Readily he complied. There was a glint in his eyes, as though her orders excited him. Or perhaps it was simply that they were both here at this moment, together. "Grab hold of the rails." Her voice was only slightly unsteady. The steel headboard of her bed was composed of several bars laid out in a grid fashion. Keeping his eyes upon her, Will spread his arms wide and clasped his hands around the bars. Instantly the metal grew pliant, then wrapped around his wrists before solidifying once more. Bound, Will jerked in surprise. He glanced at his trapped arms, then turned back to her. Holly's heart beat hard within her chest, and tension gathered along her spine. Would he be angry, demand release, think her crazed? A slow, satisfied smile curled his lips, and something within her relaxed. "I knew it," he said in a low rumble. "Under all that starch you're as dirty-minded as I am." It was a lovely compliment, and the pose did lovely things to his chest and arms, stretching those sinewy muscles out and drawing her gaze down to his narrow hips and thick cock, so hard now that it lay flat and pulsed against his tight belly. Holly undid her corset and let it fall to the floor, but kept her chemise on. "Oh, now, love," he complained, as she crawled upon the bed and straddled his thighs. "Don't stop there. Take that thing off." Preoccupied, Holly ran her fingers over his taut chest, pausing to stroke the tiny bud of his nipple. Will shuddered, but his quest did not waver. "Give me something, darling," he went on thickly. "Show us your tits, there's a good lass." At his crude words her nipples tightened. Never one to miss a thing, his eyes focused on the change, and he licked his lips, his voice dipping lower, going rougher. "Come now, Petal, show them to me." His gaze seemed to burn through the thin material of her chemise. "Those sweet tips are practically begging to be revealed." Heat pulsed through her sex. Oh, but he was far too adept at destroying her composure. Hands shaking, she watched his face as she pulled the tie that held the front of her chemise closed. His breathing sped up, his attention rapt as the fabric sagged and then parted, exposing her to his gaze. His chest hitched, the muscles along his torso bunching. "I've wanted to see you for so long," he rasped. "Gorgeous. You're gorgeous." She thought much the same of him. He rocked his hips, the movement edging her closer. "Lean in and let me give them a kiss." A heady sense of power washed over her. Dizzy with it, Holly grabbed hold of the headboard at either side of his head and bent close, bringing her breasts up to his mouth. He wasted no time, but craned his head forward and licked. The flat of his tongue laved her sensitive nipple, and Holly groaned. Arms shaking, she held on and let him do what he willed. Again and again he came at her, licking and lightly suckling the tip of her breast until she sagged into him, weak with heat and desire. "The other one," he demanded on a growl, his breath hot on her skin. Without thought, she offered him her other breast, and he gave it the same thorough attention. When she whimpered and arched her back, he moaned against her and angled his head to draw her in deeper. Each sharp tug of his mouth sent a bolt of heat through her. Wicked demon that he was, Will bent his knees, bringing his thighs up. The action tipped her further forward, and her sex slid over the hard length of his cock. Instantly he bucked his hips, grinding himself between her legs. "Oh, no, you don't," Holly managed between gasps. "I'm not through with you." With a punch of power, 2 of the metal bars upon the footboard snapped out and snagged his ankles. Will yelped in surprise as they drew his legs wide and straight. "Evil woman!" His fangs flashed. "You're going to be the death of me yet." When Holly settled her weight back onto him, he sucked in a breath between his clenched teeth, and his hips shifted as if he couldn't keep them still. "Ah, God, put me out of my misery. Put me in you." She almost relented under the plaintive look in his dark eyes. But she had plans for him. Because while she wanted him more than her next breath, he needed more. He needed to know that he was worth more than idle pleasure. He needed to understand that he was her everything. "No," she told him, pulling her chemise free from her body. "Not quite yet." Chapter 28. No demon in his right mind would leave himself so exposed, so helpless. Yet here Will was, stretched out and bound hand and foot as a man upon a cross, and he loved it, loved that his practical Holly liked to play. Now, fully trapped, with his legs spread wide upon the bed, his cock at full mast and impatient, he waited for her next move. Her pert bottom rested upon his thighs as she contemplated him, and he grinned back, not saying a word. Hell's bells, but she had him stirred up. He could hardly wait for her next form of torture. She cupped his jawline, touching him as though he were something breakable. Will hadn't expected that. He'd predicted more wet, scorching kisses, frantic touching, pushing up into her slick quim and letting her ride him. But none of those things occurred. Light as butterfly wings, her lips touched the tip of his nose, another delicate kiss upon the crest of his cheek, the ridge of his brow, his forehead, temple. A slow shake built up within him as she mapped the lines of his face. "Holly." "Shh." She kissed his eyelid, then his mouth. Once, then once more. When he tried to deepen the kiss, she moved off. "Holly," he said again, more forcefully. She paid him no heed. Kisses feathered his jaw, moved down his neck. His head tipped back, his gaze alighting on the ceiling. Her fingers threaded through his hair, a light exploration, as if she was simply enjoying the texture. Will's heart churned a hard pace. The need to move, to free himself and end this gentle torture, had him clutching the bars on the headboard. Still she kissed him, breaking defenses he didn't know he'd erected. Holding his gaze, she leaned forward, her sweetly curved belly pressing into his throbbing cock, the silken tips of her breasts skimming his chest. Will groaned, low and pained. Her smooth, cool skin was a balm, yet inflamed him all at once. Her slim arms wrapped about his neck, and she hugged him. He felt the touch down to his soul, and some dark emotions swelled up within, choking him. "Holly, love," he croaked out. "Sweet petal, let me pleasure you." "Shh." She snuggled in closer. "Let yourself feel. It's all right. It is only me, here with you." He squeezed his eyes shut and fought against the hot prickles behind his lids that threatened to unman him. His breath came in sharp, agitated bursts. Still she held him. "I will not let you go, William." He swallowed convulsively. She held on tighter. "You are mine now." A choked sound left him, half laugh, half sob. "Evermore." As if she'd been waiting for his capitulation, she tilted her head and placed a soft kiss upon the vulnerable spot on his neck where his artery lay beneath his skin. Slowly she rose to cup his cheek. Her smile was radiant in the amber light, and when she leaned close and placed a soft, open kiss upon his mouth, his breath hitched, flowing into her. "I love you," he told her. It needed to be said. She needed to know. So he said it again. "I love you." His confident Evernight merely gave a Mona Lisa smile. "And I have loved you from the moment you helped me bind your wrist to mine." Shock, joy, heat slammed through him, flooding his veins. She loved him. She'd loved him all along, just as he'd loved her. His voice barely worked when he found the strength to answer. "Enjoy having me bound, do you?" He wanted to be set free so that he could capture her, do all the things he'd promised. She hummed. "I do." The sound of her contentment seemed to vibrate straight down to his cods, and then she leaned in and kissed his nipple. Forget freedom. Her tongue flickered over the hardening tip and his hips canted in reaction. Forget anything but letting her do as she pleased. Her hands trailed down, smoothing over his skin, leaving a wake of warmth and pleasure in their path. He sighed and craned his head down. "Kiss me," he nearly begged. He wanted her mouth, her taste in his. Holly placed a series of light, delicious kisses down the centre of his abdomen. "I am." Were she not torturing him, he would have smiled. As it was, his skin prickled in pleasure, and his abdominal muscles clenched with a sweet ache. "Do you remember," she murmured, almost conversationally, as she nuzzled and kissed around his navel and over to his hip, "when you asked me if I thought of your cock when I massaged you?" Her hand skimmed over his length, a light tease that had him twitching. "Yes," it came out, strangled. Carefully she cupped his cods, and he whimpered. "Every bloody time, love," she whispered, stroking him. "Bless her." Slim, cool fingers wrapped about him, and almost delicately she lifted his cock up, held it just before her lips. From beneath her long, inky lashes she peered at him. "Do you want me to kiss you here, William?" His cock pulsed in immediate approval. "To start," he rasped. She gave him a sly look, then bent over him, her midnight hair pooling about his thighs, and his gut clenched in anticipation. She kissed the very tip. He felt it in his heart. Merciful hell, but she gave his aching cock the same attention as she'd done the rest of him, kissing her way down its length and back up again. The tip of her tongue made a slow, languid circuit around his engorged head, and the bed creaked ominously as he tensed. Another lazy lick had him groaning. She kissed him again, almost a suckle, but not quite. "Ah, now, love, don't tease." It sounded far too much like a plea. The muscles in his arms quivered, his chest aching from the strain, and still he tried to edge lower, tilt his hips up enough to follow the brush of her lips. "Put it in your mouth, love," he whispered, sweating. "Suck me." She drew him deep into her hot mouth. Oh, hell! He strained against the bonds, thrusting helplessly. "Oh, Jesus, yes! Evernight, God, just like that!" He panted as she sucked him harder. The sight of her delicate pink lips around his cock, of her cheeks hollowing as she drew back, had him shaking with restraint. He wouldn't come. He wouldn't. The tip of her tongue swirled around his head and licked his slit. He bucked, shouting before he ground his teeth, and panted. "Release me!" Sweat dripped down his neck, his heart threatening to lock, it pumped so hard. "Let me touch you now. I need to touch you." With a snap, the metal bonds broke, and his limbs, tingling and throbbing from the sudden freedom, surged forward. On a growl, he wrapped his arms about Holly's slim frame and tossed her back onto the bed before following her down. His lips caught hers, devouring her mouth as he thrust hard and deep into her heat, his hands roving, touching skin softer than silk. Lovely, perfect darling. He ploughed into her, all speed and frantic need. He could not get enough. And she met him stroke for stroke, undulating against him as he cupped her pert breast and held it firm so that he could draw her tight nipple into his mouth. Good glory, but she drove him mad with lust. He licked her like cream, following the pale blue vein that ran up her breast to her neck, up further to her sweet mouth. Their gazes clashed, wild tangles of her raven hair spread over the pillow. Her skin was dewy and flushed, and her eyes, dark, pure blue, gleamed up at him, with adoration. For him. The frantic need that had swept him up eased. He stopped, holding himself deep within her, until she wriggled beneath him, her sex clenching in impatience. Will smiled, and so did she. "Hello," he whispered. Her smile turned tremulous. "Hello?" Bracing his forearms on either side of her slim shoulders, Will set a new rhythm, going slow, so that she would feel every inch of him moving through her. It was agony, but he did not abate. "You're so beautiful." The words burst out of him. "Holly, petal mine." Her eyes glistened. "William." It was a breath of sound. "The way you make me feel." She stroked his back, long sweeps that sent ripples of pleasure over his skin. He caught her free hand. Their fingers threaded. "Hold on to me," he whispered. It shocked him how much it mattered that she not let go. Her grasp tightened. He swallowed thickly, shivers of heat dancing down his spine. He barely moved, barely breathed, and yet it felt as though he would come at any moment. Heat gathered in a tight fist that held his cods and had his gut tightening with pleasure pain. His breath came out like a bellows, and he thrust slow, hard. Never looking away, Holly wrapped her slim legs about his waist. Her lips parted on an indrawn breath, and the tight clasp of her sex began to milk him as she quietly came. He could hold back no longer. He came so hard that he couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The edges of his sight dimmed as he arched over her, his body locked up and shaking as pleasure rolled through him. Weak as a babe, he relaxed into her embrace. For the first time in his life, Will knew perfect contentment. Not long ago, there was a time when the Cremorne Gardens would have been filled with light, music, and laughter at night. Now it lay forgotten and abandoned. Dry leaves skittered down the wide boulevard that led to the wrought-iron Chinese pagoda. Adam strolled along, stepping over the cracks in the pavement. Delicate iron archways, once lit up with hundreds of little drop crystal bulbs, now stood dark and creaking against the wind. There was something utterly enchanting about abandoned pleasure parks. If he closed his eyes, Adam could almost hear the ghosts of past laughter, the blaring horns of a trombone played long ago. And though all he could scent now was the mouldering of dead leaves and the rot drifting off the nearby Thames, he fancied there was also a bit of roasted chestnuts and the scorch of fireworks lingering like phantoms of yesterday. Once at the pagoda, whose roof had rusted in spots, he sat comfortably upon the top step that led to the pavilion where brass bands used to play. Selecting the top step had been a calculated move, for Miss Eliza May, whom he'd come to think of as the anchor at the end of his chain, was forced to sit upon the step below. She did so without grace, plopping down in a puddle of horrid homespun skirts covered with dried and blackened bloodstains. Adam scowled at the sight. He'd gifted her with heaps of gowns, a rainbow of silks and satins, and she had eschewed them all, preferring to wear the gown she'd died in, like a taunt. Spine straight, her crown of golden curls facing him, she was silent as usual, and he sighed. A series of wide arches, punctuated by little gas lamps, ringed the pagoda. "They used to dance here." His voice echoed in the silence. "Under the lights. Some nights there'd be 1,000 souls dancing, promenading, laughing in this spot." Nothing. Not a sound but his own bloody hopeful voice. "During the days, there'd be equine shows, races. I once lost 3,000 quid on a race." He'd been disguised as a bored and spoiled knob at the time. In some ways, Losing was more fun for him than winning. He'd paid up, had a laugh with the gents, just like any other man. Adam resisted the urge to fidget and stared hard at the back of Eliza May's head. A lone strand of hair, caught by the breeze, danced about on the frayed edge of her bodice. Over in the gardens, he went on conversationally, they used to have a maypole. You've heard of maypoles. She was an American, after all. God knew the Yanks were sadly lacking in culture. She didn't move, but that was expected. However, he was becoming more adept in reading her, and by the tightness gathering along her pretty, slender neck, he knew she was listening, perhaps annoyed with his question. Lasses and lads used to dance around it while holding on to long, colourful ribbons, he explained, even though he suspected he needn't. Up and over, round and round, until they threaded the pole. I fell in love with a lass dancing around the maypole one May Day. That got her. The length of her back went rigid. He smiled, but it wasn't out of pleasure. The backs of his teeth met as resentment swarmed in. She was a pretty piece, glossy brown curls and wide blue eyes, willing, too, but I could not claim her, because I was searching. He leaned closer, taking in the scent of Eliza May, of wool, woman, and resentment. For you. An inward breath, sharp and stiff, sounded. Eliza in shock. Good. Adam chuckled darkly. Yes, you. It's always been for you. Cursed to search for the one soul that would complete his. The irony is that I don't even like you. 700 years I've searched, and what do I find? You. Resentful, hateful, and spoilt. She nearly turned at that jab. Adam wanted to grin, but couldn't. Not when he wanted to shout to the heavens in rage. Why? Why had they given him her? He'd done his penance, hadn't he? He'd followed every edict laid before him when he was cursed. And this was what he received, a woman who wouldn't even look him in the eyes. Aye, a spoilt child you are. You think I'm so bloody awful, he ground out. I've fathered countless Gim, given all those souls a new life, new hope. Have you the slightest inkling of how many lives that has affected? You wouldn't even be here were it not for me. No, you'd be rotting in an unmarked grave, forgotten and unavenged. Because the Gim did that for you as well, didn't they? Striking down those who hurt you. And what thanks do I receive? Silence. More followed. She'd calmed now, dug in and found whatever it was that gave her the strength to ignore him. Adam growled and yanked the chain that linked them. Hard. On a cry, she fell back, her elbow hitting the top riser, her body twisting to face him. For one instant, their eyes met. He felt the weight of her wide, brown stare down to his marrow, and something inside of him ached. You agreed to this, he ground out. You agreed to be mine. Mine. His voice echoed over the emptiness. And now you act as though you've been tricked. Her gaze narrowed. She glared at him, and though it was progress, for she mostly looked through him, he couldn't stand it. I gave you life anew. I look after your every comfort, for all that you ignore it. What do you want of me? What? He hated the desperation that sharpened his tone, and perhaps so did she. Freedom. Adam flinched, so unaccustomed to hearing her voice that he wondered if he'd dreamed it. But she looked back at him, waiting. Freedom. Oh, how very well did he know what it meant to yearn for it. He'd done so for 700 years, and now, at the cusp of his, she wanted the one thing that would snatch it away. She who'd done nothing for him. She who'd agreed to his terms and then instantly sought to go back on them, like a coward. His nostrils flared. Cold night air burned down his throat. He leaned closer until they were nearly nose to nose. No. Her expression wiped clean, as quickly and thoroughly as if his answer was a door shutting upon her. Then she was looking through him once more, as if he weren't there, and he wanted to roar, pound the rotting floorboards to dust, grab hold of her and make her acknowledge him once more. He didn't do any of those things. He was a near god among lesser supernaturals. He did not beg or rail, nor, he reflected bitterly, did he hurt women. Instead, he cut her off for once, turning his attention to the night sky, ignoring her completely. He had business to attend to. A moment later, Darby appeared before them in a swirl of shadows. Yes. Adam took a deep breath. He had to calm. How goes it with Evernight and Thorn? He had to give Darby some credit. The man did not cower as he faced Adam and answered truthfully. They are no longer the concern of the Alamet. Adam clenched his shaking fists. Another deep breath. You let them go. Yes, when I specifically ordered you to keep them captive. Darby's expression might as well have been carved from marble. While I may have entered a devil's bargain with you, the Alamet are not bound to do your duty. They are now loyal to Mab. I could not persuade them to do your bidding over hers. Darby had to know that refusal to comply would seal his fate. You, Adam ground out, ought to have asked your brothers-in-arms to kill you. Then I would not have had the pleasure of seeing your face when I told you that Thorn and Evernight were free. The man had a set of brass balls. Adam nearly laughed at the thought. Only Thorn was out in the world, and Mab was likely moving in for the kill. Perhaps she already had. And damn it all, Adam did not know what her next move would be. Well, then, Adam said with forced levity, now you've seen it. With that, he lashed out with his power, stopping Darby's heart in an instant. Darby fell to the ground, gasping for air. Sad, really, Adam said. I would have let you go after this. Then he called forth another. In the next breath, Lucien appeared, scowling and irritated. Putain, but I hate when you summon me in this manner. With crisp jerks, he pulled at the lace cuffs peeking out from his blue satin frock coat. Why not send a note like a civilized creature? He sucked in a sharp breath as he caught sight of Darby writhing upon the ground. Lucien went pale, which was odd considering Stone had been a cold killer in his youth. Concentrate, Stone. He is not your concern. Lucien jerked at the sound of Adam's voice and glanced at him. You... He cleared his throat. What is it? Find William Thorn and Holly Evernight and bring them to me. Lucien glanced at the shifter upon the ground, and a spasm lit along his narrow cheek. And this one? Shall I... He cleared his throat again. Shall I dispose of him? If you wish. Adam waved an idle hand. Hurry along. Time is of the essence. Chapter 29. In the dark warmth of her bed, William held Holly close. The air was humid, and their bodies slick with sweat. He watched her with a lazy sort of possessiveness that filled her with heat. Gently, Holly ran her fingers through his hair, and in return he caressed the puncture wounds upon her neck. "Holly." His whisper was at once rough yet tentative. "Hmm?" She leaned in and softly kissed his mouth. A look of pleasure stole over his face before he grew serious. Against her chest she felt the pump of his heart. "I want to ask you something," he said so solemnly that she stilled, and so did he. "What, William?" His fingertips drifted over the tender spot on her neck. "Would you—" He cleared his throat, a deep flush washing over his cheek. "Some sanguis take mates. For life." His gaze met hers. "Will you be mine?" Emotion clogged her throat and stilled her heart. "William." She cupped his cheek. "Yes." He captured her mouth, kissing her fiercely, once, twice, then he pulled back to study her face. "There is a ceremony of sorts." "I should hope so." His lips twitched, but he remained serious, almost anxious. "It involves blood, the exchange of yours and mine." "Show me," she said without hesitation. The covers rustled as William sat up and pulled her into his lap, so that she straddled him. Firelight gilded his skin pale gold and made his eyes glow. His voice was low and tremulous when he spoke. "If we do this, you will be mine in all ways, and I will be yours." Holly stroked his hair, wanting to comfort him, for she knew he was nervous. "I am already yours. Make it so, as sanguis do." Tension flowed out of him on a nod. "I am going to open the wound in your neck, and then make a similar cut on mine." "All right." Nervousness fluttered through her now, too. With utmost care, he leaned close. His lips brushed her skin. The sweet, sharp pain of his fangs came next. Holly's fingers gripped his shoulders as hot blood rolled down her neck. He kissed her cheek. "No more pain, lovely petal." Holding her gaze, he used a claw to slice a small cut at the base of his neck. Crimson blood welled up and began to trickle over his collarbone. In his deep northern voice he spoke. The foreign words dipped and flowed, sounding like a mixture of Gaelic and Norse. Though she knew not what he said, the sincerity in his tone, the way he looked at her, as if she'd lit the night sky for him, had her heart swelling within her breast. "Now," he rasped, "take my blood as I take yours." Her lids fluttered closed. The taste of his blood on her tongue sent a throb of feeling into the puncture wounds on her neck. The throb intensified as William's mouth latched onto the spot and softly sucked. Her cheek grazed his as she drew back. His eyes, brightly fierce with possession and love, flickered from iced blue to demon black, and then he smiled. That smile, so full of joy, took her breath. She couldn't speak, could only return his grin as he eased her back into the softness of the down-filled bed. "Look." He pointed to his neck. The cut had already closed, leaving behind a small wine-coloured mark in the shape of a star. "What is it?" Wonder made her voice crack. His smile grew tender. "The mark of possession. Yours." He touched her neck. "You have one too, in the shape of a thorn." She wanted to grab a mirror and see, and yet she looked upon the mark on his neck, her mark, and she didn't want to move at all. She threaded her fingers through his hair. "Mine," she said. "You are mine." A shudder went through him, and his eyes narrowed, intent and heated. "Oh, yes, I bloody am." Will slid over Holly, then slid into her. She was so swollen and sensitive now that she groaned, her body languidly stretching out beneath him, and his pleased chuckle rumbled over her. Slowly he rocked into her, taking his time and plundering her mouth with soft, deep kisses. "Mine, my lovely Evernight." "Tell me what the words meant, William." His long fingers cupped her cheeks as he continued to move within her, but he answered her, his tone warm and seductive. "From flesh to bone to blood of heart shall we be entwined, never to part." Holly woke first, which was rather a shock considering how little sleep she'd achieved the night before. Her darling demon had demonstrated quite thoroughly how knowledgeable a sanguis could be in the matters of seduction. There had been a point, when he'd made himself at home between her legs and proceeded to lick her sex, that she'd forgotten her name, but never his. Now she was content to watch the dim room, the light of the sun kept firmly at bay by the heavy, drawn drapes. Warmth surrounded her in the form of Will Thorne. They lay, limbs intertwined, his head currently upon her breast. Absently she stroked his hair, loving the way those silken strands felt running over her fingers. Every so often he'd nuzzle against her in his sleep. Holly smiled at that. The smile grew when he uttered a soft snore and burrowed in closer. And though she wanted nothing more than to laze the day away without moving a muscle, a cramping in her lower belly urged her to gently ease away from Thorne. He made a grunt of discontentment, but promptly flopped the other way, hugging a pillow with one arm. Holly tore her gaze away from the naked splendor of his back and went to the water closet. As soon as she was out, there was a scratch at the door. Thorne slept on. Holly put on a dressing gown, buttoning it as she walked to the door.
"You've a visitor," Nan said, looking put out, "and he won't take no for an answer."
"Well then, he'll have to see me as such." Holly was in no mood for politeness. Holly did not know who she expected to be waiting for her, but certainly not the man who stood in her visiting parlour. He turned upon her entrance. Dressed in old-fashioned clothes straight out of the previous century, with a peacock blue frock coat and pale yellow breeches, he seemed a painting come to life. Surely no one had the right to be so beautiful. With caramel-coloured hair that ran to his shoulders, jade-green eyes and a full mouth, he was almost feminine in his beauty, save there was a hardness in his gaze, and an alert tension about his frame. "Mademoiselle Evernight," he bowed with flourish. Recognition hit her. Lucian Stone! He was the leader of the London Gym, and Mary's old friend. Though some said he was a libertine and a fiend, if Mary trusted him with her life, then Holly wouldn't reject anything he said out of hand. He appeared pleased that she knew him. "The very one." "To what do I owe the honour, Mr. Stone?" Weariness seemed to take hold of him. She empathized. It took effort to stand just then. She needed to return to bed. Another painful cramp rolled through her belly, and a sweat broke out on her back. "I come on behalf of another," he said. "My maker, Adam." Cold swarmed through her limbs. Oh? Did Adam know she meant to help steal his prize? Calm. She'd remain calm. Why hadn't she awakened Thorne, brought him along with her? If Lucian noticed her disquiet, he hid the fact well. "He wishes to speak with you and Mr. Thorne at your earliest convenience." It was clear that was all Lucian was willing to convey. "And just how are we to contact him?" Lucien's full lips quirked, and he took a step towards her, going slowly, as though fearful of invading her personal space. "Take this." He offered her a gold sovereign. "When you are ready, toss it in the air and think of him. He'll do the rest." Bemused, Holly held the weighty coin in her palm. The metal, magically altered, tingled against her flesh. Ancients, they do so love their tricks. "As you say," Lucien agreed with a wry smile. "Good day, mademoiselle." He inclined his head. Again a shadow of pain and misery flitted over his features, but then he was gone, exiting as quietly as a ghost. In the distance, Holly heard Nan let him out, and then the house settled. Her fingers wrapped around the coin. She'd have to talk to Thorn, but perhaps they could settle this feud, or whatever it was, peaceably. Holly moved to go, when another cramp slammed through her, this one so hard that she cried out. It did not end, but grew stronger. She curled into herself, her knees slamming upon the floor. A dry heave racked her frame as she shook and tried to stand. She was cold, freezing, from the inside out, and it hurt. Bracing her hands on the floor, she caught sight of them, and a sob left her. They were platinum. Another wave of pain hit her. She fell forward just as Thorn rushed into the room, shouting out her name. Hearing a commotion, Sin ran into the parlour. Holly lay in a sprawl of shining platinum limbs. Sick fear punched through him, along with crippling guilt that almost had him doubling over. He ought to have known this was what Mab had planned. He ought to have warned Holly. Holding Holly in his arms, Thorn glanced up at him, his eyes wild with panic. "What do I do?" A lump grew within Sin's throat, expanding until it ached. "She's dying." When Thorn snarled, gathering Holly closer to him, Sin sighed. "I don't like it any better than you, but it's the truth. You know it." The man seemed to curl into himself, a choked cry leaving him like a sob. "Because of me?" Sin wasn't brave enough to agree. She tipped the balance, taking so much in. Elementals need that balance, else their power consumes them from the inside out. It's why they hid the truth of her nature from my sister Miranda, for in doing so, she'd strive to contain her fire. It's why my sister Poppy trained for a decade to control her abilities. But Holly here? No one ever thought she'd abuse her powers this way. She was too set in her ways, logical and calm. "Fucking Faye!" Thorn ground out. "Manipulating and playing with the lives of others. Why not simply warn them? Why not watch out for the women they claim to be family?" Disdain dripped from his voice. Sin squatted down next to him, wanting to rest a hand upon Holly, but rather fearing that Thorn would tear it off should he try to touch her. "After all you've seen, do you honestly believe the world to be so black and white? Fae aren't good. They do what they please. It does not mean they don't have some sense of love and loyalty, only that it is skewed and damaged." At that he almost smiled, but his heart hurt too much, and they are the only ones who can save her now. Thorn's head snapped up. His glare was cutting. "How?" "We go to them, give them what they want, and they will heal her. They planned this all along, didn't they? This is why they wanted us together." Sin sighed. "I fear you might be correct." Thorn's lip curled, exposing his fangs. "And to save her, we become Adam's greatest enemy in the process." "What is more important to you, being a marked man, or saving Holly?" "Don't you dare presume to question how far I'd go for this woman," Thorn snapped. She is my life." His breath hitched, and he winced, pressing his lips against the dark crown of Holly's head before speaking. "Anything. Do you understand? I will do anything." Thorn loved Holly, just as Mab had expected him to. She had played them all. Chapter 30. Holly awoke to find herself in Thorn's arms. The moment he felt her stir, he gave a strangled sort of yelp and gathered her closer. "Satan's balls and hell on earth," he muttered, stroking her cheek with a hand that shook. "You scared me. I didn't know if you'd wake." He appeared as worn out as she felt. "How long? Where are we going?" For it occurred to her that they were in a coach, and then she saw Sin. His expression was sorrowful and grim. "We're on our way to Mab," he said. "The Fae Queen!" Holly struggled to sit up, partly hampered by the fact that Thorn wouldn't let her go. She gave up the fight and relaxed against his chest. Her very bones hurt. "She is here." "Aye," Sin said slowly. He and Thorn exchanged a look. "What is it?" Holly's insides dipped. Delivered in sharp, agitated sentences, Thorn and Sin told her why they were going to Mab. Denial warred with panic, and Holly found herself snappish. "You've no proof of this. I might simply be ill." "Holly, you were entirely metal not 20 minutes prior." Sin gave her a pointed look. "You're not entirely flesh now." She kept her attention on the coach window, refusing to look down at her arms, which shone with a platinum lustre. But she could not ignore the invasive pain along her left side and down her back. How bad did she look? How long did she have before it washed over her again? Thorn's tender touch upon her cheek had her stiffening. "Petal, let us see what she has to say." The coach stopped before the Tower of London, of all places. For a moment, Holly simply stared up at the great old fortress, the 4 finials atop the copper domes of the white tower glinting in the rays of sunlight that managed to break through the cloud cover. Thorn seemed just as shocked. "Come on," Sin muttered. Though the tower operated as a garrison, with guards living and working there to protect the crown jewels and other national treasures, no one came forth to stop them. All was quiet. Too quiet, as though the place had been abandoned. Odd indeed, since the tower was also a grand tourist attraction, usually filled with gawkers who loved to soak up the lurid tales of torture and treachery in England's bloody past. Then Holly spied the slumped form of a yeoman, gently resting against Bywood Tower, the brim of his iconic low-crowned hat shielding his face from view. "Sleep spell," Sin whispered, "and likely enchantments set around the grounds to dissuade others from visiting now." Walking along past more sleeping guards, their footsteps echoed in the eerie silence, bouncing off ancient stone walls. Holly suppressed a shiver, and was almost glad when they finally made it to the green. The emerald green lawn seemed a peaceful place, surrounded by the white tower, the chapel, and an expanse of pretty Tudor-styled buildings. A raven hopped about, pecking the ground in search of a meal. And, in the centre of it all, smartly dressed in a waterfall of purple and green silk, Matilda Markham reclined with a regal air in a carved wood chair. But it was the woman standing next to her who truly shocked Holly. "Nan!" Holly couldn't believe it. Nan raised her chin, her pale eyes flashing.
"I'm here to bear witness. For you, love."
Matilda gave them a nod of acknowledgement. "Lovely place, isn't it? This fortress that has seen so much of death and torture." She smiled. It quite reminds me of my home." "Dear Matilda," Thorn sneered. "You might have saved us a world of trouble had you simply stated that you were working with the Fae." "Working with? My dear boy, I am the Fae." Her brown eyes bled to pure purple, and her hair shimmered to dark red. "You may call me Mab." "Fae give themselves away, you know," Sin murmured to Holly, "if you look for it. Names that start with the letter M in honor of Mab, wearing green and white, flashes of purple in their eyes. They'd been there all along, Fae playing Holly and Thorn, guiding them along the path the Fae wanted them on." "Mab." Thorn gave an exaggerated bow. "Would you mind explaining why you simply didn't tell me about the Alamut?" "Now, how would that have fostered togetherness between you and my kinswoman, Holly Evernight?" She smiled at Holly then, but there was evil in it. "Young kin, I am so glad St. John persuaded you to call upon me." Sin had the grace to duck his head, avoiding Holly's gaze. "I see you are unwell." Mab stood and reached out to touch Holly's cheek. Holly flinched away, and the Fae Queen laughed. "Angry with me, are you, when I am here to help?" "Let us not be coy," Holly said. "You orchestrated this. Tell me your terms." With a sigh, Mab leaned her hip against the arm of her chair. "Very well. I want Eliza May returned to me." "What is your interest in this woman?" Thorn asked her. Mab's eyes flared purple fire before quelling. "She is kin. Close kin." A fond, faraway look settled over her pert features. "Long ago, when your grandar was a young lad," she said to Holly, "I took in his brother Aidan. Not wanting to marry his intended, he needed advice and called upon me." Mab closed her eyes, a smile on her face. "Oh, but he was a beautiful lad, golden-curled and bright-eyed. For the first time in centuries, I wanted him." The smile slipped, and she opened her eyes. "But he proved elusive."
"Because the boy fancied men," Nan snapped, "and you wouldn't take no for an answer."
That earned her a vicious snarl from Mab before the Fae Queen went on as if Nan hadn't spoken. "In return for my help, Aidan agreed to be mine for a night." A cold wash of pity went through Holly at the thought of Aidan sacrificing himself when he'd had no desire for Mab's attention. "There was a child. I didn't expect that." Mab frowned before shaking it off. "Being part human, the babe couldn't live in my land, so I brought her to Aidan. He raised her, and that child gave birth to Eliza May." Mab looked around at them. "So you see, I am the girl's grandmam." "I can understand why you want her back," Holly said, "but why involve us?" "Not you, actually," Mab said. "Despite what your cousin St. John might have thought, my interest was never in you, but in William Thorn here." "Me?" Thorn croaked. "The simple fact is that you are the one, the only one, I figure, who can free Eliza. Thus, I need you to cooperate." "Why Thorn?" Holly did not like this one bit. "Eliza is chained to Adam's side. The chain cannot be broken by magic other than his. Only he and his kind can remove it, and you'll not find a Gim willing or able to release Eliza. But you, Mr. Thorn." Mab gave him an approving look. "Though not Gim, are of his ilk. Adam's magic will recognize you. The chain will break for you." "Ilk," Thorn repeated with sarcasm. I am an experiment gone wrong, nothing like the Gim. Holly touched his hand, and he caught it up. Undaunted, Mab shook her head. Adam's first creations were shadow crawlers. The magic will respond to you. Darby is the same as Thorn, Holly said, and he is Alamet. Why not order him to do it? Darby. Mab all but spit out his name. He saved his hide by entering into a soul bargain with Adam. Thus he could not break the chain. No, there is only Thorn to help me. Thorn looked at Mab sharply. It was you who freed me. You sent me to Holly. Mab pouted in a pretence of innocence. I did it to help you. Help yourself, you mean, he snapped back. I might have killed her. Mab laughed. Holly Evernight is a metal elemental. I knew she could handle you, and I knew you'd be beholden to her. She smiled in a flash of small, sharp teeth. You were an utter mess. I could not have your help until Holly healed you. Then it was simply a matter of forcing you two to work together and fall in love. Thorn looked appalled. All in all, a good plan, Mab said. And then there is the simple fact that you, Will Thorn, were not meant to have a heart of metal. My kin Holly cannot save you or alter nature's course. Her science has no solution, and I suspect she knows this already. Holly stared fixedly at a point beyond the green. She hadn't been able to figure out a way to fix William. She simply did not know how. He was not a machine. He was a living being. That she had failed the one person she loved above all others made her want to rage, and made her want to sob in despair. Thorn did not appear half as distressed. Your point? Mab ignored him and looked at Holly. Worse, in your efforts to heal Will Thorn, you've killed yourself as well. The scales of nature have tipped within you, and you are as infected as he. You cannot control this. Thorn's teeth snapped, and his fangs dropped. Then fix her. I will, if, Mab added, we have a bargain. Fine, then, Thorn said. I'll go. No! Holly held him fast. You had the right of it last night. Adam will not let you get away with this. He'll hurt you. If you are healed of this malady, I don't care. His fierce expression eased to sorrow. If I am done for anyway, love, then let me do this for you. No, Will! She held him fast, feeling close to panic. Do not say that. Oh, come now, Mab said with a sigh. You needn't fall upon your sword, Thorn. There is a solution to both problems, and we have not yet discussed the terms of our bargain. Thorn glared at the Fae. Explain. I really do not find your tone pleasant, Will Thorn. However, as we are bargaining, if you do this for me, I shall heal my kin Holly, and you as well. Thorn's gaze narrowed. But, for there was always some hitch to a Fae's bargain. You will be human. Thorn's head snapped back, colour leaching from his pale face. Human? Yes, I cannot alter magic that has already set in, but I can shift the course. You will once again be the Marquis of Wrenwood. Leave the details of your return to me, she added, when Thorn tried to speak. And my dear Holly shall go back to her normal self. That cannot be all of it, Holly said, cautious hope trying to rise within her. She pushed it down. Alas, it is not. You will end this union, and I will have assurances. When Thorn changes, he will forget your existence. Should you reveal who you were to him, he will return as he was, and you will go back to dying." "Why would you demand this?" Thorn bit out, "when I have already agreed to bring back Eliza?" Mab's pleasant countenance twisted into one of ugly contempt. "It disgusts me to the core that one of my kin would take up with a sanguis. That she should sully herself with a dirty blood-drinker is a sin against our noble nature. I'd rather see her dead than suffer such an indignity." "He is a better man than you could ever hope to know," Holly snapped. Thorn's hold on her arm held her back from charging the Fae, but Holly was not finished. "And I have no interest in your foul and twisted bargain." Mab merely looked at her as if she were a recalcitrant child. "You want my help? You will comply. Am I clear?" "As glass," Holly snapped. She turned to Thorn. "Let us go. We are finished here." "You will die," Mab shouted. "Have you no care for your own mortality?" "No." Holly tugged on Thorn's arm, for he'd yet to move. "We are going. Now." "Holly." "No," she said to him. "Don't you start." Mab's gaze darted between them. "Do nothing, and your fates are sealed. Help me, and you both live." "We don't even have a way to find Adam," she ground out, hating the lie but desperate to keep control of the situation. "You do," Nan cut in. "Lucian Stone visited you just before you collapsed. I heard what he said." "Nan!" Holly hissed, utterly betrayed. The witch lifted her chin a fraction. "He gave you a coin to call Adam forth. Toss it in the air and think of him, he said." Her expression went soft and regretful. "I have the coin here." She held the gold sovereign aloft and Thorn snatched it. Then he took Holly by the arm. "Come with me." "Do we have a bargain?" Mab called as they walked off. "Give us a moment," Thorn said over his shoulder. "Go to hell!" Holly snarled over hers. When they were at the edge of the green, Thorn stopped in the shadows made by the bloody tower looming over them. "Holly." "No!" She bit her lip, hard enough to draw blood. "Do not make me do this. I cannot lose you. I've only just found you." He grabbed her forearms and held tight. "You think this isn't tearing my insides out? Then refuse. We'll think of another way." "What way?" "It cannot be solved by science, can it, love?" He gave her shoulders a little shake. "Look me in the eye and tell me there is a way to solve this problem with science." "Testing has not yet proven—" "I'm not referring to me," he cut in softly, "but to you. Do you know of a way to cure yourself?" She looked away, a thick lump choking her throat. Gently he touched her cheek, his fingertips so hot that she knew her flesh was cold metal there. It hurt, but not as much as her heart. "There is no one with the power to restore you save Mab," he said. Helpless, Holly ground her teeth and refused to meet his eyes. "William!" Her breath hitched. "I cannot." The space between them grew so silent that the click of his heart could be heard. Then he touched her jaw, forcing her to look at him. The love and desperation in his gaze speared her fleshy heart. "See now," he whispered, "while I can manage giving up my own life, I cannot give up yours, not if it is in my power to save you." "I am not worth this." His thumb caressed her cheek. "To me you are." She shook her head because he did not know her darkest truth. "I can recall the sound of your screams, the exact pitch and tenor of them. Distress darkened William's eyes.
Holly.
He made a furtive attempt to touch her, and she held up a hand to ward him off. No, let me finish this. I need to. She took a deep breath. I remember each and every face, every cry. For nearly a year I relived those dark moments down in the cellar. What happened to you? Tears pooled in her eyes. I know, William. I know, she ground out between clenched teeth, that what I experienced was nothing compared to the agony you felt. Through a veil of tears she saw his expression crumple, as if her crying was too much for him. She let him gather her close, but she did not relent. Seeing that being done to you, Holly shook her head and pressed her palms against his solid chest, where his metal heart churned. It broke something inside of me, to watch that thing rip into you. Against her, William shuddered, and she snuggled closer. His arms tightened around her.
It's over, love.
No, she said. You do not understand. Holly leaned back and looked him in the eyes. Being forced to watch Amoros rip you apart when I could do nothing to stop it. I just wanted it to end. I couldn't. To see you in agony. Will. She touched his scar. I wished. A sob burst free. I wished that you would die. He went stiff against her. I begged to heaven, hell, and anything in between that you would die, that it would all end, the pain, the screams. And then he was clasping her head to his heart, his hold enveloping her as she cried, guilt and the horrible memory of that day swamping her anew. Hush, Petal. His deep voice was a vibration in his chest. Hush now. But she couldn't. She couldn't bear it. I'm so sorry. I wanted it too. He grasped the back of her head and forced her to look at him. His expression was taut, pained. I too begged for death, and if I'd had to watch that monster do that to you, he blanched, I would have lost my bloody mind. Do you understand? I would have wished for your death too, if I couldn't help you. William. She had so many regrets. He read her well, for his gaze turned fierce. Don't you dare take this upon yourself. He leaned in and pressed his lips to her forehead, breathing her in. I wouldn't change a thing, because it brought me to you. Holly sucked in a sharp breath, and he blinked down, his dark eyes filling. Everything, all that I endured, was worth it because I found you. She wrapped her arms about his neck, drawing him down so that he hunched over her and squeezed him tight. His grip was crushing, and he breathed hard into the crook of her neck before pressing his lips to the spot that held his mark. When she found the strength to speak, the words were muffled and hot against his chest. How am I to go on without you, when you give my life colour and joy? A choked sound left him, and his body quaked. She held on tighter, until her arms ached. I'd rather die. A great shudder went through him. I'm killing you now. His voice broke on a sob, as if it had only just truly hit him. Oh, gods, I've done this to you. No, love, no. But he was past hearing. Blood rimmed his eyes and stained the top of his cheeks, but his expression was set. You are in this danger because of my misguided need for vengeance. Do not make me live with the knowledge that I ultimately succeeded in killing you. Please, Holly, I could not bear it. All at once she crumpled, because she could not do that to him. Nor could she condemn him to a life as a shadow crawler, stuck in pain and madness. She had to be as brave as he was, and it broke her heart. William held on to her, stroking her hair and shaking with her. Too soon she released him, her arms heavy as lead. He took a deep breath. I was not yet ready to let you go either, you know. He looked away quickly, as if the sight of her pained him, but he held her hand in a bruising grip as he turned them back to the green. His stride was brisk, nearly a run, and she jogged to keep up. But she wouldn't slow him. To delay would destroy what little resolve they had. Mab waited for them, her countenance bland as they stopped before her. You have a bargain, fey witch, William snapped out. His hand in Holly's trembled. Mab smiled brightly. Excellent. A wise choice. Holly longed to tear the bitch's eyes out, but William jerked her round to face him, his treatment rough, though she knew it was done out of pain. Stark lines of hurt and regret sharpened his features, and the platinum filaments in his black irises began to thicken. I would have stayed with you forever, he said, until you were bloody well sick of my face. Never. Her entire body hurt at the very thought of being without him. She wanted to cling to him, soak in his scent and the warm texture of his skin. It doesn't matter if she takes my memories of you, he said in a thick rush. My soul knows yours, and that part of me will always love you. It will always be yours. His fingertips hovered above his mark upon her, but he did not touch her, as if it would be too painful for him. Holly's lips trembled. She was breaking, and she would not recover this time. But she couldn't let him see it now. I love you, William Thorne. And though it hurt to do so, she reached up and pulled down his cravat, exposing the small star-shaped mark that said he was hers. Gently she kissed him there. With all that I am. William whispered her name, and then cupped her cheeks. His kiss was tender and fierce, and not enough. His gaze burned into hers, and then, in a swirl of shadows, he was gone. Chapter 31. Will moved as though through a cold fog. At his side, Holly's cousin Sin followed. He didn't want him here, didn't want any reminders of what he was about to lose, but he could not do this alone. He needed someone to take Eliza May back to Mab. In all likelihood, Adam would tear Will apart after this deception, and Will would not play fast and loose with Holly's life. Thus, Sin was his partner, damn it all. I did not know it would play out like that, the lad said in a small voice. I did not know Mab would make you choose. I did not know Holly's life was in danger because of... Sin ducked his head, wincing. Will's chest tightened. Do not speak of it. Ever again. He did not check to see if the boy understood or not. If he mentioned Holly again, Will would split his lip to shut him up. When they reached the privacy of Will's old home, for he could not return to Evernight Hall without losing his sanity, he headed towards the empty ballroom. If Adam came here, he'd need room to maneuver. If they were transported to Adam, well then, he'd figure it out there. Do we hold hands, you think? Sin asked, as Will pulled out the enchanted sovereign, in case the coin takes us to him. Will sneered, annoyance rivaling his broken heart, then grabbed hold of the lad's arm. Let us see. He tossed the coin high and thought of Adam. Bloody fucking Adam. Cold air rushed by, and blackness descended. In a blink, they stood beneath a domed pavilion in the middle of an abandoned pleasure park. Tremorne Gardens, Will murmured, despite his rancour. He'd played here as a child. Pretty, isn't it? A deep voice remarked. As one, Will and Sin turned. He wasn't prepared for the sight of Adam. Hell's bells. Will could not see anything particularly special about him. True, he was handsome. Will could admit that much about another man. But there was a scent, a power coming off the fiend in waves so strong, so blatantly sensual, that an unwelcome heat stirred within Will's belly. Sweet Satan, but that brast him off. At his side, Sin scowled and shifted his weight from one foot to the other, as if he too felt it. Adam's mouth quirked with knowing amusement. Sorry, I don't intend to attract men. It happens to everyone. Well, he paused. Almost everyone. It was then that Will noticed the woman standing 10 paces behind Adam. She was a pretty lass, with the clean yet lush features of an Evernight. Defiance lined her every curve and set her face with stony resolve. She stared through them as though they were not there. All this, Will thought bitterly, because of this one girl. And then he felt shame. She was just as much a pawn as the rest of them. He turned his bitterness to where it would be more effective, towards Adam. You wanted to see me? I'd hoped to see you and Miss Evernight together. Adam cocked a black brow. Yet I find a boy in her place. Sin snorted. This is St. John Evernight, Will said. He comes in Holly's stead because I am unwilling to risk her safety. And why would you assume I'd hurt her? Adam frowned, and a pulse of power emanated off of him, hard enough to make the pavilion's iron struts creak. I do not harm those I invite to meet me, nor can I harm humans. With the old ones, Will explained. You can never be too careful. Adam gave a dry laugh. Touché, Mr. Thorne. What is it that you wanted? Will asked, though he could guess. You will be approached by Mab, the Fey Queen, Adam said. She will want you to return something to her. The hard line of his jaw twitched. Something that is not hers to take. Behind him, Eliza's eyes flared with resentment. I gather that something is the young lass there. Will inclined his head towards her. Adam's eyes glowed, flashing brilliant gold. Will knew that look. It was a male, in danger of falling into a territorial rage. This woman, Eliza, meant far more to the demon than he let on. Likely she was his mate, which narrowed Will's chance of survival significantly. Easily, Will held up his hands. You've a gold chain about her wrists. It stands to reason. Adam grunted. You shall tell Mab no. And in return? I was the one who told Darby not to kill your Miss Evernight. Adam gave him a tight smile. So, as I see it, you owe me a boon. Will wondered if Adam had a clue how far ahead Mab had played her hand. I'll need some reassurances, Will said instead. When Adam quirked a brow, Will went on. Despite what you might have heard of me, I don't harm women. I cannot in good conscience leave behind a woman if she's being ill-treated. It was a risk, calling Adam's honour into question, but it was the only way. And for a moment, Will wondered if he'd failed, for rage licked over the demon's face. But on the next breath, he calmed. I admire that, actually, Adam said lightly. As you can see, however, she is fine. Not once did he look at Eliza. I'm afraid I'd rather speak to her myself, give her a quick look over. I won't, he assured, touch her. Because that would certainly set the Primus off. I'm afraid that I do not trust you that close to what is mine, Sanguis. So Will's reputation with females had preceded him. Undaunted, Will shrugged. Let the boy here do it. Sin had remained quiet, as he'd been told to do, but at that he managed somehow to look both innocent and earnest. Adam studied him for a moment, and then, with clear reluctance, nodded. Be quick about it. At those words, Will's heart began to churn. Sin had a fey key within his pocket, one of transport. He merely needed to touch it, and they'd be gone, back to Mab. But Will needed to break the chain first. Forcing a look of bland calm, he watched Sin walk steadily over to Eliza May. Far from snarling at him, Eliza gazed steadily at the boy. Had she any idea what they were about to do? When Sin drew near, he spoke to her in a clear voice. Are you well, miss? I am unharmed, if that's what you mean. She'd a flat accent, betraying her American origins, but at the sound of her voice, Adam went rigid, his entire body leaning towards her as if he craved hearing it. Will felt a twinge of sympathetic pity for him. Sin, the brilliant lad, seemed to pick up on this as well, for he kept her talking. I'm St. John, though most call me Sin. Pleased to make your acquaintance, she replied. I am Eliza May. You're a Yank, Sin remarked with good nature. And you're a Limey. He laughed at that, and so did she. At the sound of her laughter, Adam's eyes fluttered closed, and that was when Will struck. Drawing on every ounce of power he possessed, Will flashed to shadow. He had to trust that Sin would grab hold of Eliza and do his job properly. Will reformed a second later, right behind Adam. He grabbed hold of the golden chain and yanked it apart. The metal snapped just as Adam roared, the sound so loud and encompassing that Will's ears rang. No! Will didn't have to look to know Eliza and Sin were gone. Nor did he have the strength. He fell to his knees as a wave of nausea hit him. The only thought on his mind was of her. Holly. Will Thorne rose up. He was utterly human now, a weak and defenceless thing. Yet he stood before Adam's rage without any visible fear. You dare remain behind, Adam snarled. His chest was so tight that the words came out garbled, spittle flying from his lips. Only a mere thread of control kept him from tearing Thorne's head off. But he couldn't touch him. Perhaps Thorne knew as much because he simply regarded him with something close to compassion. I gave you the chance I never received, Thorne said in his softer human voice. What chance? Rage had Adam panting. It broke on a roar. I want my property back! Thorne didn't flinch. That's just it, mate. She's not a piece of property. And if you want any chance of having her with you, she had to be free. Adam did not want to listen. He'd been searching for so long, and now she was gone. It hurt. It burned. He could barely see through his frustration. On a curse, he lashed out, smashing his fist into the stone. You had no right. Thorne's expression hardened. Just as you and your ilk had no right to play about with my life, with Holly's. Something sharp and pained passed over his face, but he hardened his features. I've done you a favour, a great one. If there is any logical means of thought left within you, you'll realise this. Adam spun on his heel and paced. Bloody hell, but the bastard was correct. He'd achieved precisely nothing with Eliza while holding her to him. She can't disappear on you, Thorne said in a low voice. You know who she is now. Aye, that he did, but that wasn't the point. He ached when she was gone. It was a wound that bled into his damned soul. Unable to bring himself to look at Thorn, he stared unseeing into the abandoned pleasure gardens. "What do you want?" he said, "in return for this favor? Kill me or leave me alone." Despair hung on the man so thick that it clogged the air. Adam knew that depth of hopelessness. He felt it now. Gnashing his teeth, he bit out his reply. "Get out." Thorn turned and left without a backward glance. A man walking as if headed for the gallows. Chapter 32. William Halver Thorn, 7th Marquis of Wrenwood, Earl of Carleigh, Viscount Durham, stared into the dressing mirror and tried to find himself. But a stranger stared back at him in the reflection. For 7 months he'd studied this face, and though the sharp blade of his nose, the basic shape and form of his features felt right enough, the light brown hair and pale blue eyes that made up his colouring were utterly foreign to him. Frowning, he made a face in the mirror, peeling back his lips and baring his teeth in a primitive snarl. Even, white teeth shone in the mellow glow of the gas lamp. Wrong. Everything felt wrong. His body was sluggish, his senses dulled. He knew this to his marrow. But how could he be sure, when he could not remember his life? A tragedy, they said. A horrible accident. Will had awakened one day to find himself in a strange bed with a ring of servants peering over him. They'd told him he was William Thorn, that he was Marquis of Wrenwood, and he'd hit his head while riding in the country. He couldn't remember ever riding a horse. Everything felt off-kilter, a lie. And yet not. His name he recognized, and his house, once he'd walked through it, letting his fingers skim over oddly familiar surfaces. But those memories were filtered through a haze, as though he'd been absent for a decade rather than unconscious for months. As for his staff, they too walked about as if in a half-dream. Oftentimes he felt the weight of their gaze upon him, and when he turned quickly enough, he'd see their frowns, the confusion resting in their eyes. It matched his own. Why, he'd asked Mr. Mason, his man of business, had he no friends, nor associates? Had he been an evil man, an outcast? That felt right, which bothered him in equal measure. Mason's answer only made things worse. Will had been abroad these many years, feared dead for a time. A distant cousin had taken the title, only to haul off when Will had been found. Now society wanted to meet the newly restored Marquis. Lies. Will knew it, but he could not prove it. He was stuck in a nightmare with no way out. With reluctance, Will straightened the white tie at his throat and adjusted the cuffs of his evening suit. His valet could do such things for him, but Will would be damned if that man was getting near him again. Not after he'd shorn Will's hair in a close, proper cut, when Will had still been unconscious. That had been the first thing he'd noticed that was off about himself. He couldn't even explain why, but he'd known, without a shadow of doubt, that his hair ought to be long. Finding it cut short had filled him with rage. A rage that had yet to abate. For he was missing something else, something essential to him, and he could not remember what it was. His hands shook with it, and when they did, he caught sight of the gleaming strip of platinum that he wore about his finger. The ring was fairly thin and of a strange woven design, as if the jeweller had twined 2 thin platinum threads together and wrapped them round and round. Will could almost see its creation, as if he'd been there to witness the unknown jeweller making it. The ring disturbed him most of all. His soul seemed to scream at the unfairness of life when he looked at it, yet he could not, no matter how hard he tried, compel himself to take it off. A scratch at the door had him turning. Mr. Mason's round face appeared at the edge of the doorway. He caught sight of Will and smiled, disingenuous and broad. "Ah, you're ready. Excellent. Shall we go and meet your public, then, my lord?" Absently, Will rubbed the cold spot that never warmed on his chest. His heart ached. Constantly. Very well. And though he was about to greet a room of hundreds of people, he felt utterly alone. Sin caught sight of Holly before she noticed him. In all likelihood, he might have fired a round of bullets into the air before she gave him the time of day. Though it was late, and all the other inventors had long ago left the SOS laboratory, she sat hunched over her work table, as she had day in and day out for the past 7 months. His heart ached for her. She was too thin, her collarbones visible beneath her drab grey gown, and she was too pale, dark circles ringing her once bright eyes. They were dull now, seeing yet never engaged. At least she was here, at headquarters, instead of wasting away in Evernight House. She'd gone, kicking and screaming, in her own stubborn way, back to work, forced there by the combined efforts of Mary, Poppy, and himself. In the end, Jack Talent had stepped in, thrown her over his massive shoulder, and physically removed her from her house. Perhaps it was the ignominy of being hauled about like a side of beef, or perhaps she realized the futility of further struggle, but she'd calmed then and accepted that she needed to get back to the familiar, to life. But she wasn't living, Sin knew. His cousin was dying, of sorrow and of loneliness, and though her body would go on, indefinitely it seemed, she'd slowly fade into a ghost of herself. Anger licked through him at the thought, and the room heated about him. On a curse, he strode forward, making certain that his boot heels struck the floor with definitive thuds. Holly stiffened as he approached. Only when he was right before her did she put down her pencil and acknowledge him. Fine lines pulled at the corners of her lips. He stared at her for a full minute, until she scowled and broke their silence. "What is it, then?" "You are coming out with me tonight." He'd take no argument, and he'd haul her ass with him if he had to. Holly's nostrils flared as though she were preparing to lash out. He beat her to it. "I need you, Hollis." Oh, but he was playing dirty. He didn't care. "I need your help, please." She sagged, her eyes reddening. "You are a right pest, Sin." A lump gathered in his throat. He wanted to hold his cousin and tell her all would be well. But he couldn't promise that. Chapter 33. Holly was in hell, consigned there by her formerly favourite cousin, Sin. Hell came wrapped in a pretty package, a lovely ballroom in an equally lovely house. Crystal chandeliers dripped light upon hundreds of elegantly dressed ladies and gentlemen. Fragrant white flowers, caught up in massive bouquets that flanked each of the large French doors, thickened the air with their perfume. A light waltz played. All was hazy and gilded, a swirl of colourful silk skirts and smiling faces. And Holly wanted out of it, immediately. While she could manage to push through life, putting one foot in front of the other, wearing out each day in an endless cycle, she could not tolerate happiness. She could not hear laughter without wanting to tear her heart out, without thinking of him. and she tried very hard not to think of him. Heat prickled behind her eyes, the smoke coming off the candles making it worse. She turned to Sin, who stood dressed in immaculate white and black. "I cannot stay here." He peered down at her, his handsome face drawn in a frown. "We've just arrived." His expression softened as he touched her arm. "Give it a little longer, Hall, and then we can go, I swear." Gripping the folds of her skirts, she nodded once, and then tried to smooth the damage she'd wreaked upon the crimson satin, if only for something to do. Oh, but why had she worn this colour? Why had she let Sin talk her into this dress? Her hands shook, and so she clasped them together. She might have protested again, but Sin uttered a choked sound and turned pale. Holly followed his gaze, but could see no threat, only a young woman in butter-yellow taffeta. She was a pretty thing, not in a showy sort of way, but in a clean, elegant manner. Mahogany hair swept up in intricate braids gleamed in the candlelight. She was too far off to see the colour of her eyes, but they appeared lively and tilted up at the corners. "You know her?" Holly asked a gaping Sin. At the sound of Holly's voice, Sin flinched, and with a tiny shake of his head, looked away from the girl. "It's Leila." "Leila Starling?" A vague recollection came to Holly, of a young girl, perhaps 6 or 7, living on the property abutting Evernight Hall in Ireland. The American heiress who moved away years ago. Dully, Sin nodded. He looked as though he'd seen a ghost. For the first time in months, Holly found herself wanting to smile. Sin had always been shy around others, but she remembered him being thick as thieves with little Leila at one point. "Go say hello to her. I'm certain she—" Whatever Holly might have said fled in a hot rush as 2 men entered the room, their arrival causing a stir through the crowd. The younger of the 2 men was clearly the cause of all the attention. Tall and proud, his strong features striking against the crisp white of his collar, he stood out amongst lesser men. Dimly, Holly felt her flesh prickling. A loud buzzing filled her ears. Her vision narrowed down to him. She ought not to have recognized him. His hair was short, combed in a proper English fashion, and plain brown. His skin had an almost ruddy cast, blooming with basic human vigour. Nothing that resembled the man he once was. Oh, but his face! That blade-thin nose, the sharp angle of his jaw, the narrowed gaze, and the firm lips that had touched every inch of her body long ago. Those things remained. William. Her mouth moved over the name, but she hadn't the heart to utter it. A lady whispered something in his ear, and he canted his head, giving the woman a tight smile. Thorn. Her wicked Thorn. Holly's breath caught with such force that it shredded her throat. The floor beneath her swayed. Blindly she turned on Sin. "You bastard!" She could barely speak through her rage. "You bloody, sick bastard!" He caught hold of her arm, the one she'd raised to strike him with, though she hadn't recalled lifting it, and tugged her close as those around her started to stare. "I know," he said under his breath. "I am, and you can hate me all you like." His head dipped closer. "But I could not watch you waste away any longer, not when it could end here." "I cannot!" She struggled not to cry. She would never cry again. That much she had promised herself. "Do you mean to torture me? Do you have any notion how much it hurts, Sin?" So bloody much that she felt as though a barely scabbed-over wound had ripped open upon her chest. "I mean to set you free," he shot back. "Go to him." Holly wrenched her wrist from his grip.
He cannot see me, she hissed. You know this. If I let him see me, it will undo everything we sacrificed. Damn Sin to hell, but he knew better. Her stubborn cousin simply shook his head.
No, I've been thinking on this. You aren't remembering Mab's words properly. She said that you couldn't remind him of who you are. It cannot be your doing. But he... Sin inclined his head towards the other end of the room where William roamed. He is not bound by those rules. He can remember on his own without breaking the bargain. Holly flinched, Sin's words a hard punch to her belly. He won't remember. Those memories are gone. Just as Will was from her life. Fey tricks, Sin said. The memories are there, only obscured. His mouth tightened. Believe me, I know this well. And Holly remembered that Sin's real father had been a master of altering memories and of playing with fates. Go to him, Holly. Sin stared at her. There is nothing in your agreement that says you and Thorn cannot be together. Is it not worth the risk? Is he not worth it? She was afraid of coming face to face with him and seeing nothing more than bland politeness, of missing the way he used to look at her, as though she was the world to him, as he was hers. As if pulled by a cord, Holly's gaze went to William, tracking him as he slowly made his way through the crowd with the reluctance of a man merely doing his duty. Dear God, but he was beautiful to her. So very foreign now, with his short brown hair and darker human skin, but so very familiar in the way he moved, in the stark planes of his face. Her breath hitched. Though it was impossible, it was as if he'd heard her, for he suddenly stilled and turned his head. His gaze collided with hers with the force of a bullet, and held. She could not breathe, could not think past wanting him. Yet somehow she found the strength to put one foot in front of the other, to go to him. Being the centre of attention, Will decided, was hell. A very pretty version of it, but hell all the same. People pressed in on him, their sour scents and heavy perfumes clogging his nostrils and making it hard to breathe. His insides heaved, though he was starving. He never ate well. Aside from soups and soft whipped vegetables, he could not tolerate many solid foods. His sole delight, he eventually discovered, had been hot chocolate. Until the day he'd taken a sip and a spring breeze had drifted in through an open window, carrying with it the sweet fragrance of lilacs. He'd dropped his cup then, unable to stand the rich, warm taste of chocolate a moment longer. His heart had hurt so badly, a deep, unending ache that had him wanting to cry like a lad. So then, no more chocolate for him. Yes, Will thought, as he bowed over yet another gloved hand in greeting. He was in hell. At his side, Mason leaned close, his breath stale with the stink of old cigars. "At least try to smile, my lord." Smile? He didn't know how. He'd never felt the urge. But he tried. And then he felt the weight of a stare. It tickled the back of his neck, a hot finger of awareness stroking his skin. He hadn't felt heat, not in all his living memory. Shock had him tensing. He turned, seeking the source of this heavy gaze, and caught sight of the woman. Everything within him tensed, prickling in an alarm that was close to panic. His breath stilled. Deep inside of him a voice seemed to scream, "Yes, her, that one." Will blinked, trying to focus on the woman who stood at the opposite side of the ballroom. Surrounded by ink-black hair, her face was a pale oval, solemn and sorrowful, and beautiful.
She was heartbreakingly beautiful to him. Delicately wrought features and a direct gaze that bore into him and set his flesh aflame. The deep crimson colour of her gown stood out amongst duller colours. She stood out, apart from everything, as though she was the only one in the room with him. And then she was moving, her stride slow, but as confident as a man's. Something shifted in his mind, like a breeze blowing through, trying to stir the cobwebs. But then it was gone. It did not matter. She was walking towards him, to him. Will broke out of his stupor, and without a backward glance went to meet her. Anticipation clenched low in his gut. He wanted to break into a run, so great was his desire to get to her. He forced himself to remain calm, lest she find him as mad as he suspected himself to be. Closer, closer. They met in the middle of the room, stopping when there was little more than a foot between them. Hell's bells, but she was even lovelier up close. Her eyes were blue, a dark blue that called to mind cool lakes and twilight skies. A man could lose himself in such eyes, and not even mind if he were drowning. Hello. He found himself smiling, like an idiot. She blanched, her gaze going to his inane grin, then back to meet his eyes. Ruddy bloody hell, he'd bollocksed this up before it had truly begun. But then she cleared her throat and spoke. Hello. Her voice sent a shiver through him. It was calm and smooth, just as it ought to be. Will fought not to lean forward and crowd her. Awkward silence fell over them. He ought to ask a mutual acquaintance for a proper introduction. But she was alone, and he was impatient. From the sweet swells of her bosom, gloriously displayed by her evening bodice, came the scent of lilacs, and something sharp that he couldn't quite recognize, but somehow gave him comfort enough to blurt out the first words that came to mind. I feel like a fool. She blinked up at him, the black wings of her brows knitting in confusion. Will's face heated. What I meant is that I feel as though I know you. I have so much that I want to tell. He broke off, mortified at his inane babbling. Bloody hell, he muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. Her lips twitched again. Likely she thought he'd escaped bedlam. Will pulled himself straight. Let's try this again. I am William Thorne. He extended his hand, propriety not allowing him to take hers, but hoping she'd offer it all the same. She hesitated, the tendons on her neck moving as she swallowed, but then she relented. Her slim, gloved hand rested lightly on his fingers. Just that small touch sent a shock of feeling through him. The Marquis of Wrenwood, she acknowledged faintly. William. Call me William. Having acted the idiot more than enough this night, he kept his counsel. I've been out of the country. The words were a bitter lie on his tongue. But she accepted them with a short nod. And are you... Her voice grew fainter. Have you been well? It was too intimate a question for polite society, but he wanted to answer. He wanted to confide in her. No, I've been in hell. Until you came. It hit him then. She made his backward world feel righted. It made no sense. Will did not know if he'd ever believed in love at first sight, but he knew with utter conviction that he wanted this woman in his life. Dance with me. It was blunt, not at all a request. And she blanched, her twilight eyes going wide. I don't dance. You don't, or won't. The words were out before he could stop them, and Will silently cursed. Satan's balls, but that was rude. Shockingly, she did not frown at him or turn away.
The corners of her pink mouth twitched as though she fought a smile. In turn, it made him smile. "Then take a turn about the room with me," he pressed. "Tell me about yourself." It occurred to him that she hadn't even given him her name. Come now, love, surely one turn cannot be so great a task. As if slapped, she closed her eyes, and a look of such utter pain twisted her features that he feared she was ailing. Horrified at the thought, he took a step towards her, his hand moving to clasp her arm, when she opened her eyes and quickly stepped back. I'm sorry," she whispered. "I have to go." No, no, no! She was drifting away, being swallowed up by the crowd. "Goodbye, William." Chapter 34. Will stared at the spot where the woman in red had been. Every instinct he possessed howled at the wrongness of her absence. From the centre of his heart, pain spread. It filled him up, then spilled outward. He fancied he might find his blood pooling on the waxed parquet floor beneath his feet, but there was none. No, he simply stood alone, without her. Absently, he stroked his thumb over his platinum ring as their strange conversation played within his head, flickering over and over like a child's zoetrope. Her eyes meeting his gaze without flinching. Her scent, motor oil and metal and lilacs. Her smile reluctant and hard-won. Her blood rich, savoury. Blood, delicious and flowing down his throat. Will's canines throbbed. Her voice saying his name, as no other had done save his mum. She'd called him William. She always called him that. Or Thorn. "William Thorn, you are an utter beast." Will gave a violent start. Why was he still here? His legs propelled him forward before he even had the thought to move, and then he was striding, weaving through the crush of people, heedless of anything but getting to her. She was gone. His gait quickened. Out of the house, down the front drive. The scent of lilacs and metal hung in the air like a tracer. He drew it in, his pace turning into a jog, then a run. Faster, faster. He needed to find her. His life depended on it. Out on the street, people danced, laughing and singing, enjoying the fair weather. May Day, or the drunken end of it. Brilliant. Will shoved past a jack in the green, the brittle foliage on the man's costume scraping Will's cheek. Still Will rushed onward, leaving behind a band of dancing chimney sweeps and 3 foxed May Queens. But no sign of a red dress. Frantic, he sped on, following her scent, not knowing how he could, but smelling it as clear as a bell. His body ached, his lungs burned with effort. Useless, tiresome human body. He hated it, hated its weakness, when he needed to be fleet of foot and strong. He turned a corner, and the edifice of Victoria Station loomed in the distance, and he knew she'd gone inside. Bugger! Her scent took him to an outbound train platform. There, against the soaring arches of steel and glass, was a flash of red skirts. She was headed for a train. She would be lost to him. Again. He could not move fast enough, could not get to her in time. Desperation, want, need rushed up from his chest. "Holly!" he shouted without thought, his feet flying over the hard ground. The crimson bustle of her skirts swayed with her quick steps, and his soul cried out in wrongness that she should be apart from him. "Evernight!" Holly couldn't stay. She couldn't look at William and not have him, so she ran. Her corset pinched her side, her legs ached.
She ran through Victoria Station down to the ticket booth. She would go home to Ireland, to her parents. She missed her family. She needed arms to hold her. Ticket purchased and in hand, Holly wove through the slower-moving passengers, heading out to the platforms. She could not stand still. It gave her too much time to think. Ahead of her, the train waited to take her away, a dark, snaking beast, hissing white steam from its valve. "Holly!" She nearly stumbled at the sound of his voice, the desperate pitch of it. So quickly had she been moving that she took 3 more steps before she could slow. "Evernight!" Sweet pain lanced through her heart. Panting, she stopped, her skirts swaying, even as footsteps pounded up behind her. He'd been running like a fiend, for he skidded to a halt as she turned around. Not 3 feet away, William Thorne stood before her, sweat darkening his temples, his chest heaving as he fought for breath. She struggled to calm her own. They stood facing each other, he with a pained expression as he panted, and she likely looking the same. His rapid breath slowly eased, and he straightened, his gaze never leaving hers. "Sodding, useless human body," he said, in his dark, northern voice. "I don't know how you stand it." A half-sob, half-choked laugh broke from her, and his mouth trembled, caught, it seemed, between a smile and a frown. He stared at her for a beat of silence, and then an anguished sound left him. "Holly." His voice broke, and his body moved. 2 strides and he had her. His warm palms cupped her cheeks, and then his lips covered hers. He wasn't polite about it, or careful. He devoured her mouth, plundering deep, and it felt so bloody good, like sweet relief and home, that Holly sobbed. He swallowed the sound down, licking it up with the lap of his tongue. She wound her arms about his neck, pressing closer to the familiar heat of his body. Time and a sea of people passed them by as they kissed, until she was dizzy with need and happiness. Slowly, taking little nips as he went, Will pulled back. With a broad sigh, he rested his forehead upon hers, his hand still cupping her face as though he'd never let go. "Holly," he whispered, "petal mine." "You remember?" Her voice cracked. "Everything." Soft kisses peppered her face, the scent and texture of him surrounding her. "William." Clutching his shoulders, she kissed him back, on his jaw, the warm crook of his neck, the tip of his sharp nose. "Man of my heart." Impatient fingers plucked at the satin ribbon around her neck. "Let me see my mark, love." The ribbon slithered away, and he let out a satisfied sigh before tenderly pressing his lips to the thorn-shaped mark that had never faded. "I was lost, so lost without you." Exhaustion washed through her. She rested her head upon his shoulder and let him hold her. "You are my joy," she told him. "And you are my lodestone," he said. "I will always come back to you." He smiled, and she smiled, until the scent of earth and moss invaded her happy sanctuary. He too caught the scent, for he stiffened, and his nostrils flared. Around them silence fell, the once crowded train platform now deserted. As if struck, Will lurched, doubling up on a sharp hiss before falling to his knees. Holly cried out, sinking to his side as he convulsed. "Will!" The scent of earth grew thicker, and a fog rolled in,
filling up the cavernous iron canopy that made up the depot. Will remained hunched over, his body trembling. "Talk to me," she insisted, trying to ignore the tendrils of fog that tickled her neck. "Oh my," said a feminine voice. "It appears Will Thorne has regained his memory." Mab sauntered out from the billowing fog, a vision in green satin and white bows. Her rosebud lips pursed. "Looking a bit worse for wear, isn't he?" "Shut up," Holly snapped, her hand still upon Will's shoulder. Mab stared at Will. "You are not supposed to be here."
"You have no control over where I go," Will said between gasps.
"What are you doing to him?" Holly snarled. Mab ignored her. "We had a bargain, Mr. Thorne."
"And we kept it. There was nothing in it about me remembering Holly on my own."
Mab sneered. "How I hate when you demons wiggle by on a technicality." Again Will writhed, doubling up as though trying to hold his guts in. "Stop!" Holly's cry was sharp and strong enough that Mab paused. "I want another bargain," she told Mab, knowing a fae could not resist the temptation. "Oh," Mab said. "Request?" "Leave William alone." Holly lifted her chin. "Name your terms." Will made a gurgle of protest. Gently, Holly touched his cold cheek, and Will's gaze held hers. "Stay down," she said in a low voice. "This is my fight." His nostrils flared, the expression on his face shifting towards stubborn refusal. But then he gave an almost imperceptible nod. Love, gratitude, and protectiveness flooded her and gave her strength. This man. He knew her. He was her partner in all things, and she would not lose him again. In a single move, Holly rose and spun to face Mab. "Now, dear girl," Mab said with a patronizing smile, "no male is worth such upset. Do the sensible thing and never become attached to one. As you did not become attached to Aidan, so desperate for his affections that you forced a man who did not desire you into your bed." Mab's eyes flared dark purple fire as she sneered. "He was being unreasonable, as are you." The fae stiffened as Holly's fists clenched. "Do not," Mab suggested, "make threatening gestures towards me, young one. You shall not like the consequences." Holly smiled then. This fae believed her to be a rational creature, ruled by logic. Perhaps once, but not today. "As you dared to threaten William?" Holly stalked forward. "You dared lay a finger on him after we played your game. His very presence here insults me. I am Mab. I shall not be made to look a fool by a lowly sanguis, turned even lower human." Her expression turned mulish. "And I cannot say I am pleased by your lack of gratitude for the gift I bestowed to you." Oh, yes, her gift. As soon as William had left her, Mab had informed Holly that, because of her kinship and the trials she had to face by being stuck with the sanguis, Holly could have the gift of immortality. It had been the height of cruelty, to make Will a human while forcing Holly to live an eternity without him. Holly had said as much, and Mab, in a fit of pique, had made the gift irreversible. The bitch. Holly's anger burned hotter now. "If it's gratitude you're wanting, pray look elsewhere. Only a fool would desire a gift from you." Mab's nostrils flared. She cuffed Holly on the face, sending her to her knees.
A roar rang out, and Will staggered to his feet and grabbed the Fae about the throat. Though human, Will was not weak. He shook her like a rag before tossing her far, but Mab landed upon light feet, and she laughed. "I see lessons are in order." She snapped her fingers, and Holly heard the sickening crack of Will's arm bone. Instantly, Will's body went rigid, a scream pushing through his clenched teeth. Mab snapped again, and Will toppled, his legs bent at unnatural angles. Chapter 35. "No more!" Holly shouted, stalking towards Mab. With a bored expression, the Fae lifted a hand and sent a wave of power through the air. Holly tumbled back, skidding until she stopped at the edge of the train platform, and Will, human and vulnerable, flopped about on the ground as Mab continued to break his bones one by one. Rage, blind and all-encompassing, lit through Holly. She welcomed it, letting it fuel her. Looming behind her was a great black steam engine. The massive iron locomotive began to shake upon the track, the sound of metal groaning then tearing with a series of sharp screeches. Holly narrowed her focus, and the iron panels along the engine ripped free. They flew through the air and landed before Will, clanging as they formed a wall around him. Higher and higher, blocking him from Mab and her power. Struggling to her feet, Holly pulled more iron. A violent rattle sounded around the platform, ominous and strained. Mab glanced about, taking in the wrought iron fence dividing the wide platform that lay between two tracks. The iron posts began to quiver, and her gaze narrowed. Iron was quite deadly to the Fae, and they both knew it. "You would not dare!" Holly flicked her wrists. The iron spears on the fence flew through the air in a blur. Mab screamed as they slammed into her, throwing her back and impaling her upon the stone wall of the station's entrance. Breathing through her teeth, Mab hissed at Holly. "Insolent little—" Another sliver of iron caught the Fae in the neck, going in deep enough to cut off her words, but not yet her head. Holly stopped before the woman. Mab snarled, unable to move against the iron spears. The metal was doing its work, leaching into her body, poisoning her blood and weakening her. "You ought to have chosen a safer place to launch your attack," Holly advised. "Or did you assume that I would not fight back, that I would cower and fear you?" Mab's expression promised retribution and pain. "Now you listen to me," Holly said with quiet conviction. "You will never touch William Thorne nor any of his kith and kin again. You will never contact me or interfere with my life, either directly or indirectly, again." The Fae uttered a noise that might have been a snort before glaring back at Holly. Holly stared into those ancient eyes without fear. "You may have more power, and perhaps one day you'll have the luck to catch me unaware, but you do not have my resolve. You come between me and mine again, and I will slice you into ribbons so slowly it will take agonizing hours for this mortal shell you now wear to die. And when I am done, I'll send you back without another thought for you. I'll do it, over and over. I will not stop defending what is mine." Mab bared her teeth. She could not respond, however, not with the iron bar lodged in her throat. Holly didn't flinch or blink. Am I clear? Resentful capitulation filled Mab's eyes. Holly waved her hand, and the iron shards sliced through the Fae's flesh like it was suet. On a garbled cry, the Fae's head fell off, her body breaking apart in a mess of limbs and gore before it sizzled and bubbled an instant later. Before the iron finished falling to the ground, her remains were nothing more than a pile of ash. Holly turned heel and ran back to Will, flinging the iron panels aside with a flick of her wrist. Will lay on his side, shaking. "William!" Her knees hit the pavement, and she reached for him, half frightened to touch him and cause more pain. White streaks shot down from the crown of his head, growing thicker and thicker, until the brown was gone. "William?" she whispered. Snarling, he reared back, and the light of the moon shone down through the glass ceiling and upon his face. Platinum. Razor-sharp fangs extended from his open mouth, and then he simply sagged in on himself. The platinum faded away as if on a breath. For a moment, neither of them spoke, until he lifted his head and looked at her with demon-black eyes. A sob of relief broke from her. "Are you well?"
"I've had better nights."
He glanced over at Mab's mortal remains, and then back to Holly. His firm lips twitched, but his eyes remained tired and wary.
"Destroying the Fae Queen will likely bring wrath upon your head."
"I did not destroy her. I sent her back to her world. She'll have to find another way to return here, and make another body." The thought of Mab returning made Holly shudder, but Will was safe and whole, and so was she. Slowly he stood, extending a hand to help her up. Around them, the station filled up with people once more, all of them bustling about as if they'd always been there. Shocked voices broke out as people took in the skinned steam engine. Ignoring them all, Will only had eyes for her, his expression almost stern.
"My brave, clever love."
He tugged her into his arms and held her tight. For a moment they simply breathed, his lips against her hair, her nose burrowed in the warm crook of his neck, her palm flattened against his chest where his mechanical heart once again pumped away. A wave of despair hit her. What shall we do about you? Though she was once again in balance, he was not. Petal, my capitulation to Mab was never about saving myself. It was about saving you. Will's hand came to rest over hers. Watch. Before her eyes, his hand went pure platinum and then back again to pale flesh. Holly raised her head. What does it mean? Though fatigue lined his face, his smile was cheeky. "Do you know, I've been sitting around that drafty old house pretending to be a marquis and having nothing to do." "William," she threatened. He laughed, a light, happy sound. "I'm getting there, love. I must have been thinking of you in some capacity, for I found myself reading scientific tomes, and there was this volume by that chap Darwin." "You read Darwin?" Really, the thought of Will Thorne sitting quietly reading like a studious scholar was shock enough. Wrapping an arm about her shoulders, he tucked her close and walked them away from Mab's ashes. And he had this interesting theory on evolution. "I've read it." "Always interrupting." Will shook his head, grinning wide. "It occurs to me just now that perhaps I haven't been dying, but evolving. A true marriage of science and nature. Why fight this new step, when fighting it has only brought me pain?" Holly stopped short. "That is your great epiphany? William Thorne, you have no proof." He kissed her, slow and leisurely. When she melted into him, he pulled back. "I've gone entirely metal many times now, and still have my sanity. In truth,
I've had control over myself since I destroyed the Neck's elders, and the change to metal stopped hurting just after the Alamut let me go." He shrugged. "That's good enough for now." Though she could voice various counter-theories and objections, Holly found herself smiling. "I missed you." "Well, I didn't. Couldn't, you see," he teased, laughing when she poked his ribs. Then he sobered, and I was in hell. He kissed her once more, softly. "I love you, Holly." "I love you, William." Gently, she unwound his cravat and found her star-shaped mark upon his neck. She kissed the spot with possessive pride and utter contentment, and he returned the favour, nuzzling the little thorn upon her neck before tucking her once more against his side and guiding her down the platform. "Where are we going?" Holly asked as they walked out of the station and into the clear night. His grip on her tightened. "Home, petal mine. We're going home." Epilogue. 7 months earlier, London. Once upon a time, superstitious humans would bury those who died by their own hand at the crossroads. 6 feet under with a spike through their hearts so that the dead would not rise. The dead, humans realized on some level, did not always stay dead. Sometimes they changed into immortals. And while humans thought of a crossroad as a simple intersection, it was something far more powerful. A real crossroad was, in actuality, a gateway to other worlds. Victoria Station, London's massive homage to locomotive transport, was once such a crossroad. And while the old crossroad was buried under brick and mortar, glass and steel, it still operated as a gateway. As Adam strolled down a train platform, hands tucked into the pockets of his fine wool trousers that went with his fine English suit, he could not ignore that his freedom had come to an end. He had tried to break his curse, and he had failed. Time to pay the piper, as it were. Around him, travellers went about their business, thinking Adam nothing more than an ordinary gentleman waiting for the train. He waited for something far worse. And far too soon, a sickly yellow-green fog began to roll in, snaking along the track gullies and up onto the platform. No one took notice. London was often plagued by pea-soup fog. Little did the humans know that this certain colour fog heralded evil. Inside his pockets, Adam's fists tightened against the urge to smash something. He focused on a distant spot, where a woman was gliding along, her green skirts swishing through the fog. The closer she came, the harder his heart beat. There would be pain, humiliation, an eternity of it. He did not want to be afraid. He loathed the idea. But he was. The woman came into focus, her smile glinting with a sly bit of fang, her eyes a dark, smoky purple. He wanted to retch. "I thought you might run," she said, as she stopped before him. The scent of earth and green things surrounded him. Since it was her scent, it turned his stomach. "I never run." He'd fight, but that was different. She smiled, and the sweet visage she wore dropped for a mere instant, showing him her true form, the green tint of her skin, the black lips, and pointed teeth. Faye. Not beautiful and gentle, but ugly and cruel. "I've waited a long time for this, Kusis." It had been a long time since anyone had called him Kusis, the dark hound, harbinger of death. Knowing she'd revel in it, Adam refrained from flinching at the moniker. I'm certain you have, Queen Mab, Adam said as though he were without care.
Her simper fell. MacNiall of Moray, ye have failed to bond with your soul's true mate.
True.
Quite the burn to discover that his other half found him repugnant, and now he'd never know how it felt to be complete. He'd never know peace. Mab licked her lips, a greedy flick of her tongue. Thus your soul is in forfeit. To me.
Acknowledgements. My deepest and most profound thanks to the team at Forever, who work so hard to turn my words into a proper book. My agent, Kristen Nelson, for always having my back. My editor, Alex Logan, who, after all this time, still manages to teach me a thing or two. Darkest London would not be the same without you. The listener. Without you, Darkest London doesn't live. Special thanks to Brenda Novak, auction winner and now harassed Evernight chambermaid, Sarah Ann Elliott. This has been a Hachette audio production of Evernight. Written by Kristen Callihan. Read by Maura Quirk. Produced and directed by Dennis Kao. Audio editing by Jennifer Nix and Fred Koch. Mixing and mastering by Jeremy Wesley. Production supervised by Elise Green. Evernight is also available in print and digital formats from Forever, an imprint of Grand Central Publishing, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2014 by Kristen Callihan. Excerpt from Shadow Dance, copyright 2013 by Kristen Callihan. Audio production copyright 2014. Hachette Audio, all rights reserved. In accordance with the US Copyright Act of 1976, the duplicating, uploading, and electronic sharing of any part of this audiobook without the permission of the publisher constitutes unlawful piracy and theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes, prior written permission must be obtained by contacting the publisher at permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales is entirely coincidental. Did you miss Shadow Dance? Discover the great love that Jack Tallant has for Mary Chase. Once a heart is lost in shadow, only someone who lives in darkness can find it. Keep listening for an excerpt. Chapter 2. It was inevitable that Jack be called into headquarters. The Bishop of Charing Cross had struck the night before. Murder was nothing new in London. Strange ones of a public nature, however, were another matter. Jack had been the regulator in charge of this particular case for a year now, a blight on his otherwise stellar record. This time a shifter had been murdered. As one of 5, make that 4 now, known shifters living in London, he took it personally. Having intimate knowledge of certain facts, Jack was also unnerved by this new murder, deeply, and he wanted answers. Cool shadows slid over him as he strode down the long, echoing corridor that led from the SOS common rooms to the main meeting area. Headquarters was full of regulators updating their intelligence before going out. He did not like being around them, or anyone. Not that he had to worry on that account. The others steered clear of him, their eyes averted and their bodies tense. Fear he could handle, hell welcome. But pity? One younger agent lowered her lashes when he passed, and a growl rumbled in his throat. She started and hurried off. Rightly so. No telling what sort of beast would break free should he lose his temper. Not even he knew. That was the way of a shifter, not owned by a single monster, but possessed by all. He was everything, and he was nothing in particular. In truth, being a regulator was the only certain and good thing in Jack's life. At the end of the black marble hall, a guard stood beside a massive steel door. He saw Jack coming and swiftly opened it. "Master Talent," said the guard, "they are waiting for you." He was precisely on time, and the director was already waiting? And what did the guard mean by they? His meeting was to be with the director. Who the bloody devil would be here? Her scent slammed into him like a punch, and what little equanimity he'd maintained flew out the door. Oh, no, no, no! They wouldn't dare! He eyed the inner wood door that blocked him from the meeting room. She was in there. His muscles clenched tight as he forced himself to enter. "Ah, Master Talent," said Director Wilde from the head of the table. "Right on time. Excellent. Let us proceed." His clipped voice was unusually animated, as if he knew Jack's displeasure at the unexpected third person in the room and revelled in it. Which wouldn't be surprising. Wilde loved to keep regulators on their toes. Jack heard every word, but his gaze moved past the director and locked on her. Mary Chase sat at Wilde's right, serene and ethereal as ever. Her face was a perfect replica of Botticelli's Venus, and her body— No, he wouldn't think about that. It was one rule he refused to break. He never, ever thought too long on Mary Chase. Mary Chase would have liked to think that, after years of being on the receiving end of Jack Talent's hateful glare, she'd be immune to it by now. Unfortunately, it still worked through her flesh like a lure, hooking in tight and tugging at something deep within her. One look and she wanted to jump from her chair and hit him. However, knowing that he found her presence bothersome gave her some small satisfaction. He stood in the doorway, filling it up, poised for a fight like an avenging angel of Old Testament wrath. Over the last year, Talent had reached his physical prime, shooting up well past an already impressive 6 feet and adding what looked like 20 pounds of hard-packed muscle to his frame. It was as if nature had given him the outer shell he needed to protect himself from all comers. The change was unnerving, as the man had been intimidating enough before, mainly due to the sheer strength of his stubborn will. With a sullen pout, Talent dropped his large body into the chair opposite her. She suspected that he sought to convey his displeasure, but the blasted man was too naturally coordinated, and the move ended up appearing effortless. "Director Wilde?" Talent turned back to Mary again. His rough-hewn features might have been carved from stone. "Mistress Chase?" Oh, but the way he said her name, all oil and flame, as if it burned him to utter it. Mary dug a fingernail into her palm and modulated her voice. "Mr. Talent." He paused for a moment, his brows raising a touch in reproach. She'd been childish in not giving him the proper form of address, but some things burned for her, too. His quick, irrepressible smirk said he knew as much. "Master," he reminded her. He loved that she had to call him master. In their first year in training, he'd taken every opportunity to make her use the official title for all male regulators. Their gazes held, and heat rose to her cheeks. Thank God she hadn't the complexion to blush, or he'd be all over her. "Master Talent," she ground out. His annoying smirk deepened, and her nails dug deeper into the flesh of her palms. "One day—" "Now that we have our forms of address clear," cut in Wilde, "might we proceed with the actual investigation? Or shall we continue with this little pissing contest?" "Pray, continue. If Chase can manage to refrain from staying off track, that is." Talent adjusted his broad shoulders in the chair and crossed one leg over the other. "Never react." She turned her gaze upon the director. "I was ready to hear the facts of the case 20 minutes ago, Director." Talent bristled, and she let a small smile escape. He bristled further, but Director Wilde ploughed ahead. "Good." Setting his hands upon the polished mahogany table, Director Wilde proceeded to give them the facts. Mary had already memorized them, and so she let the director's words drift over her as she studied Talent. The man was good, his strong, blunt features not revealing any hint that he might have personal knowledge of the Bishop of Charing Cross's most recent kill. One powerful arm rested upon the table, and the fabric of his plain black suit coat bunched along the large swell of his bicep. Talent did not so much as twitch when the director set down a photograph of the last victim. "Mr. Keating of Park Place," said Director Wilde. "As with the other murders, he has been branded with the Bishop's Cross. The sole difference in this victim is that, while the others were demons, this man was a shifter, and, by all accounts, a law-abiding citizen of London." Mary glanced at the photo, featuring a young man stripped naked. The cross branding his chest was a raw, ugly wound, but it was his eyes, wide and staring, that made her clockwork heart hurt. It was the expression of an innocent man pleading for mercy. Talent looked as well, and when he did, she watched him. The ends of his brows lifted a fraction, and she was inclined to believe that he was surprised. Then again, he had always been a fine actor. In the beginning of his association with the SOS, Talent had made a name for himself by successfully tricking a powerful Primus demon into believing he was Poppy Lane. Of course, being able to shift to look exactly like Poppy had been part of it, but it was his mimicking of her character to the letter that had made the difference between success and catastrophe. How could a man who had nearly died defending others be a murderer? But Mary feared she understood all too well. Although he was arrogant, obnoxious, and a general ass, he'd survived an ordeal that would break most men. Was he irrevocably broken? "Do you recognize the victim, Master Talent?" Wilde's query had Mary focusing once more. Talent's heavily lidded eyes lifted from the photograph. "Shifters by nature are a solitary lot. No, I did not know Mr. Keating." His long fingers curled into a fist upon the table. "I was under the impression that the SOS kept the identity of shifters secret." The director's mouth tightened. "We do. There is no indication that the files have been breached." Talent made a noise that might have been construed as a snort, but it was just soft enough to get by Wilde without earning any reproach. For once, however, Mary agreed with Talent's sentiment. After researching long into the night, Mary had learned that, in the last 100 years, The SOS had made a concerted effort to locate and document the existence of all shifters living in Europe, a daunting task. However, when the Necks began hunting shifters for their blood, whose properties gave demons the ability to shift into anything, the SOS, realizing its mistake in outing shifters, provided as much protection as it could by offering them new identities and keeping their whereabouts hidden. But it was a constant battle. For the Necks, an organization dedicated to seeing supernaturals rule the world over humans, was resourceful and ruthless. Talent leaned forward a fraction. Who was Keating? Before. Johannes Maxim. Wilde pulled a paper from his file and handed it to Talent. He's an older shifter, date of birth unknown, but he once worked as an alchemist for Augustus the Strong in the quest to discover the Chinese's secret to making porcelain. Talent scanned the page, then set it down. Protocol dictated that he hand the paper to Mary, and she might have been insulted at his obvious slight had she not been expecting it. No matter, she'd read about Maxim as well. Besides, Talent's juvenile tactics would not cow her. In any event, Director Wilde was now looking at both of them. Research has been instructed to provide any and all assistance you might require. Thank you, Director, Mary said. We shall keep you informed as the case proceeds. Talent's jaws snapped up as if he'd been punched. We? The force of his inner agitation was a maelstrom creaking against the walls. Any moment now it would break. Mary remained calm. We are to be partners now, Master Talent, or haven't you been paying attention? And I will stick to you like a barnacle until I find out the truth. The small vein at his temple pulsed. I work alone. Always have. Wilde laid a hand over the file. There is a time to every purpose under the heaven, Master Talent, which includes knowing when to receive help. The steely look in the director's eyes made it clear that Talent would find no leeway should he protest. The sound of Talent's teeth grinding filled the room. I was under the impression Mistress Chase was here in a clerical capacity. You hoped, Mary corrected. Otherwise, I have grave concerns regarding your propensity for jumping to conclusions. Talent leaned his weight on the table as his gaze bore into her. Keep baiting me, Chase, and you'll find out what else I have a propensity for. She leaned in as well, until they faced each other like dogs in a pit ring. I am quaking in my knickers. There you go, mentioning your knickers. His mouth slanted and his eyes gleamed dark green. What I cannot discern is if you only do so to me, or if you want the whole of the SOS to be thinking about them. Why, Master Talent, are you trying to tell me that you think about my knickers? His lips pinched so tight that she had to bite back a grin. A low growl rumbled from the vicinity of his chest. Children! Director Wilde's expression was stern, but his eyes held a glint of amusement. The discussion is over. You will work together on this. His good humour fled. And you will not fail the SOS. Now, he motioned to the door with his chin. Take your squabble out of here. Perhaps you can pull Mistress Chase's braids in the common room, Master Talent. On the outside, Mary knew she appeared serene as she left the meeting room. On the inside, however, she quivered in anticipation. For years, she and Talent had detested each other. He treated her as if she were some low, conniving wretch, solely because she was a Gim. Lousy, arrogant bounder. The outer hall was cool and quiet, a calm before the inevitable storm, and that storm was right on her heels. Although, in truth, Jack Talent reminded her more of a panther, all dark and brooding, his powerful body so still when at rest, yet capable of instant, violent action. Mary headed down the corridor, knowing that, while he made no sound, Talent stalked her. The skin at the back of her neck prickled, and her heart whirred away within her breast. With his shifter's senses, he'd hear her spinning heart, she was sure. Oh yes, come and get me, and we shall see how well you dance around the truth now, Jack Talent. It was torture not to quicken her step or turn around. By the time she reached the shadowed corner that led to another section of headquarters, her breast was rising and falling in agitation. Damn him! And damn her too, for some small, traitorous part of her liked the chase, revelled in it. Gripping her weapon, she waited until his heavy hand fell upon her shoulder, and then she spun. He grunted as they both hit the wall. The hard expanse of his chest barely gave under her weight as she pressed against him. For a moment they both panted, then his gaze lowered to the knife she had at his throat. She had expected his rage, but not his grin, that wide, brilliant grin that lit up his dour features and did strange things to her equilibrium. His cheeky smile grew as he spoke. "Pulling iron on me, Chase? How bloodthirsty." His hot breath fanned her cheeks. "I knew you had it in you." She did not ease her grip. Training with Mrs. Lane had honed her skills. The slightest move from him and he would be tasting that iron. "Trying to intimidate me, Talent?" His body tightened, but he kept his hands at his sides. "What the devil are you playing at? You aren't a field agent. You've been hanging on to Mrs. Lane like a limpet, and now you want to partner." He leaned in, not flinching when the tip of her iron blade cut into his skin. "With me?" A rivulet of crimson blood trickled down his throat. She tore her gaze away from it. "This is the most important case the SOS has seen all year. Any regulator would be mad to pass up the opportunity to take it." When he snorted, she gave him a pretty smile. "Who my partner is makes little difference." His lips pressed into a flat line. "This is my investigation. It always has been." From the moment she'd asked Poppy to be assigned to the case, she'd known she'd face his rage. But she'd told Talent the truth. Having the opportunity to move away from her assistant's role into fieldwork was not to be missed, and if he was guilty of murder, she would be the one to take him down. Keeping that little personal victory in mind, it was easy to give him a bland look. "Oh, yes, and you've done a bang-up job with the case so far." His growl seemed to vibrate through her, but Mary ignored it, and the way the hairs lifted along the back of her neck. "What gave you reason to believe that it would remain yours alone after all this time, when you have nothing to show for your efforts?" With an unfortunately easy move, he shrugged free. She let him. Bodily contact was not a situation she wanted to prolong, as it was far too unsettling. He loomed over her. "Toss out what insults you will, Mistress Merrily." He poked her shoulder with a hard finger. "But do not for a moment try to undermine me. You think I'm a bastard now? Try handling me in a temper." He turned to storm off when she grabbed his lapel and hauled him back. Taking pleasure in the shock that parted his lips, she smiled. "I've seen your temper, Master Talent. You haven't been privy to mine." With lazy perusal, her gaze took in his heightened colour and narrowed eyes. "While you'll be shouting about like a tot who's lost his lolly, I'll be the lash you never saw coming." It was quite satisfactory to leave him open-mouthed and silent. For once.